Thank you for the Rage Quick. Rage Quit. 69 Feet Suck with Sydney. I bet Hunter and Nick filmed a secret gay porno together after the interview for the Jewish Illuminati. Well, I can neither prove or disprove that that's what happened. It's not completely unlikely. You know, it's not completely off the table. We're dealing with two degenerates. One, I don't know who is more gay. We definitely have more evidence. Like, there's more concrete evidence. It's like, who's gayer between Nick Fuentes and Destiny? A lot of people would say Nick Fuentes, but we actually have audio visual evidence of Destiny sucking dick, just gobbling down some sausage. So technically Destiny would be the gayer one, so it's very hard. I should do a gay tier list, but for e-celebs, and I guess regular celebrities too. I guess politicians too. So Hunter isn't really a politician. That's why it's very weird that I see this propaganda coming out for him. Is he really trying to plan a presidential run? That seems really, I don't know, that just seems very selfish to me. It's like when Kamala was trying to run for president. That was very selfish the way she did that, because she had no shot from the beginning. And she was just deliberately shooting down other people who had a better shot of beating Trump than her. There's a lot of selfish motherfuckers on the left, you know. Well, I mean, there are selfish motherfuckers on the right, too. Trump is definitely selfish when it comes to this shit. But at least in Trump's defense, he did beat everybody. Like, Trump showed up and he just dominated. He dominated the convention. And he became the top guy through, like, just conquest. He came and he conquered the GOP, and he became the top guy there. So it was completely fair, even though he is kind of ruthless about it. That's not the case with the DNC. There's a lot of intrigue and backstabbing and plotting to stop certain people who would probably have a better shot of doing this shit from getting there. Like, I won't deny Gavin Newsom definitely, out of all of the dudes, Gavin Newsom probably has the best shot of beating JD Vance. I could 100% believe that somebody is plotting right now to stop that from happening because they don't like Gavin Newsom. They're going to be like, oh, Gavin doesn't have a shot outside of California, which is probably true. His shot isn't that great. I'm just saying that it exists. Anyway, now before we get this show on the road, right, before we even get to the gaming goss specifically, real quick, let me see. Just want to make sure. Yes. Okay, so let me show real quick. This is the Gum Road, of course. Mikey No More Complete-ish Edition. You can become a neat Ronin for the cheap price of $10 a month. It's basically a Patreon for me, you know. A lot of this content, anybody can take the content out of here and just post it wherever. Just clip whatever. I just want to put this out here right now. I've said several times that people are free to freeboot whatever the fuck they want from me, right? You can take my shit. I said this back when I was on YouTube, but I want to make it clear. If you want to clip anything or re-upload anything, take anything, monetize anything, I do not care. You can literally restream this stream on YouTube and like take donations for it. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I am free. Mikey is, everybody can make money off me. I'm like a self-made economy, if you know, you want to call it that. And also this right here is my Rumble. A lot of people don't know that this exists. A lot of people don't know I have a Rumble account, which I'm very surprised about. I'm very surprised how few people are aware that this Rumble of mine even exists. But this is where you can find all my old uploads and my future uploads, right? Any future videos, because it doesn't seem like I'm getting the YouTube channel back. I can't say I've completely given up, but I don't know. Here's the thing, right? At any moment, there could be somebody who works at Google who just decides to, on a whim, give me back the channel. They say that that's not a thing that happens, but that's basically what happens on YouTube. Like, that's basically how a lot of people who were banned before suddenly got their accounts back. They had a new guy in charge. Neil Mahan got in charge of YouTube, and he was like, hey, what if I just let everybody who was banned before have their accounts back? And a lot of them got their accounts back. They even got, some of them even got their accounts back with their old subscribers and videos and shit that were supposed to be gone forever. So literally, I could get my YouTube channel back like tomorrow on a whim of somebody at Google. But I'm not going to be beholden to that. I'm not going to wait until I get the channel back to make videos. I will say there is one very, very, very big documentary I was planning, and that one actually is going to be in stasis. I actually am going to have to put that bitch on ice until I get a bigger platform, because I just can't justify it. I can't justify the amount of effort it would take for me to make that documentary if it's only going to be on Rumble or on BitChute or on Odyssey or in the Gumroad, right? So, you know, that's the only bad thing. Well, aside from that, you know, nothing to stop. Still making videos. Anyway, let's now proceed to the gaming goss. And then we can get to Hunter versus Nick Fuentes. Fat ass cat, thank you for the rage quit. Found out that my great ×4 grandpa Henry was the Virginia governor who went out of his way to execute John Brown for treason. Here's your reparations, lol. So, PlayStation. That's actually very ironic. That's kind of ironic, you know, executing John Brown for treason. And then he was probably very gung-ho about the southern states leaving the Union, which, you know, is fair game. See, here's the thing, right, about the Civil War. Because people would be like, well, we shouldn't have those Confederate statues because those were a bunch of slave-owning traitors. And I'm like, okay, that George Washington was also a slave-owning traitor, and he's on the money. Thomas Jefferson was also a slave-owning traitor. He was a slave-fucking traitor, actually, and he still celebrate. We got all this shit named after him. I don't know, it just seems very hypocritical to say that the Confederacy was especially bad compared to the founding fathers. Like, you know, we can just say that they were righteous men who were caught up in their times. You don't look bad. A lot of people own slavery. Slavery was very common up until really like a century ago. When you really think about it, you think about it in the grand scheme of history, slavery used to be all the rage up until like 150 years ago, when white people were like, you know what? This ain't us. This ain't like us. We've been doing it forever, but now we're going to say no to slavery. And they decided to stop it. And the British Empire actually were great patrons of ending global slavery. And they actually did a very good job at it. If the United States had remained a colony of the British Empire, we probably would have gotten rid of slavery earlier than we did and probably wouldn't have had to fight a civil war because of it, because the South's economy was too wrapped up in plantations and all that shit. Anyway, that's a discussion. That's a stream. That's a stream for another day. Slavery still exists, by the way. It just doesn't exist in the plantation aspect. It exists in places like the Middle East or in certain places in Africa. You know, that's where slavery exists now. And surprisingly, it's still a lot of black people who are slaves in those places. But it's just, you know, it's like how somebody gets murdered in the United States, but the killer isn't a white guy. Nobody really cares. Like, tons of niggas die every single year, but their murderers are other black people, so they don't care. But if one black person is killed by a white person, even if it was in self-defense of the white guy, it's like a big deal. It's the same thing with slavery. Slavery is only something that niggas care about if white people are involved. If niggas are being owned by other niggas or they're being owned by Arabs, I mean, who cares, really? They're being owned by Chinese corporations who own all the fucking mines in all these African countries. Well, who cares, right? Who's worried about little shit like that? So, first story is going to be about Yves Guillemot. For those of you who don't know, very surprising those of you who don't, Yves Guillemot is the head of Ubisoft, and he's been the head of Ubisoft for the longest time, right? He started the company with his 5 brothers, And they were like farm boys. They were really some very innovative guys when it came to the French gaming industry, and they ended up founding Ubisoft together, and it ended up becoming the biggest gaming corporation in France, right? And they've been gradually running it into the ground. So now it's lost a lot of its value. They've had to sell several IPs to the Chinese. It has been terrible. Yves lost one of his brothers. I think his brother, who he lost in a recent plane incident, was actually like his right-hand man. So that's also been tragic. Thankfully, they've had the Black Flag remake. They had Black Flag Resynced, which has actually boosted things up for Ubisoft. Thankfully, Yves has not let the success of the new Black Flag game let him stop him from dropping some cold ass takes like this. PlayStation killing discs has upsides, Ubisoft boss Yves Guillemot says, pointing to cheaper consoles without drive discs. What we saw on the PC is that it helped to grow the market, Guillemot noted. There's also some pressure for the future on the cost of machines, and being able to only digital will help to have a more accessible machine, I would say. Ultimately, Guillemot concluded that Sony's decision would likely not impact the wider industry too much, regardless of the passionate response by actual gamers, which Sony is seemingly doing its best job right now of ignoring. There are plus and minuses, the Ubisoft CEO concluded, but we think it will not disturb too much the industry. It won't disturb too much the industry. Well, both PlayStation and Xbox had server outages this week. Digital only future. So yeah, a lot of you guys probably know that Xbox and PlayStation both had server outages. You couldn't access digital shit, which means that a lot of your game, basically your entire games library, pretty much inaccessible because you need to be online to play all these fucking games now. This is the future, right? It's not going to impact the industry though. Definitely not. Online only? Nah, bro. That's not going to be a problem. What are they even complaining about? And so moving on, let me see, what is that? No. Okay, so moving on. Gaming Goss segment. I really should have removed it because it's very short. So basically the only other thing is Halo Campaign Evolved added a badass female Marine with a scar on her face because they couldn't help themselves. Oh, they couldn't help but put some girl boss, some girl power in the Halo Combat Evolved remake. They just couldn't help it.
I'm Lieutenant Williams, Tiger Company.
You don't seem as impressed as the rest of your crew.
No, Sergeant Major, I'm not. Takes more than fancy armor and a good PR campaign to impress me. Not bad, Spartan.
I'm almost starting to believe the propaganda.
Nice work.
Thanks. Spartans aren't the only badasses in the UNSC.
What was the point? What was the point of adding this bitch? Why does she have to be here? Who asked for it? Who asked for this bitch to be in the Halo game? Nobody. Nick, no, you didn't have to do anything. They had a very, very basic assignment. Right, here's the thing. The worst part about Campaign Evolved is that it unfortunately had to be launched within the same launch window of Black Flag Resynced. And as much as Ubisoft gets fucking shit for all of their bad decisions, they actually did a decent job with the Black Flag remake. They actually did downgrade it in a couple ways. But overall, people were cool. People were cool with it. And now you got this shit. And it's like, nigga, you had one assignment. Just remake this classic, the original classic Halo game. Make it look better. Make it play smoother. And that's it. You didn't have to do anything, but we gotta be a little extra. I gotta get my ugly, mannish looking bitch in the game. It's part of they can't help themselves. They literally can't help themselves, right? And you can't blame Asha Sharma for this because this game was almost finished by the time she even became the head of Xbox. She didn't get in charge early enough for her to fire the people who are responsible for this. Who knows? Maybe if this game was like still in pre-production by the time that Asha became the CEO of Xbox, maybe we might have been spared for this, because she absolutely would have fired everybody involved. 100%. They would have been cut, would have been beheaded the first week she got there. So anyway, there's your gaming goss, really. So, not actually gaming goss or even political involved, but I just wanted to highlight this little story here. Yeah, put a chick in it and make it gay and lame. That literally is that. You can't even say it's not propaganda, because it's the only it's the only thing they know how to do every time. You got to make it gayer, and there has to be a woman there who's possibly also gay. Definitely ugly, but possibly also gay too. So this actually has nothing to do with politics or gaming or whatever, but I just thought it was a funny fucking story. I just thought this shit was hilarious. So, let me say. Okay, so Dee Magno Hall, the voice actress of Pearl from Steven Universe, got outed as a right-winger and Charlie Kirk fan, and Steven Universe fans are not handling it well. Oh, how could this happen? This is 9/11 for gay niggas. This is like the Trail of Tears for rainbow sexuals. This is the fucking worst thing to happen for niggas who were living and dying on Tumblr before they banned porn and they all became refugees and all these sites that didn't want them. Like, oh, they're just crashing out, dude. They can't believe it. I can't believe that somebody who worked on this show I have a really weird relationship with doesn't absolutely share all of my opinions on everything. What do you mean? What do you mean that there are right-wing people who work in American animation? Still, I thought we ran all those people off. Of course there. See, here's something that a lot of these people don't seem to understand, is that a lot of Hollywood, a lot of the American animation industry, a lot of the American games industry, a lot of creative industries in America are absolutely, they have been liberalized to a massive degree for decades. So now everybody thinks that everybody who's there is a leftist, or at least like a liberal, right? Maybe just like left-leaning moderate. So that's not the case. There are just like, even in conservative spaces, there are going to be some left-wing minded people. Even in left-wing places, there are going to be right-wing minded people. And here's the thing: there are even more crypto conservatives in left-wing spaces, because you have to be, right? Like, from survival case, you have to be a crypto conservative. You can't be like, I don't know, you want to work in a certain industry, you can't just go around with a fucking MAGA hat on everywhere. You gotta keep that shit on the down low, so you don't like disturb it and shit. You know, you work in certain places, you can't tell them who you voted for. They ask who you voted for. You're like, well, you know, I voted Kamala. Maybe you just say something like you voted libertarian. You know, you just lie. You don't say, oh, yeah, nigga, I voted for Trump 3 times in a row, and he won the second election. That shit got stolen from him. So technically he won 3 times with my vote. You can't go around saying that. So there are all sorts of stories like this that you just never know about. This is just a very high profile one. And it's very, very hilarious that this happened to Steven Universe, of all shows, bro. Of all shows. So, all right, now that we're done with that, I really should remove gaming goss from the thing, because it was barely anything. There was barely any goss to listen to, which is why that one channel had to go bye-bye. Well, not bye-bye, but it stopped getting used. For people who don't know, I'm talking about Review Mikey USA. So, first off, let me make something very clear. I want to make something very clear. I'm going to show you guys this right here. This is Review Mikey USA. I'm going to put a link to it. I'm going to put a little link to it right here. Review Mikey USA. So just so we know, just so we make this clear, This channel is not mine, right? I have no relationship to Review Mikey USA. You might say, hey, Mikey, you say that this has nothing to do with you, but that looks a lot like you right there, bro. That looks just like you. It's like, nope, it's just a coincidence. You say, but his name is Mikey, just like you. It's like, no, that is not me. That guy has nothing to do with me.
Skip it up and that up.
It's okay. Why is he parroting Review Tech USA's intro? That sounds like something you would do. Nope. Back to bring you one last weekly gaming gossip before. Man, he has your voice too, Mikey. This is you. It's like, no, it's not. And that's very racist. That's very racist of you guys to just presume that every black guy who happens to be a weeb and makes fun of Review Tech USA and who uses no masks as his profile pic and whose name Mikey are the same guy. That's very racist and ignorant of you to even presume that. So anyway, there's this guy named Mikey who's a lot like me, but he's not like me. I have no relationship to this person whatsoever. So he had this channel where he would make videos talking about gaming goss. You know, I stole this idea, and a lot of you would say, hey, Mikey, it's very strange that you and he are both talking about gaming goss. You have nothing to do with each other. Again, coincidence. You're racist. Stop trying to make connections that don't exist. So he made gaming goss videos, and he had to stop because, I don't know, there just wasn't enough gaming goss every single week for him to make content out of. Now, I've heard on the street, on the grapevine, that this guy is talking about coming back. That he's talking about coming back and making some new videos on this channel that aren't just gaming goss, but that are actually in-depth gaming documentaries. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not, because again, I have no relationship with Review Mikey USA. But some people who I know, who do know of this other black nigga, have said that that's actually what his plan is. So I don't know. You know, you can subscribe to this guy and, you know, see if that's the case. Maybe you'll see, maybe the new content he makes, maybe you'll like it. Anyway, moving on from this gaming goss segment, which I didn't get from this guy at all because I have no relationship to him. So we're going to talk real quick. This is Sneeko. I just want to highlight this. So Elon Musk, first trillionaire. He also became the first man in history to lose $1 trillion. The first guy ever to lose $1 trillion. And he called himself former trillionaire on X. Sneeko then came with a reply and said, current pedophile. So this is just, I don't know, a lot of people were very confused because they're like, wait, Sneeko, why are you calling yourself a pedophile? Why did you do that, bro? Current pedophile? Why would you say that about yourself? And why did you put it in parentheses? Why? It's so bizarre. Is it because, I don't know, I don't want to say that all Muslims are pedophiles, but I don't know, it's very weird to just come out and admit that you're a pedophile. Like you're coming out of the closet about liking kids. It's very strange, Sneeko. For people who don't know, we got a Sneeko sticker. We got a Sneeko emote. It's not very good, but it's my first one. It's the first Sneeko emote we got. I'm probably going to make more going forward. So Sneeko said that, and he also had a little comment about the interview that Nick Fuentes did with Hunter Biden on the Channel 5 shit that we're about to watch right here.
The state needs to cease to exist. That's the difference between me and Pablo Fuentberg and any of these goipers that are going to give me another $2,000 today.
I thought Nick was the obsessed one.
There we go. You're going to keep on seething. Yeah, it's not being obsessed with the little midget Jew. It's
like they're dense. Here's the thing, groypers are dense too. Not only are they retarded and they can't spell, this dude probably isn't even American. That's probably why he said obsessed instead of obsessed. But they're also dense and they give people who beef with Nick money. Why would you give somebody who hates Nick Fuentes and who Nick Fuentes hates $20? Like, groypers are so retarded.
Calling out
we welcome any groypers to come to this stream and drop money on me, please. I would love to be an op. I would love to be a detractor of Nick Fuentes who you throw money at just so you can send troll donos. I would love that. Drop a few subs, please.
Federal agents that are actively promoting the destruction of our country. Do you think I care about this gay midget Fed? No one cares, bro. He looks like a frog, literally. Okay, and listen to what he's saying.
With dignity and respect and have their civil rights. It's just this acute problem of these people, like you mentioned, like Larry Ellison and Miriam Adelson and Jared Kushner, they're putting some other country before the interest of our own. And that, in principle, is what I have a problem with. Here's what I'll say.
That's what doesn't this podcast kind of look like that image, even though the three YouTube kids sitting around?
But that we do ultimately want the best for each other. We love each other. We want the country to succeed.
Yeah.
And I think that's a starting point for any solution. And any
love, unity. Remember about me? Fuck unity. If you're not a Groiper, F you. So, like, when he's there with Hunter Biden, he's saying unity, humanity. And then literally the post before here, he's saying, these are Jews. They're 12%. Sneako's he's a waggot. He's an N-word. He's a retard.
Like, wait, you just say waggot? Why would you say waggot?
On the interview,
Oh, is he on Twitch? Is that why? He's on Twitch or he's streaming on YouTube, so he can't say faggot?
Come together on Telegram. You're a slur. You're an N-word. You're a brown clown.
Conversation.
All right, American brothers. Thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you guys so much for your time.
Come outside right now. Us Christians are taking over NYC. Your career is over.
You are? Have fun.
I really appreciate it.
This is a visual
wearing a suit like it makes shit not stink.
Representation of how.
Yeah, he actually did. Sneeko actually low-key stole Nick Fuentes' thing of always wearing a suit no matter what, right? Because at least with Nick, right? Nick's been doing that forever. Nick's always been wearing a suit. He very rarely comes on stream and he's just wearing a hoodie. And when he is wearing a hoodie, it is at least his own merch. Sneeko started wearing a suit because of Nick Fuentes. Let's not lie about that, right?
The Israelis see Pablo Fuentberg. Bro wants to be on the team so bad, bro.
You are a waggot from cucko to clown. I can't, bro. I guess waggot actually is a slur, Reardon Steele, because the AI mod flagged that for hate.
Still kufar.
I guess waggot is the new slur now. Is that the new slur against white people? Did we finally come up with an actual slur that hurts white people's feeling? Waggot.
Goyim. This is what it's like. You so badly want to join them. You want to be one of them. They're never going to accept you, bro. Bro got handshake mogged.
Thanks, man. Good job, guys.
Yikes.
Okay, so now we can finally move on. Now we can finally get to the interview. Hunter Biden with Nick Fuentes. Now, before we even get into this whole thing, right? Because some people will say this is surreal. I can't believe that this is even happening. And those people are not paying attention, because I can 100% believe this happened, because Nick Fuentes has managed to get on shows even crazier than this, right? He managed to get on with Tucker Carlson. There was Red Pod Scare. He went on an entire podcast tour for the past year, really. It's actually insane how much clout he managed to start getting out of nowhere. So I can 100% believe this happened. What I don't understand is why Hunter Biden is doing this. This is why I don't get. See, I can 100% understand why Andrew over here, why he's doing this. This shit is amazing for him. Like, hell yeah, I'm going to have an hour and a half long interview debate with Hunter Biden and Nick Fuentes. Dude, that shit's going to do crazy numbers. He's in the middle of a lawsuit too. Nigga, I need that money. I need those clicks. This is amazing. W for Andrew Callahan for fucking getting this shit onto his hands. And I also understand why Nick would do this, because Nick is just thirsty. He's hungry for clout. He's been a clout demon, one of the most famous clout demons on the dissident right. He's been wanting it bad. He'll do anything to do it. Sneeko was right about how he's fake, about how he's two-faced, about how he'll talk about brown clown this, faggot that, nigger this. We live in nigger hell here. And then when he gets on with somebody like Hunter Biden or whatever, suddenly he cleans up his act. He starts acting all professional and shit. He wasn't having any of that regular energy he has on his own show when he was talking to Tucker Carlson or any of the other podcast people. Suddenly he knows how to fucking control himself. Suddenly it's all about, optics. The optics king, Nick Fuentes, suddenly came back from 2016. So we know that he's fake. We know why Nick is here. I don't understand what Hunter Biden thinks he's getting out of this. What does Hunter Biden have to gain from interacting with Nick Fuentes? Because you aren't doing anything. He's done nothing but do a favor for Nick. This is going to do nothing but make Nick more legitimate, make Nick more certified, give Nick more eyes on him, possibly give Nick future connections in the future, right? You have done nothing but a massive service to Nick Fuentes. There are really only two explanations. Either A, Nick Fuentes is, Nick is a Fed, which is, the main theory, the big theory, the theory that we all push. Nick is a Fed and this is all just part of some op that, he's rolling with. Or Hunter Biden is so thirsty. He's so hungry to actually be a legitimate political voice that he is going to the extent of trying to ride the coattails of Nicholas J. Fuentes to get there. And if that's the case, that's really fucking embarrassing, bro. That's really embarrassing, Hunter, that you had to go to that extent. This is the most embarrassing thing that Hunter Biden has ever done, if that's the case. Way worse than sucking crack, than all of the other weird shit he's done over the years. This is like bottom of the bottom, having to ride Nick Fuentes' coattails of all people. Anyway.
You said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength.
White people do feel like we are being boxed out.
A 26-year-old white kid doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
About the Holocaust things?
About that.
We get to say whatever we want on the internet. We get to deny the Holocaust.
As far as Jews are concerned in general,
we really need to move on from the Holocaust. See, this is the reason why Nick Fuentes can never be defeated. This is why nobody... Wow. We just got started. I doubt I'm going to end up finding a better frame than that. Holy shit. That's a banger right there. But this is the reason why we can never defeat Nick Fuentes, because all these niggas are so hung up on the Holocaust shit, on the Nazi shit, on the Nick, why are you so racist? This nigga is not even white. He's Mexican. Look at him. This is like a white man to you, bro. He looks like he should be building somebody's house. He looks like he should be working at a fucking construction site in Texas or Florida. This is not a Anglo man.
I think that everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect and have their civil rights.
Like, what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. Like, for example, on 4th of July.
Thank you for the hell yeah, Winter Soldier.
To sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person.
What about fucking Donald Trump? There's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you.
Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense.
Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel, whichever.
Again, he wanted Peter Thiel. Man, this is going to be so funny. This is going to be so funny just tearing this shit apart.
Firm.
Because here's the thing, is that they don't know the lore. Hunter Biden does not know the lore. Andrew Callahan, he also doesn't know the lore. They just know the main stories that are pushed about Nick. They just know, oh, he's a Nazi and he leads a white supremacist movement, even though he's Mexican. They don't know, right? Damn, I wish I had my YouTube channel. This shit would have boosted the views for my YouTube video on fucking Nick Fuentes so much. That shit would have had hundreds of thousands of new views.
One to develop ASI that could
thank you for the hell yeah, rear and steel
powers upon the CEO of that company.
Everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes.
Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platform.
Everything that AI is built on is ours. That's what they're stealing from us. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there, okay?
The kind of first...
Also, caring about Donald Trump. Look, bro, it's 2026. You got 2 more years. You got 2 more years of Donald Trump, and then you got to deal with Vance or Rubio or whoever is coming after Trump. If all you're doing, right? Here's the thing. Here's a problem before we even get into this. The left is still stuck when it comes to a lot of this political rhetoric on 2016. And it's been a decade removed. A lot of that shit don't even work anymore. And even the part that does work doesn't even matter, because the only guy who has been aimed at for the past decade is going to be out of office in another 2 years. So they have nothing. They don't have anything for how to deal with Vance, how to deal with Rubio, how to deal with the next guy. Trump derangement syndrome is not going to translate into Vance derangement syndrome, and they're not ready for that.
This question that I had whenever I caught wind that you wanted to do an interview like this is, why now? What made you want to sit down for this kind of interview?
Well, I think it's an interesting conversation to have all of us here. And, I think it's a moment in our country when there's a lot of realignment. I think that people recognize, especially in the past couple of years, I'm like a non-conventional critic, maybe, of what's happening.
He's a shock jock.
And so I think it'll be an interesting, productive conversation. I think it'll be different.
But I mean,
everything about Nick Fuentes and what he says makes sense when you just consider the fact that he's a shock jock and he's not an actual political commentator.
Specifically, because we kind of share a publicist. I heard that you wanted to kind of... Okay, we have a publicist that you hit up, and you said that you wanted to talk to someone who would give you kind of a fair shot to clear up some things and maybe some misconceptions about you and the things you believe.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that I'm somebody who, I think like you, actually, maybe we have this in common, is kind of pigeonholed in a certain way for things that we've done in the past or things that we've said.
Yeah, I'm a crackhead.
That's true.
Racist, right?
I got pigeonholed there. Mine is true. Yeah.
Yeah, well, mine's a little true. Maybe.
You see, Nick, you see how Hunter Biden can admit that he's a crackhead, but you can't admit that you're gay?
A little, no.
Automatically, Hunter Biden automatically wins because he just admits the fact, I do crack sometimes.
But yeah, so I think it'd be good to clear up some of the misrepresentations. And
this is really lame. I don't understand why this is necessary, dude. It's like, why you got to do these weird camera angles here?
No. But yeah, so I think it'd be good to clear up.
Okay, we're looking at Nick's face. Now here, look at Nick's face, but it's like you're looking at an old back TV,
some of the misrepresentations and put out something accurate.
So we put some filters on that shit just unnecessarily.
What do you think is the most misrepresented thing?
Just in case you weren't paying attention to the interview.
About you.
Well, I think really the whole image everybody has about me. When you mentioned me, I think on a recent show, you said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi?
Yeah.
And that's how everybody knows me. Everybody thinks of me as a white supremacist Nazi, and I don't think that's really true at all. I think that we definitely have different values. I mean, you're more from the left.
It's not true because you're not white. So automatically disqualified from being a white supremacist.
I'm more from the right.
No dirt eater. They have not given me my channel back.
But I don't.
But it's fine. I'm not down. I'm not down and I'm not out. I just don't have a YouTube channel. But whatever.
I think I'm a hater. I'm not a hateful person.
It is Heil Hitler Friday. Heil Hitler. All my niggas Nazis.
Hitler was very fucking cool.
Yes. I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
So what's the thing about, I guess, traditional Nazism that you think you disagree with the most?
Well, it's a non-Christian ideology. So, I mean, look, I believe that racism...
Until we move on from the Nazi shit with Nick Fuentes, there'll never be any serious criticism of this dude. Because this is why my documentary it still is. You can still find it on Rumble and other places. I'm pretty sure somebody might have re-uploaded it on YouTube if they haven't. If they haven't, by the way, if the Nick Fuentes documentary hasn't been re-uploaded on YouTube, you can go into Rumble and you can upload it there now. Get all those views. Because no doubt there are going to be more people clicking for Nick Fuentes anyway. You don't have to credit me or share any AdSense if you get any for it or whatever. But the thing about until we move on from the Nazi element of Nick Fuentes, it's impossible to give any real critique. And this is why my documentary is the best, because I don't even care about that shit. I brought it up a couple times, just compare it to the other things that Nick was saying and whatnot. But generally speaking, the things that I was commenting on in my documentary about Nick was about his character and his actions, not just his rhetoric or the edgy shit he says on stream, because you can't take any of that shit seriously.
Real, as the Nazis did, but I don't think it utterly defines a person. As a Christian, I think we're all created beings. I do believe there's such a thing as a universal human community. And so I think it's a cruel ideology. I've said this on my show, by the way, but I mean, that would maybe be the fundamental.
Did you always feel that way?
Always, yeah, absolutely.
So even whenever you were
Mikey, aren't you going to pull a Jer? What do you mean?
younger and stuff?
I did, but you know, you got to recognize times have changed. 10 years ago, we had a totally different political world. The regulation and policing of speech, you know, what you would call woke.
Nick actually thought he was the Joker when he did that Piers interview. He knew he wouldn't get away with his doublespeak because Piers would hold his past statements over his head. So he tried to moray the entire show. Well, it kind of worked in a way because Piers is not a serious political show. It's a clown show. It's a political clown show, right? And that's why he brings on E-celebs who people don't take seriously, like Destiny and Nick Fuentes.
Yes, I think was at an all-time high when I got started as a very young man.
What would you call wokeness?
Yes.
yeah, exactly.
Well, and I think, I mean, would you not say there were some
him.
excesses maybe in those days?
Yeah, in those days, I wasn't doing too well, so I wasn't paying much attention. Anyway, I would love to hear, and I'm not asking you to like retract everything that you've ever said and all, or anything, but I said that I would love to talk to you because number one, I told you this, is that I think you're really smart. And I think that with that comes...
Already he's flirting. Already started flirting with Nick. You're so smart. That's a groomer tactic, by the way. You meet like a young man or a young woman who's, they're very easily... You're like, man, you're so smart. You're so beyond your years. You're so wise.
Real responsibility.
I mean, they're already in a hotel room, so he's already halfway to the goal.
And you have an audience. And I have a friend whose son is my daughter's age, maybe 28, your age. And he's really smart. And he is a big fan of yours. And so by virtue of the relationship, I got to learn what it is why he is a fan of yours. And none of it has to do with, I would hope you agree, like really egregious things that you've said in the past about the Holocaust or about,
Did the Jews ever talk about the 100 million whites that died in World War II? Or do they just bitch and moan about the so-called 6 million Jews that died?
And so it's just nice to poke holes in it and say, it's not 6 million.
6 million? I don't think so.
And I don't even know.
Look, man. Look, the Holocaust happened. I'm not going to deny I'm not even going to get into the numbers might not be accurate. Okay, whatever. What I'm trying to say is that the sacredness of the Holocaust is just kind of no other genocide. It's not the only genocide in the world. It's not even the most brutal mass killing of a certain ethnic group in the world. A lot of those happened. A lot of those happened in the 20th fucking century. But for some reason, it's the one that we gotta hold in this big, you can't make any jokes about it. You can't fucking talk about it. You can't, if you say anything about the Holocaust. And so, look, bro, I make jokes about what the Serbs did to the other Slavs from Yugoslavia when Yugoslavia collapsed all the time. I've made jokes about the fucking Armenians getting fucked by the Turks. Nigga, there's so many mass slaughters that have happened throughout Asia and Africa and all this other shit. But for some reason, the Holocaust is just the one holiest of holy genocides that you can't say anything against. I just think it's kind of ridiculous.
I think I've heard you since kind of rescind a lot of that.
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
Possibly more. Possibly.
Yeah, the Holodomor, that was very deliberate. The Holodomor was not like... Because the thing about the Great Leap Forward is that technically it wasn't a genocide, right? Mao wasn't actually trying to kill a bunch of Chinese peasants intentionally. That was a complete accident. Now, he did do a lot of mass killings, a lot of mass purgings and shit like that. The Great Leap Forward was not that. Mao was just absolutely fucking retarded, and he got millions and millions of innocent Chinese people killed with his retarded policies. The Holodomor was not that. Stalin knew exactly what the fuck he was doing. He absolutely tried to kill those Ukrainians because somebody had to starve, right? And here's what Stalin's logic was. If you have two groups of people, if you have 2 million people that are going to starve, it's better to starve 1 million people to save the 1 million plus one people, right? And he put the Ukrainians in the 1 million people camp. So that was his logic behind the Holodomor. But nobody holds that shit over the Ukrainians, because I guess Ukrainians, they don't have enough institutional power to punish people for making fun of the Holodomor, which tankies do all the time. Tankies love making, it's part of the reason they hold it against the Ukrainians now while they're fighting against Russia. They aren't even fighting against the Soviet Union. They're fighting against fucking non-communist Russia, and they still make fun of them for dying in the fucking Holodomor because the perpetrator was Stalin, and Stalin is their fucking tanky daddy.
You know, we're discovering all the time, so it could be, maybe even be more than that.
But what he agrees with is kind of the anger about the situation that particularly your generation finds yourself in. I know that to be real. And I think that they're,
Oh yeah, the Indonesian mass killing thing. You know what's funny is that CIA gets blamed a lot for some of the terrible, terrible crimes that happen in a lot of these third world countries, and CIA gets blamed a lot for that. That one in Indonesia actually was the case where the CIA actually did, in the capitalist side, actually did have a hand in getting hundreds of thousands of people killed. And for some reason, nobody blames the CIA for that one. I guess because tankies and socialists don't give a fuck about Indonesia.
Maybe my reasons for recognizing that anger as being legitimate and my targets are different than yours. I just wanted to hear from you. When you say you were canceled by the right in 2016.
Yes.
I almost felt like in preparing to meet you now, is that your reaction to that was to just dig deeper and deeper into kind of the outsider, kind of radical, say anything for the purpose of generating, the attention to build an audience.
Yes.
Is that true?
See, he's already, we're only 6 minutes in. Hunter is already, okay, so you got canceled for the right for being too edgy and being too toxic. And you then decided to go even deeper, become maximum edgy, just so you can get more attention and more money and more eyes on you. Is that correct? That is absolutely what happened.
And it's not an accusation.
There's no point in even doing the rest of this interview. He's already got it.
I really mean it. I want this to be a conversation as much as possible.
I mean, there's certainly some truth to that, but I think that might be overstating it a little bit, because I really got canceled by the right and the left.
Yeah.
And back in those days in 2017, you had these far left journalists at Huffington Post, Right Wing Watch, ADL, SPLC, and I really believe they were on a mission to find extremist rhetoric, the white nationalist, neo-Nazi boogeyman, all that kind of stuff. And they would look at someone like myself, 18, and if I was being serious or joking, things taken out of context, they would clip it, post it, and they wanted me to be the villain. And I think they wanted a lot of people to be the villain. I think the left, in a way, kind of created this climate.
And they're part of the reason why Nick Fuentes was actually able to get away with it. Because, see, if they had talked about the shit, if these people had talked about the shit that, say, Godwinson and PPP were talking about when it came to Nick Fuentes all those years ago, right? They were talking about that stuff, the stuff that PPP and Worski were highlighting with Jaden on Kino Casino, the shit that Jaden has been talking about Nick forever, the shit that Milo has been talking about Nick Fuentes forever. Things might have been different, but instead, they just wanted to they needed an alt-right boogeyman. And Nick Fuentes was one of the candidates. So that's why.
Where I think they pushed a lot of people farther.
Like, they tried to propagandize against Nick Fuentes, but they chose the wrong thing to propagandize. Because, one, he's Mexican, so you're never, ever going to be able to properly cancel him for being a white supremacist neo-Nazi, because he's not actually even white. It's like when the cops came to him after he pepper sprayed that old lady. And then he immediately was like, how am I a white supremacist? I'm Mexican. He can bust out the I'm Mexican card whenever he really wants to, which is why he doesn't care about people calling him a Nazi.
To the right.
No, by the way, that very well may be true, but you gave him a lot of ammunition.
That's true.
I mean, I hope that some of those things that you said in the past are not things that you believed in and that are you meant just to engender like a really radical kind of response. I mean, is that true or no?
Well, again, I think that back in those days, you could not say anything. In 2017, 2018, cancel culture was so in overdrive.
Peak woke.
Any joke, any edgelording.
It's crazy they try and walk that shit back now. They try and pretend like peak woke, maximum woke era wasn't actually that bad, or that, oh, we actually weren't cool with it either. No, you were. Yes, you absolutely were, bro. Like, COVID era wokeness was insane, bro. That shit was crazy.
Anything like that. They would, first of all, there's no sense of humor.
I'm so old. I don't even.
Okay, well, to break it down for you, so the dawn of wokeness, as it's known today, I think was in like the post-Trump era. After Trump won the election in 2016, there was a big movement to deplatform and kind of push away those who, I guess, the left feel like had galvanized them into the presidency.
It's crazy. Hunter Biden doesn't even know. This is part of the reason why the left struggles, because they don't even know. They aren't even aware what peak woke was. And now they're looking at clips. People post clips of the shit that was happening back then. It's like that recent tranny that went crazy and they had a "it's ma'am" moment, right? He had an "it's ma'am" moment while he was being arrested. And people were like, well, that's crazy. This is weird. Nobody would ever do that. And then everybody else was like, no, this actually happened a lot back during peak woke. And they started posting clips of it happening. And they were like, they have no answer to it. Because they were 100% cool with this shit happening. Back when peak woke was a thing, back when they were unassailable, back when nobody could stop them.
So there was this big idea that if you push people off mainstream social media platforms, they would go away. Now we know through Trump's reelection, that's not even true.
Yeah, Hunter was just too high. He was too high to pay attention. He didn't know what the fuck was going on.
But at the time, that was the mantra. Problematic viewpoints needed to be silenced, tucked away somewhere, and they would just sort of...
See, Hunter has an actual excuse for not paying attention. It's that he was high, he was smoking crack, he was just out of his fucking mind. He was fucking prostitutes all day, every day. He was basically he was in the Matrix. He put himself in the Matrix for a while. The rest of these leftist figures, they have no excuse for not being aware of what's going on.
Die in isolation. So I think that was the climate where you first got started, 2017. That time period was like crucial for getting people off mainstream platforms. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would say that you got to get into the psychology of those days. It felt like anybody that wasn't on board with the most progressive agenda had no options. There was just no alternative. It was going to be progressive, liberal, feminist, BLM, all that kind of stuff. And if you were to the right of John McCain, you're no platformed. Censored, banned from all the platforms, you're fired from your job, you're ostracized socially. And I think what happened really in 2021 when Trump got banned from the platforms is
You said it was peaking. I just adjusted it a little bit.
Felt like 70 million people.
I actually like being a little loud because I hear that a lot of kick streamers, a lot of streamers in general are kind of low. So,
got canceled. 70 million people that voted for Trump, or, 60, 70 million people, we were all felt like, oh, so if Trump is out of politics and we're all banned from the platforms, then how is there any redress for our grievances? Do we just have to shut up and get with the program and we're all going to be progressive? And I think that drove people to a far more radical place where people said, well, what really is a solution? We can't talk. We can't express ourselves. We can't participate in the process or run for office. And I was one of the people saying that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to drive people to extremism. If you don't talk, if people don't feel like they have a seat at the table and enfranchisement, I think then they start exploring options outside the system, outside of the political process, the democratic process. So I think it's self-inflicted in many ways.
So you feel like after the mass deplatforming in 2021, whenever people on the right got pushed to platforms like Parler, Gab, Rumble, etc., the lack of discourse and like the political singularity of those platforms created more extremism?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because look, you take Trump off of Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and I predicted this in 21. I said, watch, you're going to see alternative social media rise because some venture capitalist is going to see there's a huge market of 70 million people that are going to follow Trump because Trump is no platformed. And that's exactly what happened. Rumble blew up. Elon bought Twitter. And what happened when
Elon Musk buying Twitter really was the pivot. It really was the trigger event for a lot of this shit. The canon event we have of peak woke dying because you couldn't do anything. Okay, so a dude who's like buddy with Donald Trump who says that shit like what he said. He said transgenderism is like or was it Marxism? He said was like a parasite ideology or something like that. That guy bought the biggest social media platform on earth. But you really can't do anything. Like, that was basically it for peak woke. Wokeness didn't go away. But peak woke, you can only go so far.
You had
and then Trump won and he got back into office and shit.
Total free speech on these platforms. Well, Twitter now resembles 4chan. And now, there's no gatekeepers. And I think it did push people in a radical direction.
Elon is a parasite, though. Well, look, he's better than the alternative, right? Like, Elon Musk's Twitter is still better than Jack Dorsey Twitter by a fucking mile. Just off the fact that, I don't know, nigga, I would have been banned. I would have been banned like 1,000 times over on Twitter if anybody besides Elon Musk was owning it right now.
And honestly, people are even blowing past me. Now there's like mainstream normie types that are even blowing past me in terms of how radical they are. People start saying things like, there's no political solution, there's going to be a civil war, we need a revolution. And
yes, Elon Musk being a bad father and his son trooning out really that's the reason all of this happened. Technically, trans people are the reason why Elon Musk owns Twitter right now. They cracked one too many eggs. They should have left that one egg alone. Now they wouldn't have to deal with all this bullshit. Donald Trump still wouldn't be allowed on Twitter anymore. He probably would have. I don't know. I would be one of those people who's like, Donald Trump only won the election because of Elon Musk. But he was a big part of it. He's back on the platform. All of his supporters are back on the platform and shit like that.
I think that's because the message from the left was, you're crushed. You have no options. You can't win. There's no alternative. Trump is going to be indicted and charged and can't run. You can't be on Twitter. You can't have a job. And so people started to say, okay, well, we still exist. We're still here. We still have.
Well, there are no perfect options. There are only less bad ones.
Have these concerns.
You got to deal with the cards that you're dealt,
What do we do now? And then people start to say, well, we need a revolution. And I'm one of the only people saying, no, we should still engage in the process and talk with each other. And it's not all one-sided. I think there's problems on the left and the right, but I certainly think it takes two to tango.
Okay, so we agree. I think that there are problems on the left and the right. And I don't disagree with some of the things that you just said. I guess I just came to a different conclusion, that there are some things that people should be deplatformed for. Not that they can't say it where they want to say it.
What's with the shaky cam? I don't know. Andrew has some weird editing techniques. I guess he didn't think this interview wasn't ADHD enough for his typical audience. His typical audience, they're used to him flying around and interviewing cannibals and shit like that. So just two dudes just sitting down and talking about politics. He's like, I gotta shake the camera and I gotta put it at angles where they're sitting upside down and shit, so their zoomies don't dip out.
But I think that it's a right of anybody.
Okay, top 3 things. What do you think?
There's a difference between being able to say that you're proud of your white heritage and also being just a flat out racist. I think that there's a difference between saying you're proud of your Christian heritage and the white culture.
Oh, this is the guy. This guy is somebody who Jaden makes fun of. He runs this compound for white people, which is fine, right? Like, if you own land and you only want white people to be allowed to own property on that land, you only rent out to white people and you only want white neighbors, right? You deliberately go through that, then whatever. I do think that's unconstitutional. I don't think it should, though, because there are a lot of black people who would only like to live around black people. A lot of Asians who would only like to live around Asians. And even though it is unconstitutional, people do find ways to get around it, right? I think this guy is kind of retarded in how he went about it. He probably shouldn't have broadcasted it the way that he did. Also, he used to have a porn career, but he said he moved on from that, which, whenever you hear that from anybody else, whenever a woman tells you, yeah, I used to do OnlyFans, I used to be a cam girl, I used to be an escort, but that was in the past. I've moved on. I found God. And, I'm trying to live a more trad lifestyle. People would just make fun of that bitch. But I guess you could just do that when you're a white nationalist. Very strange.
from what you come from, and
Anyway, Jaden says that bro is a grifter, so.
or that you adopt the Nazism as a legitimate ideology. I think that there's a difference between saying that you disagree with the United States policy as it relates to Israel and saying that the Holocaust didn't exist.
I was like, Mom, Dad, Hitler was awesome. Hitler.
He's potentially a cultist. I don't think he's at the cult level yet. It's yet to be seen.
Hitler was right. And the Holocaust didn't happen. And my parents were like, we cannot believe.
Those would be top three things in my mind. I know that you believe that some people took you out of context, and I do agree. Look,
what a lame top three to not fuck with Nick Fuentes with.
On both the right and the left, there are these gatekeepers, 100%. And look at me. The mainstream press just destroyed me for 7 years without any real kind of reflection about what they were doing. I do think...
What do you mean? No real reflection? You were smoking crack. The fuck? You had like government secrets on your fucking laptop that you were just leaving open somewhere for your fucking escorts and prostitutes. What are you talking about? No reflection on what they were doing. They were hurting my feelings, Nick. Those people, they were really hurting my feelings, those journalists, when they were talking about how I was just swinging my dick around on camera while I was high on blow.
That, some of those things are legitimate reasons to say, we don't want you on our...
Maybe that's another reason why he and Nick are bizarrely getting along so well, is that they both are dudes who try and they think that they're victims when really most of their problems are shit that they've done to themselves.
On a commercial platform. Would you agree with that? I mean, you just said, for instance, people calling for an armed revolution, like people calling for actual violence. You're opposed to.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm against violence. Yeah. And I do think those are one of the legitimate things that should be taken from the platform. There's a lot of the stuff on social media I don't agree with, but again, what started to happen is...
I oppose violence, except for that one time, at the Capitol, that there was that one time when I didn't oppose violence, and I was actually, pretty pro violence, I was actually pretty pro them just doing whatever the fuck. There was that one time. Hold on, let me see. That one time I didn't oppose violence, and I thought, man, you know what? Violence is actually pretty based.
Break down the barriers and disregard the police. This capital belongs to us.
Yeah, I hate violence though. Except that one time,
There was this like editorial censorship where certain ideas were banned. And it was such a...
Hey, have you touched on that Elijah dude? I can't remember how to spell his last name. Elijah Schaefer. No, I should do more content on him. I have talked about Elijah before in the past, but I've never... No, there was that one time. I've done 2 streams on depth about Elijah. I should do more. Like a lot of untapped potential there.
Broad.
Could 100% do a documentary on that nigga. I probably should.
And also totally opaque and ad hoc. You'd be on YouTube, like I was, for example. They banned me for life and didn't even give me a reason. Not a specific quote, not a specific infraction. And so you don't know what the rules are. You don't know what the process is. They just take you down. And
this hits different now that I'm also banned. Before I used to, maybe that's karma. I was laughing about Nick Fuentes getting banned off YouTube. Well, I mean, he says for no reason. Obviously, he was breaking the TOS. But still, YouTube also claims I was breaking TOS. Obviously, I wasn't. Streams were going down that were in my unlisted in my playlist VOD, in my playlist for my VODs for months. Those were the streams that were getting flagged down. That was the reason why my channel got terminated, right? So YouTube is bullshit. So here's the thing about YouTube, right? The thing about YouTube is, well, my situation and Nick's situation is kind of different. See, Nick's situation is YouTube personally intervened. See, Nick Fuentes got the Leafy treatment, whereas Leafy was such a menace on YouTube, in the eyes of Google at least, that they personally came down and changed their algorithm to kill his channel. And then when he decided to come back and make content anyway, they just decided to outright ban him and make it so he could never be on the platform again. And that's the same thing that happened with Nick, basically. With me, I didn't get that personal touch of death, right? I didn't get smited by the Google gods. Some faggot, and you know who it was. It's basically two main candidates. It was King of Pole and it was Britbong. Those two niggas reported me, flagged me down. That's the reason why I'm not on YouTube anymore. And the way that YouTube works is that because it's so automated, which can't be helped because fucking hundreds of thousands of videos get uploaded to YouTube literally every day. It's like it would literally be impossible to have a human work there. But the way that it works is that it's basically guilty until proven innocent type of system. So your shit can get bombed, right? Your shit can be nuked from orbit because some faggot just decided to flag you relentlessly, just report you for every single infraction under the sun, which is very easy if you have a bunch of VODs that are unlisted and can be easily accessible to anybody else. They can just flag you for whatever, and they can quickly just get you off the platform with strategic flagging raids against your shit if they're autistic enough to do it, which Britbong is, because he's done that before. And same thing goes for King of Pole. So if you make the wrong type of enemies, you can just get kicked off the platform whenever the fuck by anybody. And that's just how it works. And there's no solution to it besides, I don't know, be like Keemstar and just know people at Google. Or, well, here's what Keemstar did. And I praise Keemstar for this because he is the god. He's the god of ban evading. YouTube kept banning him after his first channel got terminated because he wasn't supposed to own one. So what he did is that, you know, Drama Alert, he just made an LLC for it and he put it in the name of one of his guys who was on his team, and they owned it. And then they just hired Keemstar as a contractor, and then he started making content for Drama Alert as a contractor. He didn't own the channel technically. He didn't own Drama Alert technically. He was just a freelance contractor who just so happened to be somewhat affiliated with Drama Alert and, you know, work on the channel. So that's the reason he was able to stay up there and do what he did, right? So you either have to do that, or you have to be a giant YouTuber, or you have to just know somebody at Google who can do you a solid when some fuck shit happens. That's the only way.
Especially now when everything is digital. That's not just the social platforms, it's the other ones like Uber, Airbnb, whatever. It feels like you're being denied almost something like a civil right. Because the social
chimney sweeper punching the air right now.
Platforms are the modern public.
Here's the thing. I don't think that Cog had anything to do with my channel going down. I really don't think that he did that. But Cog did make fun of me after my channel went down. He started saying, oh, Mikey's so broke. Mikey doesn't make any money. It looks like it's Mikey no more money. I still get more views on Kick than he does on like any of his other platforms. So I have no, I don't know. Like, he's making fun of me. Like, dude, I'm better than you at the streaming shit. And I've been doing it for a significantly shorter time and on smaller platforms.
Where?
I don't even simul stream anymore. I don't even stream on multiple platforms. I stream on one platform and I get more fucking donations and views than you get.
Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, the banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platforms. And it felt like if you just simply had the wrong opinions or you were the wrong kind of person, you were being deprived of like a basic civil right or being able to participate in society. So, you know, and I think maybe that's an area of collaboration where we
Cog has a Poojit sit on his face to keep the roof over his head.
Recognize maybe it is a civil right.
Cog talking about money funny is funny.
Use the digital platforms, but here are the rules. Here's what you can say. Here's what
Clog is stupid. He's ban evading and then boast about banning ban evaders is dope.
you can't say. Here's the process. Maybe there's
Honestly, I don't care about that. Like, good on Cog for just not giving a fuck, because it's such a demented system over there on YouTube. I don't hate anybody for ban evading, right? I think that anybody, if you were banned off YouTube for some absolute bullshit, like some shit that absolutely is not the case, like that one dude who lost his channel because YouTube confused him with a Japanese YouTuber that got banned years before he even made a fucking channel, that dude 100% should just ban evade forever. I mean, he got his channel back, but he would have been fine with him ban evading because it was unjust what happened to him. So there's no reason why should you obey rules that YouTube doesn't obey?
a reconciliation.
YouTube can break their own rules, but I'm the problem. I mean, what's the worst thing that's going to happen if I ban evade? You're going to sue me? YouTube's going to take literally everybody who ban evades on their platform to fucking court? They're not going to do that.
Mechanism, but I mean, the censorship was just out of control. I don't think anyone disagrees there's a reasonable limit, though.
Yeah, no, I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see that as a result of left-wing or right-wing ideology. I view that kind of level of deplatforming. Look, I was debanked. I was debanked before I was ever even charged with anything. I lost every bank account. It took me, 9 months once they, the Trump administration, said that they were.
Oh my God. Imagine being the fucking son of a former president of the United States. Imagine being the rich son of Biden, right? Of Joe Biden, bro. They debanked me because I was committing actual fucking crimes. Not even like the pretend crimes of Nick. Well, I can't say that's a pretend crime, what he did at Jan 6. Well, I guess technically he didn't do anything wrong because, he's practicing his freedom of speech in a public location. You could say that was incitement, what he did. But, whatever. I could understand the deplatforming, the debanking, not so much. But Hunter Biden is just being a fucking crybaby.
Started an investigation into me to be able to actually get a bank account again. And I don't
like Hunter Biden unironically did more objectively bad criminal things than Nick Fuentes has and deserves more of the deplatforming and debanking that happened to him than that happened to Nick. But he cries more about it.
The bank.
You're not a victim, buddy.
Tomorrow they may debank me again. But my point is that those people.
What happened to the base crackhead Chad I'm told Hunter was,
are incredibly identifiable. I've been talking.
Like I said, that's propaganda. There really has been a little bit of a propaganda campaign to turn. It's like what they call dark woke, which is just. Dark woke is basically what leftists already do, but they do it more obnoxiously. So here's what it is. Dark woke is basically, we're tired of turning the other cheek. We're tired of going high when they go low, which has literally never been the case ever. They've always been fucking dirty and just the lowest of the low people just trying to fucking destroy you and shit. But of course, they never take accountability and they have amnesia for all of their wrongdoing, which is why they pretend that all of the peak woke shit that happened, like the BLM shit and all that, none of that shit ever happened, even though it totally did, and it's all 100% documented, right? The Chaz state that happened in Seattle and whatnot, that shit, we have that shit on camera, nigga. We know that shit happened. You can't pretend like it's not real. But dark woke is pretending that for the first time ever, leftists are being like assholes to conservatives, right? That's what they say. Whenever they make fun of Charlie Kirk getting murdered in cold blood, that's them being dark woke.
And going around, and I say things like, I don't think we are nearly as divided as they're telling us we are. Because I do believe that there are an identifiable group of people that are responsible for an enormous...
Dark woke is calling Nick and the Tate slurs because they're people of color that are politically incorrect. Yes, that actually is real dark woke. Like there was Troon on Twitter who was like arguing with somebody, and the person they were arguing with was black, so they just called them a nigger. And all these other leftists were they crashed the fuck out. It's like, you can't say that. You can't be trans and also be racist, which, you know, black people are very transphobic and very homophobic. It's like one of the most homophobic communities in America is the black community, along with the Hispanic community. White people are actually the least homophobic and transphobic people in America, for real, for real.
Amount of the discourse.
Like, it's funny. They'll look up a map. Here's what they'll do, that thing where they bring up the map of all the LGBT people who get assaulted and murdered in the United States, and they'll be like, look, it's happening in red states. It's happening in the deep South. It's like, oh, you mean the blackest part of the country? Oh, there are a lot of black people. There are a lot of gay and trans people who get assaulted and murdered in Atlanta and in Miami and shit like that. I don't think that it's going to be white people who are doing a lot of that.
Division, because they make money off of it. I think that these social media companies that are controlled by 3, 4, 5, individuals have made it clear that they only care about one thing. They only care about how much money they can produce for themselves and, the people that hold stocks in their company. Even to the degree where we know for certain that
that's always been the case. There's always been an oligopoly of people who've owned all of these things. That's still the case now, right? Nobody is actually serious about trust busting. Everybody is fine with a handful of people owning stuff, so long as those people are partial towards them or active patrons towards them.
They're driving teenage girls to the highest levels of suicide by a factor, like exponential factors, directly related to the content that they're being
Quartering is live right now on Rumble.
Right.
And so, to the same degree, I think they, a lot of what you call wokeness was maybe an illegitimate, but a financial decision based on a lot of these.
Corporate psyop, maybe.
Corporate psyop.
Thank you.
I mean, by the way, exactly. I
just wanted to back up real quick. So you talked about certain people going too far. About 2.5 months ago, I visited a whites-only community in Hardy, Arkansas. And I don't know why, I guess coming from like a more like left-wing place, I'm from Seattle, I kind of assumed there was like a united front on the right for some reason. So I'm out there, I'm chilling with these dudes, they're like sword fighting, having barbecue.
What? Why would you think, why do they all think that all right-wing people agree with each other? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's always the same shit. They always pretend like everybody on the right is on the same side. That has literally never been the case ever. Like, a lot of right-wing niggas low-key hate each other, for real. Even in mainstream circles, they kind of hate each other and are very...
Overall, it was a good time for them. I had a hard time connecting with them because I don't agree with them, but it's all good. I was having fun for a couple days. And
sword fighting.
Then, right as I was there,
they did a different type of sword fighting once the cameras were off, probably.
I guess you had hit them up on X or something and said, like, hey, I don't want to associate with you guys. What happened there?
Well, that was really more of a personal disagreement with the guy that founded it.
Yeah.
But I do think it's an interesting project, and it's interesting that got so much pushback, this whites-only community.
Literally,
because you know
every
what?
theory she's positive.
He's seething about Candace
as fact because she had a dream or she astrally projected it has been disproven simply by the pre-trial hearing in the Tyler Robinson case. Tyler Robinson assassinated Charlie Kirk. There is no doubt. The evidence at the actual trial will be even more strong. And it's just, I'm all for asking questions, but the questions she's asking are dumb. And she's not really asking questions. She's writing narratives. And she's made millions and millions and millions of dollars over the past few years simply doing this, burning up her credibility.
Seething.
And she knows it. And so
seething at Queen Candace making all that dough with her conspiracy theories about how Charlie Kirk was killed by the Jewish Illuminati.
So she's spiraling now. And Andrew Colvett and people
you say
like
spiraling. She's basically acting the exact same way she's been acting for the past few years.
Andrew,
she definitely lost part of her mind when Charlie Kirk got murdered because she is in love with Charlie Kirk.
Andrew Wilson have
her husband is low key a cuck, for real, for real.
Absolutely been taking her to task. Steven Crowder offered like $100,000 to debate her. She won't. Andrew Wilson offered $300,000.
Nigga, that's chump change.
Because she knows, unless she...
Like, let's not forget, Candace Owens is, hold on, how much is he worth? How much is Candace Owens' husband's worth? $240 million. And and also her YouTube channel, she goes live, way more viewers, way more real viewers. Like every video that Candace puts out gets at least 2 million views on her channel. She has she's possibly the most watched conservative YouTuber on YouTube. Like for real. She doesn't need nigga fucking 100,000. That's chump change.
Goes on some, clown show like Sean Ryan who goes
for real. She's doing this YouTube shit as a hobby.
Goes on and just lets her spew whatever lies she wants and doesn't challenge even one of them, even when he knows better, even when he knows the truth about something. She needs those people's platforms. She can go on Tucker's platform where he won't push back on her. She can go on Sean Ryan's platform or the Hodge twins and they won't push back. And hey, all respect to these people doing their thing. No personal beef.
All
or whatever.
respect. Still seething about them.
Is, why won't these people push back on her? It's because it's better to bring her business-wise and financially to amplify her vile theories. And here's Andrew Colvett responding. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but you probably do if you've been watching me. I have a coffee company, and I have a big sale going on right
now. He just can't quit, bro. He'll never give it up. He will never give it up, dude.
CBCAmazon.com.
Greatest example of sunk cost fallacy I have ever seen in any person ever.
Or Coffee Brand Coffee.
I think he's actually in too deep. He's wasted so much money that he has to find a way to make it turn a little bit of a profit at this point.
You can too.
It's like there's some people who would ask, Mikey, why doesn't Ethan Van Sciver, why doesn't he just abandon the comic book shit since he's obviously never going to finish Rainbow the Brute? When he finished the latest version of Cyberfrog is going to be years from now. Why doesn't he just give up, right? And he just like he just goes into the sunset with all of his ill-gotten wealth. Well, he can't at this point because that's like his everything. He's put too much time, too much effort, too much of his own money actually into the production of these non-existent comic books. So he can't just leave it alone. He has to stick around because it's over for him if he leaves it.
Put our Dark Roast K-Cups 30% off until they're gone. Just because it's a high...
Mikey, is it cool if I'm clip? Of course, bro. You can clip whatever, take whatever you want.
Highly selling item. It's a great entry point for people who have never had our coffee
Re-upload
before.
the whole VOD later if you want to. I don't care.
Butterscotch toffee. We have 100% pure Kona, strawberries and cream, decaf, double calf, bourbon. So much.
That's the problem.
Much. And 5 pounds.
That's the problem. So much. You don't need all this shit, dude. This is unnecessary.
Bags. Just cbcamazon.com will take you directly there. Support me, support a super small business, and I would greatly appreciate it.
Super small. Oh, it's super small. You said it's super small. I thought you were going to be challenging Walmart, buddy. I thought you were going to have your shit put on fucking Walmart shelves, which is kind of contradictory. So you're going to be... No, he didn't say Walmart. He said Amazon, which is actually even more insane than saying you're going to challenge Walmart at this point. Because Amazon is bigger than Walmart is now. So you're going to challenge Amazon and you're going to get your shit put on Walmart shelves, but it's a super small company.
So here is a message here.
Something happened all the way back in February, and I was sworn to secrecy temporarily, and I feel that today is the correct day to inform audience.
Anybody who's ever told Candace Owens anything, she will out you for a buck, just so everyone knows that. So will Milo. And I love Milo. I would hang out with Milo.
I love Milo.
But I would never tell...
I would hang out with Milo.
Tell him any secrets, because...
I love this gay man. I would 100% hang out with him, you know.
He will just say him whenever he wants.
Because it may have some severe...
Is Milo another bull? We got it.
Global implications. So here is what happened, all right? I realize that Emmanuel Macron is in Washington, D.C. February 24th. He is in Washington.
The gay bull, right? Like, we've gone around. Now, there are bulls for Jeremy, too?
DC.
Before we said it was Tim Pool, for people who didn't watch, okay, so we watched this video where he was talking about Tim Pool, how much he loves Tim Pool, how much he admires Tim Pool, how awesome Tim is, how, you know, he possibly wears his hat for the same reason why Tim Pool wears his beanie. He's just trying to emulate Tim Pool. But he's also had Tim Pool over to his house, right? Which, you know, you would say, okay, well, they've known each other for a long time. They're both in like the same industry, basically. Of course, they've invited each other over to each other's homes to hang out with each other's families and shit. But more than that, apparently, Tim Pool invited Jeremy out to dinner alone. Not with his wife, not with Tim's wife. No, he took Jeremy out to eat by himself. He took Jeremy out for a night on town. So that led us to the theory that Tim Pool is actually Tim Bull. And then now there's like the bull verse is, they're not just bulls for Heather, they're bulls for Jeremy too. And maybe Milo is also one of these bulls.
So?
And he had departed the White House just hours before I received the call. When I call that person back, they tell me something that is even stranger. Emmanuel Macron is holding up.
Mikey, did you see Hassan shitted on Jeremy? Oh, wow. Well, that's something you don't hear about every day. Somebody shitting on Jeremy. Usually it's the other way around. Usually Jeremy is the one shitting shit up. Let me look it up for a minute.
Negotiations to end the Russian and Ukrainian war unless you stop speaking about his wife.
That's simply not true. The source for this is she made it up. By the way, she's going to lose her lawsuit to the Macrons too. Just so everyone's clear, she's going to lose that. The fact that she just makes up stuff so confidently is so wild to me.
It's actually really impressive.
Absolutely wild to me.
I'm just going,
it's actually crazy.
What?
It's a talent. It's a genuine talent to be that good at just coming up with bullshit. Most people aren't capable of doing some shit like that. Most people aren't capable of just coming up with some new, like, these crazy theories out of nowhere, just pulling it out of the ether. You gotta be naturally crazy. You gotta be naturally unhinged to just come up with these sorts of fantasies on the spot.
And I get another message that's like, hey, keep.
Yeah, that's what Jer is. He is jealous. He's so envious that he's not as naturally entertaining as Candace and her crazy ass is.
Your phone on. And anyways, this phone call is coming from Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Pick up the phone.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, you know, so here's what happened. I'm negotiating this thing. I'm negotiating Ukraine and Russia, and you wouldn't believe how many parts are part. It is President Donald J. Trump. He is calling me, and in true President Trump fashion, he jumps right into the narrative.
I doubt it. I doubt this happened anywhere near the way she said it did. Now, Andrew Colvett says, yes, I've seen the alleged text messages shared by Candace. I have no idea about their authenticity.
Did Trump pipe Candace? Well, you know, he does love himself some black queens.
Text messages she shared with Trump.
Low-key think that he's in love with Nicki Minaj at this point.
Kirk. For argument's sake, let's say they're real. Here are my observations. It can be an evil thing to release a man's private messages after his death. Well, and at all, honestly. Not everything is meant to be public. I can understand certain things in certain contexts.
Honestly, Trump probably has a bunch of mistresses that we just don't know about.
But Candace is weaponizing these messages to diminish Charlie's public statements and advance her own agenda.
I remember that one cuck post by that one guy who his wife went to meet Trump, and he's like, you know, for Donald Trump, I give you the pass. You have the pass for Trump, baby. You can do whatever you want. You know, it's for the cause. It's for MAGA. You gotta make America great again. Let Trump make that pussy great again, babe. It's fine. I wish I could find that shit. It was crazy, bro. The most insane cuck post I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of fucking content involving Jeremy Hambley.
He's not here to defend himself. Also consider the moment in time. Charlie had been unfairly called things in 2023. He had understandably been upset by that. He had some messages about the chosen people and how he was getting frustrated about donors and stuff like that. I don't really care about any of that. Candace was facing a similarly unfair attack. He's clearly trying to support someone who he thinks is being taken advantage of. It's important to remember that in 2023, Candace had yet to go off the deep end with her jihad against that group of people. We didn't yet know how far she was going to take it. Our relationship with the Daily Wire had sometimes been rocky over the years, but these texts would be from before things improved significantly in 2024, Trump's re-election and victory, which is why Ben spoke at AmFest in 2024 and 2025 at Charlie's invitation. Did disagreements remain? Of course. But at the time of these texts, Charlie was not yet in regular communication with Ben and Jeremy Boring, and he was only hearing Candace's version of events. But publishing what she claims are private messages to illustrate is illustrative of her character, and there's an important story that explains how Charlie Kirk became very aware of this. In the first few months of Trump's second term, Emmanuel Macron did visit D.C. and met with the president. Afterward, the president spoke with Charlie to see if Candace would be willing to stop attacking Macron's wife. This was a
So it is true. It is true that Candace actually did have contact with Donald Trump, which I could 100% believe anyway. Because here's another thing about Candace. Candace has been publicly beefing with the president of France because she won't stop saying that Macron's wife is actually a man. Which is, here's the thing about Macron's wife. She's old, she's busted, and she's also like an actual pedophile because she started hooking up with Macron when he was still when he was still a teenager. He was a student, right? She was his teacher while he was still in high school. That's how they first met. So his wife, the first lady of France, is literally an old pedophile. But it's France, so that's not a real they don't care about that. France doesn't care about shit like I would say that they don't care about pedophilia unless it's with small children. I don't even know if that's true because the whole cutie shit. There's that one time when you had all those French philosophers they were basically trying to get the age of consent completely removed. They were trying to Groyper Max like decades before the Groypers came up with this brilliant idea of just getting rid of the age of consent.
He handled it with the utmost discretion. Candace did not. Despite the sensitive nature, Candace soon shared the story of the president calling her on her podcast. Maybe he did call her then. Why am I telling you this? Because when Charlie found out that Candace was willing to share the president's private communications on her show, just like she's apparently willing to share Charlie's private messages now, he was angry. She had betrayed the president's confidence.
Oh, excuse me.
Charlie believed
he was actually younger. He was actually younger than I thought, right? The president of France, he was actually like 15. He was actually 15 when he got with Bridget. And she was 39. That's actually crazier than I thought it was going to be. Here's what I thought. I thought it was like he was like 16 or 17 and she was like in her late 20s or something. That's actually way crazier. He was like barely out of, I don't know if they have middle school in France. But it's like 15, almost 40. Yeah, that's crazy, right?
And after that, he told me that Candace was officially a lost cause. And
even the people who were like, well, so long as it's 17 and like 6.5 months, that's actually, that's basically no, nigga. No, 15, 39, that's crazy.
No one could ever trust her again. Breaching people's trust in public and in a callous way isn't normal behavior. And to him, she had crossed the Rubicon. This is why I'm very aware that
you should check out the doc Mr. Interesting did on Mr. Girl. He's saying cuties reminded me of it.
Charlie and Candace were not, in fact, friends when he died. He was still managing the relationship so she wouldn't turn on the organization. But this pattern of hers playing out now why Charlie ultimately realized he could never trust her. Then on Piers Morgan yesterday, Andrew Wilson had this to say.
Assassinated, murdered, shot dead.
Why don't the Groypers all move to France? They would probably say there are too many brown people there, despite a lot of Groypers themselves being brown.
And to target a grieving...
Something I just thought, right? I learned this the other day, because I looked it up for the first time ever. So how niggas are always like, we was kings. Nigga, Egypt is full of black people. Black people used to run Egypt. They erased our history. So I looked it up. there are actually as many black Egyptians as there are black French people in the Paris metro area. Not in all of France, just the Paris metro area has about as many black people as there are in all of Egypt. And Egypt's population is damn near twice. It's like 1.8 times bigger than France's population. And they have as many black people in all of the country as France does in just like the metropolitan area of Paris alone. And niggas will still be like, no, nigga, there have barely been any black people in Egypt ever. There was like 1 or 2 black Nubian pharaohs ever. And that was it. And there were like literally more white. There are literally way more Greek pharaohs than there ever were black pharaohs. And niggas will be like, why do they keep making Egyptians light-skinned? And look, bro, I'm not saying that Egyptians are light-skinned. I'm not saying they're fair-skinned like Europeans are. But most of them definitely are not black. That's definitely not the case.
It's such a relentless campaign without any real evidence for any of the nonsensical.
Yeah, look at the French World Cup team. Them niggas were way darker than the Egyptian World Cup team. You really think if there were that many niggas in Egypt, they wouldn't have sent them to the World Cup? Of course they would have.
Theory she's putting forward, I think is actually pretty evil.
It is.
What do you think?
We have right now a $200,000 offer for Candace Owens to debate her theories on Charlie.
Why is Piers Morgan still on the air? He's been disingenuous for years. Because he's entertaining the people. Because he's slop. Here's the thing, right? And this is the strength of Piers Morgan. He is 100% self-aware of the fact that his show is just trashy slop politics. That he just runs a clown show. He is not in denial about that at all, which is why he has no problem with having people like this guy, like all of these fucking nobody E-celebs, like Nick Fuentes, like Destiny On, because it's all about entertainment at the end of the day. He's not here for actual political discussion. No ideas that are going to change the fate of nations are happening on Piers Morgan's show. Nigga, this is garbage. It's garbage. You're basically eating the sloppiest junk food possible when you watch Piers Morgan, and Piers is aware of that, and that's why he's still on the air.
I will say publicly right now on your show, we will up it to 300,000 just to have this woman actually debate her views.
300, man. Andrew Wilson is crushing it, dude. Good for him.
But they can't.
Is he?
None of them can. Not her. None of her orbiters like Baron Coleman and others. They all refuse to actually debate their view.
It annoys me how he does the Steven Crowder shit where he tries too hard to be a manly man.
Now
he always has that cigarette in his fucking fingers, right?
Why is this the case?
Because that's what real men do. Real men are always smoking while they're on live.
It's
the cigarette won't even be lit. He won't even have lit the cigarette. He'll just have it in his fucking hand like a prop. I bet he doesn't even light it most of the time.
Because she's the pot calling the kettle black. Imagine a woman works for PragerU.
Hold up, is that a racial comment? What the fuck was that? What did you just say?
To actually debate their views. Now you might ask, why is this the case? It's because she's the pot calling the kettle black.
She's a nigger.
Imagine a woman.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe you would say that about a black woman, dude.
Works for TPUSA.
I know you're a conservative, but Jesus,
works for the
Daily Wire.
Ben Shapiro works for all of these people, and then says, "Hey, this other woman over here, she's a clout chaser." It's like, give me a break. Pot calling the kettle black across.
He did it again. Oh my God, dude! I'm gonna get Piers Morgan taken off the air.
No evidence.
Calm down, Andrew.
On the Owens side for any of their crazy conspiracies, and you find out on top of that many of the people who are within their orbit who push this, like the Unfuck America tour and others, guess what? They're funded by Act Blue. Oh, go figure. They're funded by Act Blue and trying to use this as a wedge issue to try to divide TPUSA and the Republicans at large. It's being used as a wedge issue. Now, can you criticize TPUSA for a Zionist message or having had a Zionist message or too pro-Israel? Sure. Can you criticize Erica Kirk and her personal opinions? Absolutely.
The war against Erica Kirk and Candace Owens is the greatest, possibly the greatest cat fight in female conservative history. Like the greatest conservative. It's like Jujutsu Kaisen, you know, Gojo versus Sukuna. The greatest conservative thought of the past versus the greatest conservative thought of today.
Can you do all of this? I think that that's all fine. But that's not actually what's going on. What's actually going on is that this is being used.
Oh, well, what was he sipping on?
Personal opinions.
What was Jeremy
Absolutely.
sipping on?
Can you do all of
this is how he's getting healthy.
I think that that's all.
Why don't you just drink water and coffee with no creamer? There you go.
Oh, fine.
I just
But
figured
that's
it out
not
for
actually
you.
what's going on.
See, Nick Fuentes actually has some decent dieting advice. People were asking, Nick, how do I lose weight? I'm a fat fuck. And Nick is like, just stop eating, nigga. Just drink black coffee and don't eat anything. Eat 1 meal a day. And that's it.
What's actually going on.
Jared's like, I gotta do keto and I gotta eat this shit and then I gotta take like 4,000 steps, but I can't step that much because, you know, my foot is hurting and also I'm fat. Just eat 1 meal a day and don't drink. There you go. You'll lose weight very quickly.
Is that this is being used as a wedge issue for a revenge plot. And that's what they want. They want revenge against the evil TPUSA. That's what she wants. And they will do.
Jared's chat room today again was just raging on blacks like inbreds. They make racists like me ashamed.
Anything to get it, because for the first.
I don't know why. See, I don't understand. Why would they even care about black people? Like, who are they? What black people is Jeremy beefing with? It's like the only person, like he doesn't really have a lot of black detractors, really.
Time ever, Republicans have outreach into universities.
It's just me. Are there any other black detractors besides me?
Universities, which is where we've been wanting to be.
Yep.
Candace isn't really a detractor. Like he doesn't like Candace, but she doesn't acknowledge his existence because he's a nobody. He's irrelevant.
My entire lifetime. And they're doing everything they can to destroy.
Yeah, he's not like Rich. See, Review Tech USA, that Nick, he can't keep the black detractors away. We're like attracted to him by like nature.
That both progressives and this alternative movement, and they're such cowards they won't.
See, it's really because he's a Southern Italian, so it's really like African on African violence when black people don't like Review Tech USA or DSP.
Won't even debate their views.
Yeah, 100% true. They won't. They refuse to debate. By the way, Candace Owens also got scammed out of a $10,000 bounty. Ben Shapiro now clowning Candace Owens after she either A, totally lied about who he is.
Why do y'all keep talking about 10 grand, 20 grand, 100,000? Like, bro, her husband is worth hundreds of like she doesn't need this fucking money, bro. Well, he's not worth hundreds of millions. How much is he worth again? Oh no, he is. He literally is worth like $250 million. Her fucking husband. Then you take her net worth, which is probably in the tens of millions. So they are worth like $250 million. She doesn't need your little pity money. These niggas are like, I'm going to give Candace $5,000 to come and debate me. Nigga, that's not even enough. She would wipe her ass with that.
Lunch with. B was scammed out of $10,000. Ben Shapiro says he has no idea who the Gary guy even is and has now issued a challenge to Candace.
Combine WAP with nigger, you get a whopper.
To figure out who
That's a good one.
He ate lunch with and what he was wearing on that day. But not just that, he also vowed that he will donate $10,000 to
the quarter strikes
Charlie
again.
Kids' future college funds for every time Candace incorrectly guesses who it actually was.
Folks, I genuinely can't believe this is what.
Now, I'm not a huge fan of Ben Shapiro, but
why? What has Ben Shapiro done to you? I don't understand.
I'm not, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Why would Ben Shapiro be your enemy? What has Ben Shapiro done? Why is he beefing with all these people who don't even care about him?
And he has stood staunchly.
Well, I guess I shouldn't be one to talk because none of my detractors. Well, that's not true. Actually, that's actually not true. Rich actually does know who I am. Ethan Van Sciver definitely knew who I was, and he's seethed about me before. So
against Candace Owens and her attacks, her vile demonic attacks against Erica Kirk.
My life has now come to. After debunking Tucker's Russian novel on X about me, I am now here admiring Candace Owens' unique ability to peddle silliness like it's some secret revelation about the universe. Remember, if you're not spotting the op, you're the mark. Well, here we go.
Yeah.
I'm getting very concerned about waste.
Oh yeah, Clog. Clog also cares a whole lot about me. And it's one of those cases, right, where he's like the one guy where I don't even think about him. Him and Brit Bong, too. Those guys definitely seethe and mauled about me a lot. I barely talk about them, but, you know, they're like, I guess it's the case. It's the case where I was punching down when it came to it. When I was making fun of Cog and when I was making fun of Brit Bong, I was definitely punching down on those guys. Even without the YouTube channel, I'm still punching down on those dudes right now. So maybe that's the reason, because it was an example of a bigger guy shitting on some dudes who are beneath them.
Fraud and abuse in this country. Very, very concerned. I'm particularly concerned about Candace Owens, who it appears was scammed out of $10,000. So, for those who missed it, Candace Owens has
Hey, weren't we watching the Fuentes video? Oh, we were.
a newfound theory. Everyone was involved in Charlie Crook's murder except for Charlie Crook's actual murderer.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll switch back. We'll come back to this in a minute.
If you go to a lot of these different neighborhoods in major cities, there are ethnic enclaves. And it's not like there's an explicit rule that you have to be a certain ethnicity, but we all know in Chicago,
we'll switch back and forth.
Chicago and New York and LA, you got certain
Jeremy ain't going nowhere.
neighborhoods where it is 80, 90% one ethnicity.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of white people that say we kind of want something similar. I don't think there's anything.
Nick,
Well, okay, let's back up. If you want to talk
That's
about
funny.
the histories of, New York and Chicago, I feel like that was also a conscious decision that was made like
I
after the
tell you
Civil
where
Rights
it's
Act.
blacks only. It's in Cabrini Green, where Mayor Daley made everybody that was black live in the Cabrini Green. I mean, it's not, that wasn't by choice. It's not by choice that these ethnic enclaves are 80 or 90%, whatever that ethnicity is. It's because that's the only place in which they had an opportunity.
Which is why I do not take seriously a lot of the shit you hear about how people say the South is especially racist. No, here's the difference, right? During Jim Crow, during that era, the South was just more openly racist than the cowardly Yankees and West Coast niggas, right? They all pretended like they weren't as racist as the South. They were. They did all the same shit. They actually did it. It was more insidious because you had a lot of black people and white people. Yes, our facilities were separated, but we still live like closer to each other. We just couldn't use each other's facilities. So that way, when segregation ended, you had black people and white people intermixing a lot more in the South than in other places because we didn't have policies like it had like in New York or Chicago, where the white politicians there would literally just red line niggas out of entire sections of the city. That didn't happen in the South. In the South, you would have black people and white people. They weren't allowed to go in the same places as each other. Their kids weren't going to the same schools. They were living like a block away from each other, for real.
Opportunity to live unbothered, or where they were told that they had to live because of the historical fact that they could not move into other neighborhoods. You could not move into parts of.
How old are you, Mikey? I don't want to self-dox. I'm not that old. I'm a zillennial. Let me put it that way. I'm a zillennial. You can go from there.
Chicago without, being stoned.
Right.
Literally, right?
Yeah,
and so, like so it's not as if those ethnic enclaves are there by choice. And so that
also ethnic enclaves do exist for like specific variations of different Europeans. Like, there is like places that are chocolate, like South Philly's full of Italians.
But there's Little Italy and there's Little Korea.
So I think the issue,
that was a big issue too, by the way, when the Italians, Mikey going on his token Italian rant, when the Italians, those fucking Italians first got here in America, people had a problem with them coming and they would make their own enclaves in New York and New Jersey and all these other places. And they didn't really seem to assimilate a lot, right? Because it was one thing that they were Catholic, because we already started having Catholic immigrants with, a lot of the fucking Irish would come here who are also discriminated against because they were Catholic. But it was even further than that because the Italians, they also, they lived in their enclaves. They had their own culture. They did a lot of crime, right? They actually did. You would actually look at a chart. There was a time in this country where even per capita, white people committed more violent crimes than black people did. And if you were to look at a lot of it from, say, the late 1800s to the early 1900s, a lot of that came from Italians and Italian immigrants. Like Italian immigrants and second generation Italian Americans were responsible for a lot of the violent crimes that white people were committing. And, you know, they would get drunk a lot. They were the reason we had prohibition, right? So you weren't supposed to drink. And part of the reason why prohibition would get so popular is because Italians, as well as the Irish, would drink a lot and they would beat their wives and shit like that. So there are actually some, I'm not saying prohibition was good. There are some actually very noble reasons why people were pro people not drinking and doing all this shit. So they weren't very, they were kind of the Somalis of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, right? The Italian immigrants were. So that was the reason why people hated the enclave shit. And this is why you would hear somebody like, say, Teddy Roosevelt. He said, anybody who calls himself a hyphen American isn't really an American. You're either an American or you're not. This Italian, Irish shit, that ain't it.
I always like that. What confused me the most about the whites only community is like there's just so many different kinds of white people in America. You know, so like to establish a
Winston, the e-girl respecter, thank you for the rage quit. Didn't this Andrew Callahan, Channel 5 guy do a smear campaign lying about Nick Shirley? Makes sense about his stooge like Fuentes is collabing with him. Yes, Nick Shirley also is hated on by Nick Fuentes, because Nick Fuentes hated the fact that this new Nick, this younger Nick, in a much, much shorter amount of time, came on the scene and did more for conservatives than Nick Fuentes ever has in the past decade. Like immediately, Nick Shirley came on the scenes and he started doing major stories. And some of the Somalis he was reporting on have been charged with fraud. Like there might actually be major policy changes going on. Like Tim Walz he completely dumped out of the potentially running for president ever again. A lot of that was due to Nick Shirley's reporting and shit like that. Nick Fuentes never caught a body that big ever.
Unified white culture with a place so diverse and
yes, Nick Shirley definitely is retarded, but look at what a retard managed to do just by going outside.
Like different regional flavors just kind of felt confusing to me because that could mean a different thing depending on what part of the country or what European enclave.
Yes, Italians are creators of Western civilization. I'm not denying that.
Have you originated?
Look, I make a lot of fun of Italians. I'm not going to try and strip them of their culture or, you know, their contributions to Western civilizations. You take away Italians, you take away basically everything. Like you take away Rome, you take away the Italian city-states, you take away Venice, you take away Genoa, you take away Christopher Columbus. The fucking continents, the Americas, are named after an Italian, Amerigo Vespucci. Of course, Italians are incredible. But, you know, I'm still going to, like, their history is their history, and I'm going to talk about it.
Like, we're Irish people from the Philly area. Can you compare that to, like, you know, surfers in San Diego or even, like...
We don't get the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles if the Italians don't exist. I fucking love Italians.
You know, Italian Americans and stuff.
I have my fun.
I don't know, everything just feels so different. So when I got there, I was trying to identify what they meant by white culture. It wasn't really based on shared, like, cultural practices, but more the exclusion of people who weren't white. So they weren't, like, stoked on being European necessarily. They were more just like, oh, we're here because those people aren't here. So it just kind of felt more negative than constructive.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not really involved with that project in particular, but I think that, look, I mean, you talk about the anger that's out there and the frustration, and I think part of the frustration, let's be honest, is that white people do feel like we are being boxed out.
What was that?
Frustration, let's be honest, is that white people do feel like we are being boxed out.
We are being boxed out? White people feel like we are being boxed out. I'm sorry, let's slow that down. I want to hear it one more time.
People do feel like we are being boxed out.
Feel like we are being boxed out.
In major cities in the country.
He doesn't even live in the city of Chicago. He lives in the suburbs of Chicago on the outskirts. So he literally already boxed himself out.
and it feels like, look, there's a little Haiti and there's various ethnic enclaves where you get that local culture and they do their, cultural festivals and that sort of thing. And white people feel like they're being pushed out and they want a space where things are familiar.
Do you feel the same way?
Yes, he is white when it's convenient. He does the chameleon shit that a lot of white nationalists, well, a lot of people in general, complain about Jews doing, which is pretty annoying. Where they're white when they want to be, but then they're Jewish when it's convenient, right? Suddenly they're an out group when it's convenient to be that. Like, who was it? Jon Stewart, who made that one joke about how, come on, black people, help us stand up against whitey, as if he doesn't look white as fuck, as if you wouldn't, like, if you just saw a random dude who looks like Jon Stewart, you wouldn't immediately, I don't even think it was that guy, but it was a guy like that. It's like you would look at this dude randomly and you would say, this guy is totally white. What the fuck is this? And he does the exact same thing. He's white most of the time. But then when the police come up and they ask him about saying some white supremacist shit, he's like, my last name is Fuentes. I'm Mexican. I can't be a white supremacist.
The Italian festival that happens in every city.
Well, here's a good example. So,
yeah, Hassan does do it too. And it's very weird because Hassan is actually even less, he's even swarthier than Nick Fuentes is. Like, I look at Hassan, before I even knew Hassan was Turkish, I immediately knew he wasn't white. I thought he was something. He was some manner of like West Asian, right?
Or St. Patrick's Day?
Well, there's no Irish neighborhood in Chicago. Little Italy.
Sure there is.
I mean, there's some remnant in Bridgeport.
Yeah. It's important to note that, like, and I'm not trying to get into like a shouting match here, but like, as a family coming from a family who did leave Philadelphia in the 60s because of black migration from the South after the Civil Rights Act was passed, there was a sort of like mass flight of white people into the suburbs, and that kind of led to a homogenization of different cultures because they rushed so fast to build these like identical strip mall suburbs that it was very hard to maintain cultural bonds.
It's very funny, right? In hindsight, it's kind of funny because a lot of the white people who left after that happened, their descendants are now coming back to the South because a lot of the northern and west coast cities that they abandoned the South for have actually gotten worse than a lot of these southern cities, which are actually starting to get pretty damn good.
Made different European and white neighborhoods unique around like the 1950s and before. So,
and it sucks because a lot of their descendants are lived the fuck out.
I feel like the mass suburbanization is also a big...
Yo, Ron Paul, but on steroids. Thank you for the yap. Yo, Mikey, just FYI, Vespucci changed its name. America name comes from America, land of the plume serpent, source Kurt Metzer in Hidden Armoruca. Oh, really?
Big factor that led to those like cultural bonds breaking.
Yeah, but why did that happen? I mean, a lot of the suburbanization is because of the race riots in the 1960s. People moved out because of the violence. My grandfather was in the National Guard in Chicago when, after MLK got assassinated, the whole West Side burned to the ground. And people didn't want to be around that anymore.
Why?
Which grandfather, though? Which grandfather of yours was in Chicago in the 1960s, Nick? I want to see, can we get a photo? Can we get a photo of what this grandfather of yours looked like? I'm curious. I want to see something real quick.
Why were the riots?
Yeah, MLK Jr. was assassinated.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so does that justify burning down the city?
It really doesn't. Like, he's like, okay, what happened there? Well, okay, bro, that doesn't justify if a white dude got shot today, nobody would justify white people chipping the fuck out and burning half of a city to the fucking ground.
No, I didn't say it justifies it, but it sure justifies an enormous amount of the anger, the same kind of anger that you feel about being left out, the same kind of anger that you're expressing right now about the idea that you're culturally irrelevant, that you don't have a place in society. Imagine if you were a 26-year-old black man in 1968 and saw your hero be assassinated.
I saw Trump get shot in the ear and...
Did he?
Yeah, it's like, what if all the MAGA niggas after Trump got shot? Say Trump died, would all the MAGA niggas have been would they have been cool with just going around and burning all these other cities to the ground too?
And I saw Charlie Kirk get shot, and I didn't see any cities get burned down. It's funny how that works.
I think it's a very, very, very different thing.
How? How is it a different... Damn, he's making me take Nick Fuentes' side.
How's that different?
See, this is why Nick Fuentes actually has been gaining some new clout, because a lot of these niggas on the left are retarded. Hunter Biden, I mean, he already is retarded, but he's not especially retarded in this regard. A lot of these dudes do believe it. They believe that Donald Trump getting shot, Charlie Kirk getting shot, all this shit happening is completely different. Like, it's not the same thing and doesn't get the result. Like fucking George Floyd, literal criminal, porn star, put a fucking gun to a pregnant bitch's stomach. This dude dies, and it justified multiple riots in multiple cities, not just across America, but across the world. Like, it justified all this bullshit. But nobody can chimp out. Conservatives can never chimp out over anything. And nobody should chip out over anybody like dying or anything like that. I'm just saying.
Got shot in the neck.
Yeah.
And liberals celebrated all over social media by Tyler Robinson.
Yeah. Who is what?
Who is some liberal guy.
He is?
Mm-hmm.
But
he's got a transgender boyfriend.
Does that make him liberal? Because he's transgender?
Oh, he's doing the shit, bro. He's doing all of the gay shit where they try and act like Tyler Robinson. Oh, well, you know, he came from a Mormon family, so that automatically means that he's conservative, even though he was fucking some troon's pussy. That doesn't mean, you know, there are a lot of closeted conservatives who fuck trans people. You don't even know. Come on.
He's gay?
Well, because he's got a transgender boyfriend, yeah, I think so.
It makes him liberal.
I think he was liberal, yeah.
Now, you know, actually, hold up. Be fair. To be fair, right? He says, I think that he's liberal because he has a transgender boyfriend. That just came from Nick Fuentes. So, actually, hold up. Maybe Hunter doesn't even... See, here's the thing. Hunter doesn't even understand. If Hunter knew the lore about Nick Fuentes, he would be, oh, really, Nick? So having a transgender boyfriend means that you're automatically a liberal, huh? So being a little bit gay, being a little bit LGBT means you're automatically not a conservative, huh? Is that the case? But Hunter doesn't know any of the Nick Fuentes lore, so he couldn't bring that up.
Okay. Well, he didn't come from a liberal family. He didn't come from a liberal enclave. He didn't come from a liberal background. He's not a minority.
You know what's really sad?
Liberal.
I think he was liberal, yeah.
Okay. Well, he didn't come from a liberal family. He didn't come from a liberal...
Like, look at this. You can't be cool, right? It's like he's a leather-working, gun-toting, cowboy-loving, brilliant kid. You can't be cool and be into all this cool shit if you're a liberal now. If you do any of this shit, if you like to go fishing, you like to go hunting, you like to shoot guns, you like to do cowboy shit, people are immediately going to think that you're liberal, that you're like a conservative. You can't be liberal and do all of this cool shit that conservatives get to just claim.
Enclave. He didn't come from a liberal background. He's not a minority. He was a Mormon, correct? Mm-hmm. And grew up in a Mormon household, and he went to a...
You know what it's like? It's like they did it to himself, right? Liberals did this to themselves. It's like during the hockey game, Canada versus the United States, where we got the gold. We proved that we're the greatest hockey nation on earth. Fucking sent those Canucks packing with the silver, the second place trophy, right? Libs were very mad that it seemed like conservatives were the ones who were celebrating the most. And it's like, look, bro, you guys made being patriotic something you're not allowed to do if you're like not conservative. Only conservatives get to be patriotic. Only conservatives care that much about shit like this. Only conservatives love their countries to an unhealthy degree. You gave that up.
Largely Mormon college, and he ended up committing...
Yo, Ron Paul, but on steroids. Thank you for another 2,000 kicks. Thank you for another yap. Why the fuck is Nick treated like a genuine intellectual when Medicare blew his bussy out way back? Cowboy Führer of the white race, faggot, test to... You know what's interesting? Apparently, Kick lets you say slurs if you just do it while you give somebody money, right? If you send somebody kicks, or maybe if you send them enough kicks, you can get away with saying a slur or two. That's very interesting. You know, that actually makes sense. I feel that's actually really clever. Like, oh no, we're not completely censored. You can get around the AI mod. You just gotta pay some money to do it. That's actually very clever if that was an intentional thing that Kick did.
an act of violence, according to the FBI and the
Thanks for the hell
authorities in
yeah,
Utah
Reardon
that charged
Steele.
him. How does that in any way?
Yes, but yeah, Medicare did completely destroy Nick, like effortlessly. I'm sure Hunter loves this fucking angle you took of him here, Andrew. I'm sure he fucking loves that. What a gracious looking angle of him.
Compare to what we're talking about. I'm not justifying the violence that occurred after the death of Martin Luther King, but you're saying that person.
Thanks for the hype.
This Tyler, whoever his name is was.
You know, you say Norwood Reaper. How old is Hunter Biden? He's like 50 something, right? How old is Hunter Biden? He's 56. Okay, so this dude is 56 and he's unhealthy as fuck. He does crack. He drinks all the time, parties to an unhealthy degree. He's still got most of his hair, right? It's like an Ethan Ralph situation. You would think that the way that Ralph lives, all of his hair would be gone. But no, it's like, I don't know, God just decided to bless him up top and let him keep most of this shit.
As disenfranchised as the African American community in 1968 in inner cities?
Well, the question is, who
thanks
we
for
want
the
to live
full
around.
sin,
I'm not
Reardon
living
Steele.
around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry.
And in the 1960s, the West Side burns down.
Wait. What do you say?
White kid, not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry.
And
How are you going to make white kids, bro? There are two things that are in the way between you making white kids. One, you're not white. Two, you're gay. So you're never going to get inside of a vagina anyway.
The 1960s.
Nick Fuentes is so gay, he can't even get a beard. Nick Fuentes is so gay, he can't just pinch his nose and fucking take one for the team. Just like fucking take a honey pack and just go to town, bro. Just like one time.
The West Side burns.
Here's the thing, right? Nick Fuentes is not Mexican enough. He could possibly make a white child so long as he gets with like a proper Anglo woman or something like that. But he's not going to do it.
Down. We don't want to live around that. We don't want to live around a city that's
when
burning
that
down.
happened. That's not when the white flight happened.
It is.
Not, no,
it was
is
a big
not.
response to it. Absolutely.
100% not.
Absolutely.
You make these historical connections that don't exist. Part of it was potentially, but before that, what Mayor Daley did is made Chicago the most segregated city in the entire United States, other than Boston. When you would come from the South to Chicago, African Americans from the South, blacks in the South coming to Chicago would say that Chicago was twice the level of segregation and racism that occurred.
See, this is what I was talking about. See, I told you.
In the South. And so it wasn't as if you're coming into a situation in which you're feeling
Yankees had closet racism, and the closet racism was low-key worse than the open racism of the Deep South.
Anyway, enfranchised by the community.
Ron Paul, but on steroids. Thanks for to pack it up. Credit to Hunter cruising on a Porsche while smoking crack and getting a foot job from a Chinese spy while watching MTV's ridiculousness. King shit for real.
In the situation that you're in.
Honestly, if Hunter just stopped trying to be a political figure, I literally wouldn't give a fuck, and I would say good for him on, just making use of the fact that you have a rich father to do whatever the fuck.
And
Michael Jordan's sons have also been caught on vacation in foreign countries doing blow because, fuck it, my dad's a billionaire. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
As many people left simply because of the idea that someone was black moving into their neighborhood as the violence that occurred after the assassination of Martin Luther King. So the numbers actually, pre-1968, when King was shot, you had more people leave the city because of the desegregation, because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, than you did after the riots.
I think that's just not true. I think that the race riots were a huge driver of white flight to the suburbs. I think it's just dishonest to say that's not the case.
Okay, so what's your point about all of this?
Well, we're talking about where people want to live.
Yeah, I know. So like what in 2026?
Well, how about in 2020 when Minneapolis burned to the ground? Or how about in the summer of 2020 in Chicago?
Minneapolis didn't burn to the ground.
It didn't?
No. I mean,
He meant figuratively, right? Like, also, Chicago did... Here's the thing, right?
BLM didn't destroy dozens of structures.
If you guys need a physical witness to what happened in Minneapolis, there were many structures that burned.
Yeah, look at that shit, nigga. It didn't burn to the ground. Okay, the whole city remain standing. But you look at all this damage, all of this fire. There were niggas who were literally going around just causing the apocalypse wherever they went.
Ground, not the city, but there was, I would say, between 40 to 50 buildings off of Lake Street in the south side that did burn to the ground. But the most of the city was intact, but it was quite an intense situation.
People don't want to live around that. People don't want to live around that. You know, in Chicago.
Yeah, mostly peaceful inferno.
So it rolled on into the summer, and it wasn't, you know, let's say, the anger of the oppressed and the disenfranchised.
So
they were looting. They were looting and carjacking. The criminals.
Are you saying that the problem with the 26-year-old white kid living in suburbia outside of Chicago and his feeling of being disenfranchised is because
funny? He says the young white kid. This is literally the one clip where Nick Fuentes denies his whiteness because the cops are pressing him
outside of Chicago.
And you know, he literally did this because the cop that was pressing him was Latino. He saw a Latino cop pressing him. He's like, hey, ese, no, me no white supremacist, me Mexicano like you.
And his feeling of being disenfranchised is because there was looting and rioting in Minneapolis by black people. And it's black people that are doing it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Austin Metcalf was that he got stabbed in the neck at a track meet. And the problem with our city in Chicago is that the Magnificent Mile is gone. Water Tower Place is gone because of all the crime.
Nick, and the entire generation of African Americans is that they've been getting killed by cops for decades.
No, man, that's bullshit, dude.
Nick,
they commit crime. And listen, it's not...
Nick.
What?
That's not true. It's not true. Are you saying that police brutality as it relates and racism in the police?
Like, this has been completely dispelled. This has been completely dispelled by the body cam. The pushing for body cams was the worst fucking idea that the left ever had because it completely sabotaged. When was the last time y'all heard about a viral story of some cops killing a nigga unarmed for no reason? I almost never hear about that shit anymore because now they just drop the body cam footage and everybody's like, oh yeah, they probably should have killed that nigga. They probably should have shot that nigga earlier, actually. Right? Like, that's completely been dispelled.
Force in the way in which police treat African Americans. Nick, you could grow up here like I did between Wilmington and Philadelphia. And if you were a black dentist and you lived in Wilmington and you commuted to Philadelphia, the chances of you being pulled over by a state trooper, either Delaware or in Pennsylvania, are about 50 times that would be if it was a white guy. 50 times. And so what you're trying to tell me is that the problem in America right now is that a 26-year-old white kid who lives in suburban Chicago doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled or he's been woke, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing the crime in Chicago. The carjackings, shootings, teen takeovers. We know why there's no business.
He's doing all of the disingenuous shit. See, this is why, man, I don't know, that problem with Nick Fuentes again is that his enemies are simply they're too weak, right? He's got the weakest enemies. The worst ops are the ones who he keeps getting into battles with. See, he doesn't fear people like Hunter Biden. People like Hunter Biden show he's not afraid of people like that. People like Piers Morgan, people like that. The people who he's actually afraid of, the people he's actually fearful of, are people like Milo. He's scared to death. He would sooner debate. Nick would sooner debate Barack Obama and Bill Clinton at the same time before he had to stand in the same room as fucking Milo Yiannopoulos. Those are his ops, which is why he doesn't talk about those people. He doesn't talk about Milo. He doesn't talk about Jaden. Doesn't talk about anybody because he doesn't talk about any of those people because they know all of the secrets. They know all of the lore, and he's got no answer to any of the shit they're gonna bring up.
On the Mag Mile.
But some fucking shit libs, that's easy eats for Nick, for real.
Anymore, and it's because they steal cars, they drive them through windows. And listen, black people are some of the biggest victims of the black crime But we're not allowed to talk about it because of the racial
What do you mean
dimension.
you're not allowed to talk about it? We're talking about it right here.
Hey, guys,
you have a platform in which millions of people listen to you, Nick.
I think
Well, after Elon had to buy Twitter and open it up. It wasn't like that before. I was banned from everything for many years. So no, you weren't allowed it. You're right. We could talk about it now, but that's only because the good guys won.
Hey, what's up, guys? There's something I forgot to tell you about. We also just launched our own streaming platform.
Okay, so this is my cue to go back to the quartering. Mikey is Hunter, an honorary black person because of all the crack he smoked. No, because he didn't suffer any sort of consequences for it.
And lately, she's been trying to wrap me into that.
Because his daddy is rich.
Was I?
To be fair, if you got a rich daddy and you're black, you can also get away with smoking crack.
Was I?
This is something that people don't understand. Niggas are like, no, if a nigga did that, he would never get punished. He would always get punished right away. He would face the ultimate brunt of the law. Not necessarily. If he has connections and he's rich and he knows the right people, he can get off just like the white dude can get off. The truth is, crime is kind of based off of class more than it's based off of race or anything else. But a lot of people are not prepared for that discussion.
Apparently, it was me. Because again, my phenomenal godlike powers not only extend to American foreign policy, but also to the murder of Charlie Kirk, according to Candace Owens. Okay, so she has a theory. The theory is I met
Ben should sue her too.
With someone very nefarious for lunch the day that Charlie died. She says this because I said on the podcast talking about
OJ got away with it.
Charlie's death, that I was at lunch.
To be fair, though, OJ got away with it partially because the cops were incompetent and retarded, and they kind of fucked up the case. So
lunch or breakfast is actually, I believe, a late breakfast.
Uh-oh, he's giving away information.
Obviously, the jury was also not the best jury for the case, but the cops did not do good with the investigation.
Found out that Charlie had been shot. It was a late breakfast because I was on the West Coast. And so she has put out a $10,000 bounty, I kid you not, for someone who can tell her with whom I was breakfasting or lunching. Well, yesterday, she revealed with whom I was lunching.
I ain't trying to listen to Ben Shapiro. Let's fast forward. All right, there you go.
Here's Candace Owens.
But the person that Ben was with has allegedly told various other people that he was with Ben when Charlie Kirk was shot. Now, we were not able to confirm that they were at breakfast or lunch. Only what came to us was that they were together.
Okay.
And that person is a man named Gary Javich. That was alleged.
It's not even a guy. It's not even somebody Ben Shapiro knows. It's not even somebody Ben Shapiro knows. Slander should sue her. That kid from the university who her psycho viewers stalked down because he was wearing a maroon shirt that day. He was on the soccer team. He should also sue Candace Owens.
So Gary Javich is not a person that you
Quartering is he's anti-freedom of speech.
Heard of unless you are Jewish and involved in the community, but he is certainly very well known.
Okay, so we know she makes
Javich, who
by the way, Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, so what's he advertising now?
Rumble for the opportunity to be on the homepage on this Saturday. I am live Monday through Friday.
He was on the homepage.
Monday through Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Is he still on the homepage?
And Fridays at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Yes.
Do me a favor if you're new to the show.
He is still
maybe you just
on
haven't
the
gotten around with it.
homepage.
If you see me on the homepage here, click the title next to the video, scroll down here, and click the green follow button.
I'm good.
If you can, do it right now.
Nah.
I'm live Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern. Fridays at 1 p.m. Eastern.
We're good.
On Tuesdays and Thursdays. We do guests. And this is really your show. It's whatever
your
you
show.
want me to cover is what I
It belongs to us. You're going to give us a cut of the revenue, buddy?
cover. And, I think we're the only show that does that.
What?
And this is really your show. It's whatever you want me to cover is what I cover. And, I think we're the only show that does that.
Well, no shit, retard. We're the only show that isn't actually a show. We ask for your input on everything. I can't come up with my own. I can't produce my own show. I can't actually plan a show. I can't come up with any content beforehand. I just ask you guys what you want me to see, and then I hope that you guys want to come and support it, which isn't even true. Tons of streamers do that. Tons of streamers go live and they just ask, hey, what do you guys want to see me do? What do you guys want to see me play? What videos you guys want me to react to? Hey, I'm gonna like IRL stream today. Where you guys want me to go? Tons of streamers do that shit. They're doing it right now. It's not special. It's kind of weird how you're a political streamer who apparently treats this shit so very specially, but you're so fucking unprofessional that you have to wait on your stream to carry your hand, hold your hand, and just carry you throughout your own production. You would have thought you would have put in a little bit more effort than that.
And we also are always truly live. It's never pre-taped. So sometimes that's good. Sometimes that's not good. And speaking of Rumble, I want to give a huge shout out. If you support free speech, then you should be a Rumble Premium member. You can also sign up for that below.
Literally doesn't support free speech, not even because of what he just said about Candace, but also because he's deplatformed people. He does not care about free speech.
My video as well.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck is this? Lock in Rumble Premium at our lowest price ever. Just $69 a year for life during it. Man, okay. That does not seem like a good bargain for me. $70 a year. Holy shit, bro. That's only $30 cheaper than Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm sorry, bro. But look, I think that Grand Theft Auto 6 is too expensive. It's still worth more than buying Rumble Premium for life. Ron Paul, but on steroids. Thank you for another yap. Fuck Ben Shapiro and his Hitler Eb Rose. His Hitler eyebrows. Quartering is a retarded alcoholic cuckold and sold all his Wigga trinkets. Break this cuck's back, Mikey. Whoa, pause.
I'm
not trying to break his back.
Probably noticed.
Maybe break his back in the Bane sort of sense, where he put him over his knee like he did to Batman, but not any other way. Got to be a little bit more cautious how we
slowing down. More creators, more content, and a platform that's
thank you for the skull emoji, Max Jr.
And if you're watching here regularly, there's a way to upgrade your entire experience. Right now, Rumble is running a limited time summer sale on Rumble Premium, and it's the lowest price they've ever offered. With Premium, you get ad-free viewing and.
Is that the end of the show?
Thank you. Toyota says, I will give you $10 to bring back the morning shows. That's a one-time payment directly
The morning shows aren't coming back, buddy. Sorry. The morning shows are gone.
Your morning show.
Thank you for the hype
for the rest of your career. How could you pass that up? I don't know if I can. And also, Phoenix says, I'm balls deep in a 1,500 ton injection molding process. I hope everyone having
what a freak,
a blessed day. Wow. That's crazy.
So this is the end of the stream?
100%.
I guess it was because he's advertising his coffee again.
Pure Kona.
Wait, did he really only stream for an hour? Is that it?
Double calf, decaf, Saturday chores, Gatterday.
Wait, he really only streamed for an hour? What the fuck? Damn, bro. This dude is lazy as fuck. You only got an hour in you?
C5.now. We have 5 films on there right now. Film number 1, The Art of Protest, by to star fascinating coyote. So check that documentary. Trying the bird anymore. Think about and most
on YouTube to creating an entire show. I know you're not, but now you have Kick and now you have all of these other things. You have an enormous platform. I want to find common ground of how much of a.
I don't know. That's kind of lame. It's kind of lame to say that. Well, you got Kick and you have Rumble, so you have all the platforms. I mean, you're still banned off YouTube, and you used to formerly be banned off of, Twitch. I mean, Kick. X. He's still banned off of Twitch. He's not on Twitch, not on YouTube. Used to be banned off X, right? But hey, you still got other places you can stream, so technically it's not that bad. That's very lame.
Shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there. Okay. What I don't understand.
Thank you for the
how you didn't recognize that in 2016, and how you didn't recognize that in 2020, and how you didn't recognize that in 2024. Because Donald Trump hasn't changed. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump hasn't changed at all. Donald Trump has been Donald Trump since he came out of the womb of a woman that was an immigrant to this country. And so what I want to know, though, is that...
Was she legal, though?
I don't know how we get past this idea that the biggest problem that you have with your personal situation and how you extrapolate that to the situation of other white kids that are your age, that feel disenfranchised, that feel left out, that feel they don't have a shot at the American dream, is because of black and brown people, because of Mexicans, because of Venezuelans, because of Haitians, it's always other, Nick, with you.
It's about immigration in general. It's not just because of the Browns, right?
I've listened to a lot of this stuff.
See, they make it about race. See, this is one of the perks of importing people from third world countries who are not white, is that now they can use race as a tactic whenever they're talking about this shit. You can't talk bad about immigration because that automatically makes you racist. See, back in the day, when Americans were even more anti-immigration they were. This idea that America has always been super pro-immigration, that's never been the case, right? It's like the Irish, the Italians, beyond just, everybody knows the Chinese. Like, we had a bunch of, we could have actually had way more Chinese immigrants than we did, but they had to shut it down because we were getting so many Chinese immigrants at once. It was actually getting insane. We were getting so many. But it's like America's always been we can only take so many people at a time.
It's always them.
This idea that America was always this open border country and we were always taking tons of people in, that's crazy.
We need to build a wall. Where's the wall, Nick? He never built the wall. Why'd you vote for him in 2020? Why'd you vote for him in 2024?
I didn't vote for him in 2024.
Okay. My point being is that whenever you identify your problem as being something that is other, that you can point to, that's a minority, that is a group of people, that's the Jews, before, remember.
See, even now, part of the reason why Hunter is treating Nick Fuentes as if he is 100%, waspy white guy and not some Amerimut, part Mexican, part Italian. Literally, he's speaking to a dude who's 100% wetback American. Like, there's not a single part of Nick Fuentes' what makes him up that didn't come here off a boat. Now, I'm just mean like, I guess technically everybody except Native Americans came here on a boat. You guys get what the fuck I'm saying, right? This dude is 100% made from immigrants within possibly the last century, if we're being for real. He doesn't go at that angle because he only has shit about white people.
All of us.
He has nothing to say without using a racial angle, you know?
You know, it was the Irish Catholics who were all committing the crime, who weren't allowed into bars, who weren't allowed into, because you know why? Because they were dirty, poor, non-Europeans. They were Irish. Every time it's wrong. Every time history.
See, he says they were dirty, poor, non-Europeans, and then he adds Irish because there were white people too. We turned away Irish. We turned away Italians. We turned away Hungarians, right? We turned away, other white groups too.
Has proven that to be wrong in the United States of America. Every time. Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength. And I hear you talk about this idea of white culture. What fucking white culture are you talking about, man?
Hold on. Give me a minute, guys. Give me a minute. I got a phone call. Okay. Hunter married a Jew, so he's probably sensitive. Well, hey, guess what? Trump has a kid who also married a Jew. So they're all on See, this is why people say they're all on the same team. what really separates Joe Biden or Barack Obama or Bill Clinton from Donald Trump, really? Really, if you go back further enough in time, Trump was actually more liberal than a lot of these guys were, right? Like, he was pro-gay marriage before most of those guys were. So...
Shakespeare, Dante, Mozart. We're in Philadelphia, the founding fathers.
Yeah.
That's your white
How about
culture.
the Count of Monte Cristo? Would you consider that part of our white culture?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it was written by a black man in France in the 1700s.
In a milieu of European civilization.
So what?
Because you're picking
what do you mean, so what? He was French.
You're picking out one example. It really
I'm not
is.
just picking out one example.
It really is.
Nick.
Listen.
Nick, I'm not. I really am not.
Hey guys, I think we're reaching what's called a rock in a hard place. Let's talk about Israel.
Well, let me respond to this because you're telling me I'm always blaming the other.
No, Nick, for real. Here's the thing, is that the way that you talk and throw out these historical facts, which, by the way...
this is like saying, by what he's saying here, right, is that you would discount a lot of American culture just by saying it was made by non-white people. There's a lot of American culture that is downstream of Black Americans, of Native Americans, of Hispanic Americans, of Jewish Americans. You're just going to discount all that shit. It was made in the milieu of a majority white nation. So you can't deny
Aren't
that.
fucking facts.
Okay. It's just being disingenuous.
Well,
also, Dumas was part French too.
As it relates to the civil rights movement in 1968, and the reason why we were all...
Was he half black or a quarter black?
The problem that we're in is because the Civil Rights Act passed in 1964, Dr. Martin Luther King was killed and shot by a white racist, white supremacist in 1968 on a balcony of a motel. That's the root of our trouble, because an entire people that have been disenfranchised and enslaved for over 400 years...
Nobody cares. Look, nigga, nobody cares anymore. Bro, all this grievance, like the grievance politics shit does not hit like it used to. See, this is another thing that they don't understand. Because you are importing so many non-white people into this country, you now have a significant block of people who aren't only not white, they have no connection to any of that shit at all. So why the fuck would a Latino or an Indian or a fucking Somali or Haitian give a fuck about any of that? They weren't here. Their grandparents weren't even here yet when that shit happened. Why would they care about any of this grievance? It's part of the reason why. Reparations has basically been shot, because to pay reparations, that means that a lot of it's not possible to pay reparations and it's only going to be white people who are descendants of people who own slaves. And it's not possible to just make it just white people. It would have to be other non-white people too. And fucking white Hispanics are not paying fucking reparations money. It's not happening.
2026.
You may be sick of hearing about it, but you know what? They aren't. And I'll tell you what, Nick,
Get
here's the
over
other
it.
thing.
Get over it. It's America.
Okay, but
name the singular culture America came from. British culture.
Nick, you can say stuff like that.
Like, American culture is obviously downstream from British culture.
Okay, without having...
Now, obviously, from 1776 onward, we went our own way, right? The American frontier and all this other stuff, very unique. The assimilation, or I guess maybe you could say lack of thereof in a lot of cases, of Black American culture and these other cultures. Obviously, a lot of the cowboy shit intermingles with Hispanic culture and shit like this. So,
just say it like that.
We are downstream of the British, though.
And
that's not how it started, though.
This is a legitimate argument, but it's Nick.
Guys, Nick, Hunter, what do you guys make of the concept?
Oh yeah, there are a lot of French, because we what makes us up is also used to be French and Spanish colonies. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Concept of community collapse. Have you guys heard of this?
No.
So it's got nothing to do with race, it's got nothing to do with money, but this is kind of a crazy stat. So in 2019, before COVID, 76% of Americans said they were part of an in-person community that gave them some kind of value. After COVID, and this year, it was 19%. So I think that politics and race aside, one of the biggest issues is the collapse of social bonds, third spaces, communities, in-person engagement, which comes with loneliness, more time online, and more division. I understand.
Yeah, there was a shitload of Germans, but here's the thing. They got assimilated. Germans got assimilated hard, right? because actually part of this was due to both of the world wars. We had 2 world wars back to back where we were fighting Germany, and Germans became so unpopular in the United States that a lot of Germans started changing their names and anglicizing their names. There are a lot of Anglo-sounding people. There are a lot of people in America, a lot of white people with Anglo-sounding surnames that are actually supposed to be German, and you just don't know that they're German because their great-grandparents changed their names to something more Anglo-sounding because Germans were really unpopular in America for the first half of the 20th century.
I feel like you guys aren't going to agree. I want to talk about what you guys think can be done on an individual and community level to stop people from hating each other and to create more belonging and engagement.
Well, number one, I think this. Okay, for real.
Podcasting.
No, not podcasting, this discussion. For me to be able to sit down with someone who I so vehemently disagree with and find some kind of common ground.
But I mean, guy at home who's watching this on his phone just thinking, I wish I could go outside, but I don't know anyone.
Okay, well, here's what I'm talking about.
Wait. What was that? What was that right there?
Vehemently disagree with and find some kind of common ground.
But I mean, guy at home who's watching this on his phone just thinking, I wish I could go outside, but I don't know anyone.
You know, actually, I was about to make fun of it, but that actually was a better cut.
Guy at home.
It's very unnecessary, though. Why is this? I don't know. He has an ADHD audience that he's trying to attend to.
Yeah, watching this on his phone just thinking, I wish I could go outside, but I don't know anyone.
Okay, well, here's what I'm talking about. It's all about connection. It is all about actually connecting with people. And I'm not talking about digitally connecting with people anonymously online. I'm talking about actually going out and connecting with people. And I don't have an answer to that. I don't, any of us. We're in look, man.
I don't have an answer. I'm still going to talk about it and talk authoritatively and shit like this.
I just think that you are.
If this is actually, man, if Hunter Biden's really trying to run for president in 2020, man, he's gonna get fucked up, dude.
Targeting
Gavin Newsom is gonna rape this nigga, dude.
The wrong problem, Nick.
I do not like Gavin Newsom. This dude cannot hang with Big Gavin, though.
I think that our biggest problem right now doesn't have to do with a
same thing for Kamala too. Kamala is not she do not want smoke with Gavin Newsom. That dude ain't even good. He's not even a good politician, right? He's not. But he's actually better than anybody else that the DNC could possibly offer.
Cultural divide or racial divide or religious divide or the idea that America is becoming less white or culturally relevant anymore. I think our biggest problem is literally an oligarchy that is inflaming every single division that we have. And by the way, and they're out for you, man.
Yeah.
Just as much as anybody else.
Why and I agree.
So those platforms that we talk about that you're now allowed to be on because Elon's out on the platform. Elon doesn't give a shit about anything other than one thing.
But Hunter, I just want to say real quick.
That's good. I love when capitalists just care about money and they don't have any other weird political agenda that they're trying to fuck with that might end up disenfranchising me in the future. I love that. I will 100% take the greedy, cold-hearted capitalist who does shit just for money over the politically motivated radical who will try and get me raped because they have some corrupted vision, right? Obviously, these are both evil, but history has shown that the other guy is substantially more evil and causes more damage than the capitalist, who just will fuck me a little bit so long as it makes him a quick buck.
Money and his money.
I don't necessarily even agree with that.
Okay, well, you may not agree with that because you don't want to piss off Elon Musk.
Elon doesn't even like me, but I just disagree.
You're talking about the oligarchy, right? Like these billionaires, right?
Yeah.
Like the goal of corporate capture of these industries is community collapse. They are trying to engineer things to make it antisocial. They want to eliminate every single small business. They want to make everyone a single person shopper, no carpooling, like to be a lonely consumer who only buys things for themselves online and doesn't talk to anyone in real life. That's what they want in real life. Like all this data center shit, like everything they're doing is in a way trying to break up in-person engagement. And I feel like for you guys, might be hard to answer because both of you guys are what they call like controversial public figures. Like there's places that you, like in 2018, if you were to go to a dive bar and let's say pop,
like look at the different reactions there.
Engagement. And I feel like for you guys, might be hard to answer because both of you guys are what they call like controversial public figures. Like
so look at the difference in the expressions here. So Hunter right here, he doesn't crack a smile at all. He is not happy about his reputation being what it is. Nick Fuentes, oh, he's all smiles. He loves he loves being infamous. He just wants famous. He doesn't matter if there's an N in front of it. So long as he's famous, that's all good for him.
There's places that you
and see. That's why he's an acolyte. Now he's smiling at Hunter and shit. He's an acolyte of Kanye, and Kanye also just so long as he stays famous, an N in front of the famous doesn't really bother him that much.
Like in 2018, if you were to go to a dive bar in, let's say, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, you would have been in danger. You know what I mean? At that time, for you were in danger physically in a left-wing city. It's just the truth. So I feel like you guys have been deprived of the ability to have normal lives. You especially, you know, but I mean you in general. But I feel like your controversies came a little bit later in life. For you, I feel like you.
Hold on. See, now you're trying to. I understand. He's being nice to both of these dudes because he just wants the interview to keep going smoothly. But neither of these motherfuckers are victims. Like, you guys have been deprived. Nobody took anything from these guys. Their lives ended up the way they did because of their own actions. Really, more so for Hunter than it is for Nick. Because at least with Nick, you can like blame what Nick does on him just being young and dumb. He did a lot of this shit when he was in his teens and early 20s. Hunter was doing this shit when he was in his late 40s and 50s and shit. And he's still acting that way.
Haven't even been able to grow up as a normal person. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, that's true. Well, and in terms of, building community back and everything like that, the data says that really the loss of society is the fact that we don't encounter people anymore.
Why does Nick Fuentes live in Chicago? Well, Chicago's actually a very beautiful city.
For example, on your way to work or, in ways that are unexpected. People wake up.
So long as you live in the nice parts. I brought this up before in my very first video I put on YouTube, actually. It was the... Holy shit, what was it? I actually forgot. John Finley. The John Finley documentary. The reason why Pine Bluff is an especially bad city is because unlike ordinary cities that are kind of bad, like say Chicago, Chicago is a really cool place so long as you don't live in the bad parts of Chicago. With a truly bad city like Pine Bluff, there's literally no part you can escape from in that city that isn't fucked up in some way.
In their house, which is separate from everybody else. They get in their car by themselves, drive to work by themselves, and then they meet with their colleagues and everything, but then they go right home, have a beer, watch Netflix until they go to bed. Next day starts all over again. And so, I think it has a lot to do with maybe how we structure the cities. I think, honestly, a big part of it, there's like this abundance mindset with liberals. Liberals want to have prosperity and everything like that. How can you have that when the cities are not safe? I think that one of the ways, for example, if you want to have those encounters that are unplanned or spontaneous,
John Finley is actually making it happen. I'm very proud of John for sticking it through. I would not. I'm not gonna lie, if I was in John Finley's shoes, I would have gave up a long time ago because that shit he is insane. John Finley has had fucking guns pulled on him more than a lot of niggas like talk about, man, I've been in the streets. I had the niggas point guns at me. I've had the police point guns at me. John Finley has legitimately had guns pointed at his face more than the average gangbanger or YN in a major American city has. Like, for real. And he just kept at it. And it's starting to pay off. He's actually starting to make it work. So I'm very proud of his progress.
It happen maybe on the subway, on the bus, on your way to work. People don't want to ride the subway anymore. People don't want to ride the bus. They don't
I just feel
like
that
it's
if
safe.
you look at the data, like right now, 2026, I think 2025 had the lowest homicide rate of any year in America for like the past 4 years. I feel like if you compare data from the 90s, like the cities, I get what you're saying, but the cities I have noticed are a lot safer. They're also, becoming more expensive as well. It could have something to do with it.
You're absolutely right. It's what you're saying, Nick, is impossible to refute, right? Because everybody has an experience with violence or witnessing a crime, or whether it's just in their local newspaper or not. Is that I don't think that is in any way limited to only urban environments. I take the top 10 poorest red states in the country, and their crime rates are 10 times what many urban centers are.
So you'd be comparing like West Virginia, coal country, disenfranchised to like an urban neighborhood.
Yeah, in terms of per capita crime, in terms of per capita murder, in terms of per capita child sexual abuse, yeah. I think the things that people really care about, things like that, is their own personal safety.
Yeah.
It is not limited to African American urban or Latino American urban environments.
Yeah, just ignore the statistics.
It exists. Carjackings do happen, but you know where they happen? They happen in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Let me see. Biloxi, Mississippi.
Just as much as they happen in Chicago.
I'm skeptical of
Okay. Oh, Biloxi, Mississippi. I wonder. Let's see. Biloxi, Mississippi. Demographics. 61% white and 18.6% black. That's actually way... Oh, but 10% Latino, though. All right, that's actually better than I thought it would be. Oh, with only like 48,000 people there, though. Wait, median age of 36 years. What the fuck? Wait, is that normal? Hold on, let me see something. Chicago median age. I guess that is okay. All right, well, never mind then.
That.
I mean, I just think the idea of safety
by
at
the
risk,
way,
crime has been. I feel like media has overblown the level of danger.
Everybody's going to fact check both of us on this, but I agree with you. But my point about all of it is that you can always point to a reason, Nick. There's never been a time in which there hasn't been crime in major urban areas where you pack a lot of people in. You're right, though, is that the difference between us feeling like each other were. Don't know how to fix that, and I certainly don't know how to fix it in the age of AI.
Right? Because community is like an essential human need.
I don't know why I thought this was gonna be like a blood sport. I don't know why I expected that.
Not the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
So when you
it's surprisingly dry though.
Deprived of
and the dryness is mostly on Hunter. I don't know. I guess I was expecting Hunter because of his background to come in with a little bit more spice, a little bit more pepper, but he's just giving the boring Democrat talking points that you hear every time anybody ever brings up this bullshit ever. He has nothing new to bring. Like Nick could have got this from debating Destiny. Nick literally could have debated Destiny and he would have gotten the exact same shit as this. And it also would have been more interesting. It would have been more entertaining to watch.
You're more likely to look for a radical solution and be like, everything's broken. We need to try something.
This is another reason why if Hunter actually does try and run for president, he's not going to get anywhere. Because Gavin Newsom already offers everything he has to offer in a more charismatic package with less baggage.
Really out there, so you might embrace something more reactionary on left or right to be like, fuck this, we need something new. And I'm not trying to draw this like male loneliness, like incel pipeline that the media tries to do all the time. But do you see a connection there between like people being lonely and having less friends and subcultural
absolutely.
choice taking over community value systems or community engagement and people just like driving to the extreme?
100%. I think social dislocation is probably the number one problem of our times, because you look at the young people and you're right, it is one of those essential human needs is to connect and have that sense of familiarity, to be seen, to see and to be seen. And that's something young people don't have. And I think, by the way, you look at the way young people socialize and even the mentality, I think a lot of young people have this absolute drive to go to college. Why? It's an extension of high school. And what do high school and college have in common? It's a community. You're in the quad. You can see and be seen. There's sort of like a status, reputation. You're constantly involved with other people. And I think everybody, young people, look at when they graduate from college like falling off a cliff and now life is over. Because now you just have your job, the gym, and going back home, and that's it. And this is why a lot of young people then want to move to the big cities. Got to go to New York, got to go to Chicago or LA where it's happening. And they want to get a condo or an apartment downtown because they want to go to the bar scene and extend college a little bit longer. And I think that's just not really a sustainable way to have a society. There has to be a way for people to still have that sense of community outside of, let's say, college and high school, even into their adulthood and then into their old age. So, yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest problems going on.
I just do not understand how this was able to go on for an hour and a half.
I agree. I think it drives, even to your point about the whites-only community in Arkansas, I think it is driving.
Because to me, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm more plugged into this shit. It sounds like we're just talking about the same shit we've been talking about all the time for years. And this is part of the reason why I stopped tuning in. It's part of the reason why I stopped listening to as many political commentators before. And I just like kept it down to a couple people. Because after you realize that everybody is just repeating the same shit over and over and over again forever, It's like kind of talking like, no, it's not like talking like gaming news, because even though gaming news is dry, at least new shit is happening. Like, people will just stay on the same beat when it comes to political shit forever. And they won't change unless something forces the change, right?
Call it ghettoization or insulation of people going into these artificial values-based communities.
Yeah.
Because where are you going to find people? Go online. Go online, start spouting about politics, or, you know, even not just for incels and right-wingers, but even on the left. Someone like Tyler Robinson, he's on Discord. He's on Discord with all of the Overwatch players and all the LGBTQ or whatever. And I think that, you know,
Overwatch is the reason why Charlie Kirk got murdered. Holy shit, dude.
There's a tendency there where everybody kind of amplifies some of the resentment or feelings there. So I agree.
Transgenders and Overwatch are the reason, the LGBT community. You know, they probably brag about that. They probably brag about catching that body, Charlie Kirk.
That's a huge driver.
So for you, like back in high school when you were like first kind of starting to use the internet and all that, did you build most of your community in person outside Chicago, or was it mostly online?
When I was in high school or college?
High school.
The high school, I had real friends in Model UN. That was my favorite thing. So that was.
But you were still creating like some kind of content at that time.
Not in high school, no.
Okay, so you went to BU.
Yes.
Were most of your friends?
No, he did create some content in high school. That is not true. I mean, that is true. Excuse me. He 100% did create content in high school. Let me see. It should be. I'm pretty sure somebody actually uploaded this. Let's see. Hold on. This is actually a good example, though.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Nicholas J. Fuentes Show. I am Nicholas J. Fuentes. Today's topic, feminism. What exactly defines a feminist in the 21st century? Is the modern feminist movement true to its core principles, and is it representative of the majority of women in America? Are those core principles consistent with the founding principles of individual liberty and equality of opportunity? The answer to these questions and more coming up.
So yeah, he did create shit while he was still in high school.
Like classmates there? Like when did you start to kind of build your...
No, that's not AI. That's the real Nick back when he was a little teeny bopper. Just right before he went to college and shit.
Online persona and community around your content.
It wasn't until I left college. So to that point, I had friends in college. And then when I left college, started my show independently, then it was all people online. And everybody I knew was people from my community for the most part.
But you're canceled.
I love when Nick goes in an interview and he starts telling people details about his life. And it's like, we can just pick it apart because we know Nick so well. And we know that this actually isn't like, Nick, you say you have friends in high school. You the way you talk about your teenage years, your adolescent years and shit like that, you don't talk about them very well. You talk about them very roughly, actually.
From mainstream platforms was effectively the same thing as like a community collab.
And also in college, I don't know, man, people really didn't fuck with you in college. The person who fucked with you the most in college was Cassie Dillon. And you ended up burning that bridge. She thinks that you're like an asshole. That's why she says that he got fired from Brightside Broadcasting. It wasn't because of the any Nazi or Holocaust shit necessarily, which I don't completely believe. But that's what she says. She says it's just because Nick is an asshole who's impossible to work with, which is also true. So
for your personal life, right?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even say it was just the cancellation, but even more just returning home from college.
What do you think would have happened to you, like career-wise and personal life-wise, if you never would have been mainstreamed? I mean, I guess removed from major social media platforms.
Oh, it'd be a lot easier to make friends. Let's say, because, you know, being banned on Instagram, you might as well be dead. In Generation Z, that's how everybody sees it.
I don't know about that, dude. I really don't know.
Each other, meets each other, talks to each other. So I think I probably have a wider, livelier circle.
Do you feel like you had less friends after that?
I feel like if you had real friends, you wouldn't have to just use a single platform to talk to them.
No, I'd say it's about the same.
No, but I mean, you said that like you feel like it would have been easier to make friends.
It would have been easy to make more friends. Yeah, sure.
So aside from your career, how was your like personal and social life affected in those following years?
Well, it's brutal, you know. I mean, because everybody that I knew from high school is on Instagram, on Facebook, and I'm just not on there. It's almost like you're removed from the earth. For Generation Z, I understand for older people, for different generation, people still meet up or stay in touch in other ways. But if you're not online as a young person, you might as well be dead.
Do you think you would have said like some of the more extreme things that you did say if you know, I guess were allowed to remain on the mainstream internet?
Absolutely, yeah.
Looking back, and I'm not trying to get you to like take something back necessarily, what's like one thing that you said when you were younger where you're like, fuck, I wish I could take that back?
You know, I don't know if I regret what I've said. It's just how you say it.
Yeah, like,
you know,
can you think of an example of like when you listen back to something and you're like, geez, I wish I could.
Yeah. So I did this rally in 2023 called Fuentes Rally 2. And the one comment I said, we're talking about a spiritual battle between Christians and everybody else. And I said, we're in a holy war. I said, and we're going to make them die in a holy war. And the second I said that, I was like, didn't mean to say that. It's an extemporaneous speech. So you don't rehearse it, you just say things. And I was like, didn't mean that.
That's the only thing? Is that really?
So it's all
really, of all the things that you've ever said, Nick, that's the one thing. That's the one thing that you actually regret saying. You don't regret saying literally anything else. You can't even think of anything else you might have said that you regret. Hold on, let me actually show you guys something. Let me show you guys something that Nick would probably regret more. We're not going to watch this whole thing. I just want to show you something. So, Nick, you don't regret saying this? You don't regret saying this, Nick?
Glenn Greenwald. Hey, Glenn Greenwald. Excuse me, brah. You're excused. You're excused. Glenn Greenwald passes by me. He's in this is a gay club, by the way. Don't ask me why I'm there. This is a gay club because Glenn Greenwald's there. Don't ask me why I'm there. I'm there to kill everyone. I'm kidding.
He doesn't regret any of that. Oh, you know, I'm at a gay club. You know, I'm not there to do anything. No, I'm just there to kill everyone. You know, you don't regret saying any of that. No, it's this little innocuous comment here. That's the only thing you ever regret saying.
Delivery that
Nick, I can think of about 4 things that I really wish he would take back right now.
And it's not going to be any of the shit he probably should renege on. It's going to be some shit like, man, the Holocaust is based. Holocaust is based. You know, somebody's going to clip that out of context, but you know. Ron Paul, but on steroids. Thank you for a rage quit. Been super generous, bro. He regrets making them cancer remarks at Medicare's guarantee. Oh, yeah, that time where he was making those cancer remarks at Medicare. And then, you know, his mom was also going through her own cancer scare. And Jim hit him back with a comment like, yeah, I think women who like do X should die of cancer. And Nick, shut the fuck up.
The cookies in the oven?
Well, that's a joke.
But it's not, Nick. My wife is Jewish. My son is Jewish. No, Nick.
Oh, of course. Oh, okay. Is that the real reason? You know, somebody brought that up earlier. That didn't really click for me. They said he has a Jewish wife, so he's sensitive. This is all because his wife is Jewish. That's the only reason why he cares this much. That's why he can't let it go.
Nick, I promise you. Don't get mad. Okay?
I'm not mad.
Okay,
it's
I know. But okay. But you got to understand how incredibly, whether it's a joke or not, it's a lived experience.
Yeah, Jews actually do need to, like, for real. And this is coming from a nigga who thinks that black people should have been gotten over slavery. Like, it's done, right? Jim Crow, well, okay, that's in certain people's living memory. So I can understand. But even that, we need to get over. You know, niggas need to get over Jim Crow. Jews need to get over fucking Holocaust. Armenians, you know, actually, I feel like Armenians have a better case for not getting over the Armenian genocide because Turks, you know how they do the thing? You know how you have these people, right? They'll do the thing where it's like X is not happening. And then when they can no longer deny that X is happening, they'll be like, okay, it happened, but it was a good thing. That's what Turks do when it comes to the Armenian genocide. They'll say, we didn't do that to the Armenians, but if we did, they would have deserved it. That's what they do. So I can understand the Armenians not letting that go because it's not even being sorry about it. It's like, can you at least admit that's what you did? But they deny it. They simultaneously deny it, but also make fun of the Armenians and said they have it coming by saying that the Armenians were attacking Turks and that they were trying to take over parts of Turkey, which is very weird because this was all happening in the middle of World War I. So somehow the Turks were simultaneously fighting the British and the Russians and these fucking Eastern Euros in the Balkans, but they still had time to kill hundreds of thousands to over a fucking million Armenian Turks at the same time. Very interesting.
It's passed down from generation to generation, whether or not and by the way, not just from the Holocaust, not just from
Mikey, what about Unit 1731 and the rape of Nanking? Well, I mean, that's really for the Chinese to, I'm not even going to, I don't know. I guess if I was Chinese, I probably would still be holding a grudge against that shit. But what can you do?
1939 on.
The Chinese like anime too much to actually seriously hold a grudge against the Japanese for that shit, so.
2,000 years of history, okay?
Mikey, do you think the black Americans would be better off if the system stopped coddling them? Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like a generation or two of the non-coddling would literally be all it took.
Forget about Israeli politics and Netanyahu, because I think we agree about Bibi Netanyahu. I'm positive we do.
Mm-hmm.
And I've listened to you talk about it. But you got to understand. Look at me, man.
I see.
It hurts. It hurt.
Does it? They enacted gun control before they killed the Armenians. Yeah, it's amazing how the Armenians managed to get all those weapons to fight back against the Turks.
I promise you it does.
Also, they treat the Armenians like they were fucking... Like, dude, you were moving the Armenians. Like, they were making the Armenians move about. And then it's like, okay, so the Armenians were fighting back in self-defense? Because that would be the only reason why they would be fighting you.
When you compare my wife's family to cookies going to an oven, it hurts. And you got to understand.
Does it? I mean, look, does it really? I don't actually believe this shit. When I hear a Jewish person say some shit like, well, you made a Jewish cookie joke and that hurt my soul. It fucking, I couldn't handle it. I was crying for... No, you weren't, nigga. You didn't take that shit seriously. You just saying that because you don't like anybody saying anything dissentful about the Holocaust. It is one thing to get on Holocaust denial, but I don't actually think that Jews even take this shit nearly as seriously as they pretend to.
And by the way, I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
And I believe that you do know that.
See, that's where you lose me. That's where you lose me.
Okay, Nick. Okay, I'm telling you.
Well, listen, are we here to talk or are you here to lecture me and preach
Okay, no,
to
you're
me?
right. Let me listen.
Okay.
So you're right.
So
You're right.
this is the
Okay.
thing, because, and I think this is a disconnect. I think that the left and even people on the right, they're losing the young people. Why do people love me? Not in spite of, but because of the outrageous things that I say.
Why do people love me? Who is the people? I don't even know if I would fully consider Groypers human. Right? You're calling them people and shit like that. I don't know about that, dude.
Not in spite of, but because I say offensive things, because I, let's say, drop the N-word on a video or something. Yeah. It's because people are sick of the preachiness, the
Nick.
lecturing.
Okay, I'll listen
to
what
really
you
are.
say. But Nick, I disagree. I think that you're appealing to the lowest common denominator of thought. If you're hating on the people that they think are the reason for their suffering, then you must be on their side. I don't think that you believe that about the Holocaust. I think you think the Holocaust did happen. But forget about whether or not you think that it is used politically in a way that is obtuse and wrong. But I think that you do believe that. And I think that you have to. Like, what's your cultural heritage?
I'm Italian, Mexican, and Irish.
Mexican. When did they come in Italian?
He didn't even know. Like, he doesn't even know. He doesn't know he's talking to a Mexican, bro. He did all this shit. He didn't do no research on this little Latinx ass nigga at all. He's like, what's your cultural heritage? And he's like, I'm Mexican. It's like, you're Mexican. It's like, wait, what? Why are we even having this discussion? So you're talking about immigration, but you're Italian, Irish, and Mexican? What?
When did the Mexicans come? When did the Irish come?
Mexicans came turn of the last century. Yeah. Italians came in the 1860s. Yeah. Irish came in the early 1900s.
Okay, so maybe you wouldn't care.
Wait, hold on. What did you just say? I just heard that.
Italians came in the
Mexicans come. When did the Irish come?
Mexicans came turn of the last century. Yeah. Italians came in the 1860s. Yeah. Irish came in the early 1900s.
Okay, so
I don't know, man. I don't know. The Italians came in the 1860s. Maybe they did.
Maybe you wouldn't care about something that
I don't know. I just so your Italian ancestors came here right as the American Civil War was happening, or did they come here right as so they came here during either the Civil War or Reconstruction? I don't know, man.
Is it like grossly offensive just on the face of it?
That does clarify what I said, though, about how I said that none of his family was here before the Civil War. It's very unlikely. If his Italian ancestors were here in the 1860s, very likely he did not have a single ancestor who fought in the American Civil War. So I was right.
Think that, why can't people just believe that that's funny? But you got to understand, it's from the perspective of somebody that has that trauma, and I think that there is such a thing as generational trauma, and those stories are passed down generation to generation. When you say something like that, they completely shut off. They can't hear another thing that you're saying about this cultural disconnect, about losing communities, about the feeling of being left out or left behind in a world in which wait.
So I'm looking up something right here. It's saying in the 1860s, Italians in America were a small pioneering community numbering around 25,000 by 1870. So wait, Nick, are you really expecting me to believe that your ancestors in particular were part of that 25,000 Italians who were here by 1870? I'm supposed to believe specifically your ancestors were that early. They weren't like the other Italians who came here by the boatload in the decades following it or the century following it. No, they were literally on the very, very first, basically the Italian American Mayflower. That's what your ancestors came here on. Nah, I don't believe that shit. He said 1860s because that's when the Italians first started coming to America. Nigga, your ancestors weren't here in the 1860s. No, they weren't.
The other things that you say, everybody else is left. And what you do pick up, you pick up the ones that hear the dog whistle. You pick up the ones that say, yeah, that's the way that I feel. Because it's radical. It's like he's willing to say the thing that nobody else will say in this environment. And then you get...
He said his grandpa was the first one here. He's the third gen and all of his ancestors were criminals.
An enormous amount of niche, but love from that. And I just don't believe that you believe that. I don't believe that you think that it was appropriate for you to say something like that. I don't think you believe that it's appropriate to say women shouldn't vote.
Let's give Nick a second to respond to the first thing.
I know I talk constantly. That's how I do this.
It's the crackhead in him.
It's all good.
I apologize.
I get it, and I understand that perspective, and it is offensive and it is provocative, and that's sort of what makes it funny. I mean, what we would say in our generation is edgelording. We're being edgy. We're being provocative. And I think that it is that kind of overbearing sense for our entire...
Nick, I'm the king of edgelord.
Well, in a certain way.
Let's let Nick explain the psychology behind edgelord.
It's that overbearingness that my generation's had our entire lives. That's not appropriate. That's not funny. Think of the trauma. That's racist. That's white supremacist. That makes it funny. That makes it different, interesting. And let me grant, by the way, I think that now, and this is maybe a concession towards you, now that my kind of humor has become mainstream and popular, I don't even think that that's funny anymore. People do the edgelording thing. It's become so commonplace and so tired. I don't think it's that funny or impressive. That's a big part of why I kind of moved past it, because 10 years ago, it was treated like sacrilegious. And there's something funny about the fact that you could say a word or make a joke and make people lose their minds and freak out. And it was like an international incident if you said the wrong thing. And I think that's what made it tempting, especially for a young person. You want to rebel. You want to be defiant. You want to be a little revolutionary or something. Now, as time has gone on, I think that's become a fad. Everybody does it. It's lost its power. And I think that, by the way, part of why we're getting less of it is because instead of getting the preachy lecture from the left saying that's not appropriate, people just roll their eyes. Now, when an edgy white person says the N-word, people roll their eyes and go, really? That joke again? People hear someone wears a Nazi costume, makes a Holocaust joke. People go, really? That joke again? It's not impressive. It's not funny anymore. We've seen it before.
Wait. Hey, what was that? What was that?
Someone wears a Nazi costume, makes a Holocaust joke.
Of course, some fucking Asian boys who are just cosplaying as Nazis, of
People go,
course.
really? That joke again? It's not impressive. It's not funny anymore. We've seen it before. And ironically, that is what
everybody except white people want to be Nazis now. That's why it's lame.
Makes you get less of it when you disempower those things by not giving them this over-the-top reaction.
Blacks want to be Nazis, Latinos want to be Nazis, Asians want to be Nazis.
And pretending like it's some great travesty.
So you think the new counterculture is going to be woke again?
No, I think it's a synthesis.
A synthesis of post-edgelordism and wokeism?
Yes, because I think that wokeism had its excesses.
Yeah.
Edgelording also has its excesses. And I think now we're finding a middle ground between saying the edgiest thing we can think of with no regard for anyone and saying everything is racist. You know, if you say something, you should lose your job. We're finding a middle ground where, you know, maybe it's tastefully offensive in small doses, less is more.
So it sounds like you believe in the survival of the American experiment.
Yeah, I really do. And listen, I don't think everything about wokeism was bad necessarily.
What's the best thing about wokeism?
I think that genuinely it has made people more...
What? Mikey, have you heard of Mongolian biker Yahtzees? Mongolian biker Yahtzees? You mean like Mongolian biker Nazis? Is that a thing? I actually have not heard about that. What is
the best thing about wokeism?
I think that genuinely it has made people more respectful and empathetic. Because let's be honest, 20 years ago, let's say when I was growing up, I think there was a lot of cruelty. And I think there were some hateful attitudes. And I think as time has gone on, this younger generation, they may not be even left-wing. They may not be what you'd consider woke. But I think they are respectful of people that have different ideas or, you know, a different way of life or from a different culture. You know, we make jokes all the time about the fact that I'm like a far-right guy and I'm Mexican. People say I'm a white supremacist, I'm Mexican. And people make a joke that a lot of far-right people are Hispanic. And I think that's a consequence that there's very little genuine racial hatred in anybody's DNA anymore, or any kind of hatred. And I think that's positive, but that went too far. I think some of the other stuff went too far as well.
You know, one of these strange things about sitting in a room with these two...
So hold on. I was looking for something before. And, shit, I cannot find it. Oh, shit, dude. I hope it's not gone forever, right? Let me see. Shit. I have to download Telegram to look at it. That's actually really annoying. So, okay, he was talking about how a lot of people, a lot of kids were cruel when he was growing up. And I actually have the perfect thing, right? I was planning on, maybe it's in the drive. Maybe it's in the drive and I just haven't found it yet. Let me see. It should be, let me see. Is that it?
We go to the...
Where did I... Oh, no, I think I know where I can find it. Oh, shit. Did I actually lose it? Man, that would suck, dude. That would suck if I actually... I might have actually lost it. Fuck. Yeah, the Super Bowl party. That is what I'm looking for. How did I not? Do I really? I literally have everything else. Dude, I have this folder full of all this old shit and new shit that I was planning on putting in a new Nick Fuentes video. I cannot find the Super Bowl party shit. How? All right, well, I got another way. I got another way to finagle my way to figure this one out. So here's what I'm going to do. You guys are going to watch this real quick while I go and, while I look for it in the background.
Glenn Greenwald. Hey, Glenn Greenwald. Excuse me, brah. You're excused. You're excused. Glenn Greenwald passes by me.
He's in the. This is a gay club, by the way. Don't ask me why I'm there. This is a gay club because Glenn Greenwald's there. Don't ask me why I'm there. I'm there to kill everyone. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's a joke. I'm gay as it comes. Pop my cherry with the guy. All my followers say they will rape, kill, and die. Beezer tried to switch it up, but he crawled back and coped. Kanye West fired me, I think it's time to rope. Told the Groypers I quit cause ass crosses are a sin. America first, yay tree, it's got trims from Bangkok to Berwyn. Real queer in my coat and duck boots, I'm looking suspicious. Kanye's dick is delicious, Breaking in the Jaden's room, waving round a black light. If you're in the cozy lobby, you'll be waiting all night. Cause you know I'm always tardy. Give it to me. Wanna see you grown by Ollie. Give me smiley. When Ollie is in the party, little boys all pull down their pants. Got a glow in crypto, don't know a couple $100 grand. Was snake but still got my ring kissed by the red-hatted fan. Judas was my best friend but tried to kiss him at Spider-Man. Started hating women when my sister stole nutrients. Wait until they find that commie whore's only fans. Beardsid is my most loyal bulldog, sick of fans. Drugs by Milo had me biting the pillow partition. If you're at the Capitol, break down barriers twice. If you see me or Tyler Russell, pretty please don't call ICE. Got a whiff of James laundry. Give it to me. Was left out of the Super Bowl party. Give it to me. Can't stop yapping on about the Model U and it's now been like 10 years. When you're a test tube baby, you end up turning into a queer. Wait for me to start my show, but I'm still seething at my chair. Won't eat anything except McDonald's, I just can't seem to care. Keith Woods is blowing up on X and I'm still seething about it. I'm mad at him because he didn't spurg out like I did. Scam my viewers got fired and said that I still worked with Ye.
Yeah, I know that Jaden had this pinned on his Twitter, but I was looking for the whole thing. I wasn't just looking for the one thing, right? But we can watch this. It's fine. I already have this, but we can watch it.
All right, I'll go to the Super Bowl party. I'm rich and famous now. I'm making bank. I'm famous. I've made it. I'm coming back to the Super Bowl party, and I'm going to redeem. I'm going to show up.
He's going to redeem. He's going to redeem, sir. He was going to redeem himself.
This rich, happening guy. You're all still in fucking school.
Because the version from my video it's abridged, it's chopped up, cut up, edited, and it has music over it. I wanted to watch it in its raw form, but it's very hard to find it.
Just made headlines with the Groyper War, and
I know where to find it, right? But I have to do work. I got to download it a certain type of way.
I got money. I'm going to show up. And I'll show you, look at what I made something of myself, I was a loser at the Super Bowl party as a kid.
I made something of myself. You guys looked down on me. You looked down on me all those years ago. But look at me now. I'm somebody. Now you guys are looking up at Lil Nicky.
And I was the umpire. We go to the baseball field down the street. We leave the party, and they're team captains picking teams. And I go, whose team am I on? Nobody's. You're the umpire. And I always want to kill myself. It's okay, this is.
Yeah. Oh my God. Dude, he wanted to die. He wanted to commit suicide immediately. Just if there was a gun on deck, if there was a good rope, a good noose laying around somewhere, if he knew a nearby bridge that he could just do a little flip off of, he would have ended it all. So humiliating, dude.
Destroyed me. Okay, so, I was the umpire. Well, now I'm the big dick. I'm the HMFIC around here. Yeah, now I'm the pitcher. So
now he's the pitcher. He's been catching in his whole life, but now he's the big dick pitcher.
If I show up to this thing, this is 2 years ago.
And I say, oh, hey, everybody. I say hey to all the parents, and I wind up getting a plate of food, and I go to the basement with all the neighborhood with the kids. They're all there. They're all adults. And we're sitting around. We're talking and everything. And get this. They all get together and leave to go to another party and don't invite me. all the boys that I grew up with, all those guys,
just ditched them, together in unison. They were planning to do that, right? Nick was probably so arrogant. He was so cocky. He was so sure everybody was gonna be on his dick. Like, damn, Nick, you really glowed up, my boy. You really became somebody. I saw your face, bro. I saw your face in the papers. I saw your name in the news the other day. You're really getting up there. They're like, man, this guy is such a fucking loser. He's still a loser. Let's ditch him. Let's ditch him and go to another party. This is so base. You know, this shit haunts him to this day. Like, all the things, here's the thing. The things that people think gets to Nick Fuentes, like all of these fucking publications and journalists trying to get at him, none of that stuff touches him. It's like water off a duck's back. He doesn't even feel it. But stuff like this haunts Nick to this day, dude. This shit affects his every fucking being. And this is why I wanted to play the whole thing, because the whole thing was him just telling this story of how he would go to these Super Bowl parties, get bullied, get harassed, get hazed. They looked down on him. He was just a little shitter. And he has several stories like this. And this is why he says, yeah, 20 years ago, people were more cruel. 20 years ago, Nick thinks that people were more cruel because they were bullying him. They were harassing him. That's why he thinks the world was so cruel and cold and callous all those days back.
Fucking grown-ups, you know, they were reading, we finish eating, and they're all like, oh, okay, we're all gonna leave now. Okay, see you later. And I'm the only one left. And I said, you know what? Fuck this. I said, I'm leaving too. Forget it. And I've never gone to any one of those things.
So defeated, dude.
And
they took his soul, bro. They killed him. They killed part of him inside, right? Nick became a darker creature because his childhood friends, who weren't really his friends, they just bullied him the whole time. They fucked with him one last time because he thought he was famous. He foolishly thought that the people who grew up with him thought he was somebody now. Dude, they see you as the same fucking loser they saw you as back when you were all little. Nothing has changed for them.
My parents are always like, oh, you never go. They ask about you. I said, you know what? I did that one time. I said, they treated me like shit when we were kids. I said, and fair enough, we were kids. I said, I come back a couple of years ago, and I still get, clowned on. I still get clowned on. Like, you think I need this? I have.
You think I need this, dude? I'm somebody now. I'm better than this. No, you aren't. No, you aren't. You're the same person, bro. Nothing about you has changed.
Is that they agree on almost nothing, but they've both lived the same nightmare. Hunter had a laptop turned into a decade of strangers picking through his texts, his private photos, his voice memo, and even his bank record, whereas Nick has been doxxed, swatted, had his DMs leaked probably more times than he can count, and more shenanigans. Different politics.
Oh, who was leaking the DMs? First off, this is not the same. I am not accepting this narrative of trying to paint either of these dudes as victims, but especially not Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden has nothing but his fucking degeneracy to blame. He could have easily prevented all that shit by not being a fucking crack-headed degenerate who just went around doing fuck all with daddy's money.
But kind of same experience. Somebody somewhere decided.
Also, he was the son of the president with like government secrets on his shit. That was an actual security risk to the nation he was as.
I did that their personal information was public property, so they
Oh, okay, this is a shill segment.
Your phone happens when you're so many Americans.
Oh, you know what? I just figured out now why this shit is an hour and a half long. It's so he can put in more commercials. I get it. He does need the money because currently he's fucked in a lawsuit. Actually, let me look at that real quick. Let's look at the lawsuit this guy is currently going through. We're being sued.
Hey, cuz. Hey, listen up. Channel 5 is getting sued by some customers.
Wait, what the fuck?
Motherfuckers. And we need y'all help. I'm gonna let Andrew break it down.
Nigga, what is he doing here?
That's not gonna happen.
What's up, guys? We are in a serious pickle right now. For the past 2.5 years, we over here at Channel 5 have been fighting a lawsuit in silence against a wealthy California lender named Bill Joyner, who I've never spoken to or seen in my life. Among other dubious claims, he accused Channel 5 of violating the Federal Wiretap Act and intercepting his electronic communications, which is something I've never done and don't know how to do.
Andrew don't know how to wiretap nobody, yeah?
On its face, it probably seems ridiculous to imagine me tapping phone lines through a third-party listening device and hiding out in a surveillance van near a 56-year-old boomer's house in Orange County. But in our beautiful, free country, somebody with enough money for good lawyers can sue anyone for anything at any time. And just maybe, if you get lucky, the judge will believe it. And that's exactly what happened here. Bill Joyner's attorneys over at Murphy & Murphy somehow successfully, in my opinion, lied in federal court, convincing the 89-year-old judge who was appointed by Jimmy Carter in the early 70s to strike down all of our dismissal attempts and subsequent appeals. This resulted in a painstaking, year-long discovery process where forensic investigators audited our company's servers and hard drives for evidence of wiretapping and found absolutely nothing. Joyner's lawyers then summoned me for a grueling on-camera deposition, which we are currently gaining access to and are going to post on this channel in the coming days. During the deposition, they accused me of deleting and moving files to hide the truth, which is by every account categorically and demonstrably false.
Our paperwork's good,
I don't understand. Why did he get Crit Mac though?
Which is by every account categorically and demonstrably false.
Our paperwork's
Why Crit Mac in particular?
good,
After years of fighting for the truth in a federal courtroom and spending over $800,000 on legal fees, Joyner's attorneys decided to drop the federal lawsuit entirely before trial. Poof, gone. They dismissed their own wiretap claims after probably realizing that such an outrageous, bold-faced, abominable, and once again, demonstrably false lie would stand no chance whatsoever at a jury trial, where an actual 12-person group of jurors, hopefully born after and not before World War II, would be present and have to hear their non-existent.
Okay, so he's blaming boomers a lot. Is that actually the case? Is it actually the case where just the evil boomers are trying to take him down, or did he actually do some bullshit that he's trying to obfuscate here?
Evidence. After the dismissal, over here at Channel 5, we were relieved to be done with the whole thing.
Andrew thought it was over.
As I mentioned, the 2-year uphill battle cost us over 800 grand. If you've never been sued in federal court before, that amount of money might sound pretty high. But as I break down the lawsuit later in this video and take you through each painstaking step of the process, you'll understand how the bill got so high. You'll also probably understand why we've been going so hard in the field, producing such a high volume of content this past year, shooting in multiple countries with 3 separate camera crews, while also hosting regular ticketed live shows here in the USA, Mexico, and Canada. Of course, on a core level, documentary making is my sole passion and purpose, and I would do all this stuff for free. But in this world, the dollar is mightier than God. And since the lawsuit kicked off, I've had to work twice as hard and honestly push myself.
Himpleton did a video explaining this thing, and it looks pretty bad. Whoa, hold on, let me see that. Let me see. Let me see. Channel 5 isn't telling you the full story.
I'm surprised that Bill Joyner continues to jeopardize his life. Mr. Joyner sleep at night, having to constantly look over his shoulder. All you will pay in a big way. I guarantee. Joyner will pay a price. Just a matter of time. Will follow you for the rest of your days on this earth. Hello, my name is Himpleton. On July 10th, 2026, Channel 5 News posted the video, "We're Being Sued," announcing their GoFundMe to raise money for an upcoming lawsuit. As of recording, he has raised $1.6 million.
Wow.
Now, you can spend your money on what you want, and I use—
Hold on, let me see.
He has raised $1.6 million.
Let me see. How high has it gotten since then? Because there's no way it stopped, right? There's no way it stopped.
Content this past year.
Go to the GoFundMe. Oh no, no, it stopped there. Oh wait, he had a goal of 2 million? Oh shit. I thought that that was beyond the goal. Okay.
Now, you can spend your money on what you want, and I used to be a huge fan of Andrew and All Gas No Brakes back in the day. However, I want to
Crip Mac isn't in this video. I don't know if I can take it seriously.
Argue that contrary to Andrew Callahan's claims, this lawsuit filed against him has some legs to stand on. According to Andrew, a rich man named Bill Joyner has threatened to frivolously sue him over his new documentary. The documentary in question is one that Andrew's been working on for years, called Dear Kelly, which focuses on the life of a QAnoner who lives in Southern California. The man who's suing him has claimed that this documentary has defamed him, led to trespass of his residence and other properties, and inflicted emotional and financial harms. My goal in this video is to provide the facts around the case, and show that at the very least, it seems like Andrew did not do his due diligence when it came to reviewing his decisions around the documentary. Callahan starts the video with a complaint about being sued frivolously.
The past 2.5 years, we over here at Channel 5 have been fighting a lawsuit in silence against a wealthy California lender named Bill Joyner, who I've never spoken to or seen in my life. Among other dubious claims, he accused Channel 5
If it's frivolous, why is so much to throw it out, bish? Or we're gonna see.
of violating the Federal Wiretap Act and intercepting his electronic communications, which is something I've never done and don't know how to do.
So far, Andrew claims that Andrew is being sued by a wealthy lender that he's never seen or spoken to in his life, and the lender in question, Bill Joyner, has accused him of violating a federal wiretapping act, something which would be impossible for him to do, given his lack of knowledge and resources to do so. He then explains that this has led to a long process of discovery, which led to the federal case eventually being dropped.
Somebody with enough money for good lawyers can sue anyone for anything at any time, and just maybe, if you get lucky, the judge will believe it. And that's exactly what happened here. This resulted in a painstaking year-long discovery process where forensic investigators audited our company's servers and hard drives for evidence of wiretapping. And
I automatically go against someone who complains his ops is wealthy. Well, I don't know about that. I do want to say he did front load this shit a lot. He didn't really get to it. He spent a lot of time, I don't know, the video, we didn't watch all of it, obviously. We only watched the first 4 minutes because it was half an hour long. And he never really got to it. He just said, boomers, boomers, boomers. My ops got more money than me. I need you to give me money for the lawsuit, which is okay.
Found absolutely nothing. After years of fighting for the truth in a federal courtroom and spending over $800,000 on legal fees, Joyner's attorneys decided to drop the federal lawsuit entirely before trial. Poof, gone.
Quick aside on the nature of YouTube viewers. Views naturally matter, but another metric, retention, is just as important. Most people don't watch full videos. In fact, on average, 50% of viewers click off after the first minute. This means that the only—
I actually had amazing retention. Like back, I can't look at the statistics now, so I can only recall from memory. But my retention for my videos was actually really fucking high. If I could actually get somebody to click on a video, they usually stuck around.
Only 2 pieces of information that around 1 million of the viewers had was that Channel 5 is being sued by a random person who is accusing them of a crime that they didn't do and that they need to raise the money for this lawsuit. The initial lawsuit being dropped wasn't even discussed until the 2-minute mark. Naturally, I'm not trying to dictate how videos should be structured, but when people are donating their money, things need to be cleared up quickly and succinctly so the actual issue is understood before the majority clicks off. If the first minute was a summary of why they needed the help, or even giving a call to action like many YouTubers do, say, at the end, we will explain exactly why we need this money, I'd have no problems with it. But this introduction almost makes it sound like they're being sued for wiretapping, which just isn't what's happening at all. For the next 2 minutes, Andrew talks about his channel and how he had to spend $800,000 on legal fees. But then he mentions the next part of his interactions with Bill Joyner's legal team.
I've got some really bad news. Bill Joyner and his attorneys are resuing us with modified claims now that include defamation, stalking, false light, and trespassing. Yesterday, I was served with the process, pictured on screen, indicating that we're going to have to go through this entire process again from start to finish. And after speaking with a couple different attorneys, it doesn't seem like the second round is going to be any cheaper than the first. And therefore, I have to be direct and keep it 1,000 here. I can't afford it unless we can immediately fundraise the legal fees that are required to fight the second round against bullshitting Bill Joyner and his morally bankrupt team of bogus slang and jabronis. And we need to ask for your support.
This is the current case that he's involved in, and he calculates that he can't afford overhead and will have to fire his staff if he foots the whole bill. After this, he explains all the new content he plans on creating for his viewers and the people who depend on him as an employer. It's only after this long explanation that he finally covers the contents of this lawsuit, almost 8 minutes in. Oh wait, he doesn't even do that. Instead, he explains a bunch of past work that he's done and previews a sentimental—
Oh wow, okay, it was one of those videos. I'm glad we didn't watch it. I had a feeling, I'm pretty good at this, right? I've watched enough YouTube videos, and I think I've made enough too, to understand. Maybe this is part of the reason why I had why I got people to watch my videos for so long. I don't like to bullshit. I had a 2-minute rule when I made my documentaries. I'm giving away some of the secret sauce so you can become a documentarian yourselves, for those of you who care. So I had a 2-minute rule where within the first 2 minutes, I had to explain the thesis and the main subject of the video. Like within the first 2 minutes. Like you watch that first Sticks. Holy shit. I wish that it was up there. I wonder if anybody actually uploaded it. If anybody re-uploaded the video. Let's see. Maybe somebody did. Yes. 3,000 years ago in the land of Israel. That's the biblical Israel, not the modern state of Israel. A lot of weirdos conflate the two for some reason. There was once a king named Solomon, considered the wisest of all mortal men. He was also one of the freakiest of all mortal men, with a roster of hoes so deep they could fill up the Dead Sea. Being so freaked out distracted him from properly using his wisdom and building the great temple that his equally terminally freaky-ass dad David promised he built. So, early into his reign, Solomon did the practical thing, which was use a magical ring blessed by God that let him summon and tame demons to build the temple for him. The equivalent of a contractor trafficking Mexicans over the border to work for him and then calling ICE on them later so he wouldn't have to pay them for their labor. This is the only instance of a man summoning demons and it working out in his favor. Despite this, countless midwit-ass occultists since have tried to follow in Solomon's footsteps and conjure demons for their own purposes. It never works out well for him, as has been the case for Tarl Warwick, aka Sticks Hexenhammer 666. See, like a minute. It took me like a minute to get to the subject. That whole subject, everything up until this point was just build up for me to finally reveal who it was I was talking about. And then I spend the next minute vids of a bummy laptop from his girlfriend's place. And he'd do all of this while worshiping a demon owl. So about 2 minutes, all of that me explaining who Sticks was, what it was, why we were about to cover him, the conclusion of what this video was about to be within the first 2 minutes. That's my 2-minute rule. Just gotta get to it. I can make a whole 1 minute loaded joke to get to the point, but I gotta get to it. And whenever I see a video that doesn't do something similar to this, right? They don't have to be as snappy with it as me, but if you're wasting 8 to 10 minutes of a video that's going to be 20 to 30 minutes, it's mostly bullshit. Most likely bullshit. Sneeko is streaming. We'll look at the Sneeko shit in a minute.
Promo for his documentary, Dear Kelly. It isn't until almost 12 minutes into
there are several hydras, because I told people, hey, you can re-upload whatever.
This video that he even mentions the plaintiff of this case again, Bill Joyner, and it's about the thesis of his film, Dear Kelly.
So after I popped that question, our whole conversation pivoted from Clinton trafficking rings and the alleged Kobe Bryant assassination to a personal one about a man named Bill Joyner, the one suing me now. I've been advised by my attorney to not say that much about the Dear Kelly film ahead of this ongoing litigation, but I will tell you that this film only briefly focuses on the pre-political dispute between Kelly and Bill Joyner.
Notice the specific wording. The film only briefly focuses on the pre-political dispute between Kelly and Bill Joyner. This will be important later. He then claims that the second half of the film contains an apology from the subject of the film, Kelly Johnson, and focuses on him taking responsibility for his actions.
Pretty emotional intervention and documents Kelly's process in inpatient therapy in which he accepts responsibility.
Hold on. Apparently Sneeko is yapping about Nick right now. He does stream on YouTube. Why? Why is he not on Kick? Watch me live on... Oh, he is on Kick. All right, never mind. Should we watch him on Kick? Nah, it probably won't matter. We'll watch him here. Fuck it.
Let's get it to the stream. Avocados from Mexico.
Avocados from Mexico.
Do you guys like the earlier streams? Thank you for the 20. You said, the people of God will always be grateful. May Allah bless your life and grant you endless goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, he took off the suit. I guess he's not trying to LARP as Nick anymore. He's not taking this shit seriously anymore, I guess.
That was the favorite. That was like the best thing I think I've ever done in my life. Well, that we did. That Love Speech charity for the people. I was looking at the pictures today. That was just the best thing I ever did, bro. And if you guys want to check it out, I'm going to open up another charity soon, inshallah.
Notice how you are too scared to mention Ben Shapiro.
I literally did in the monologue when I was talking about the warmongers that are calling for war, comparing it
Biologist, thank you for the rage quit.
to Osmond Gold and Lindsey Graham. I literally just did.
He's so disingenuous looking.
Wait, is that actually I literally just said.
Well, he's Haitian and Filipino.
Him in this stream, you stupid dumb skin worshiper. Shut up, kafir. Shut up, kafir. Wallah, you're a kafir. Wallah, you're a kafir.
Oh, and he's Muslim too. That's so fucking random. How are you Muslim? Bro, it's like Haitians and Filipinos are Catholic as fuck. Literally the two most Catholic islands in the world. And you're fucking Muslim?
You're a kafir.
Actually, hold on. That's not true. There actually are quite a few Muslims in the Philippines. And they're low-key like domestic terrorists there. And I'm not trying to be racist when I say that either. Like they're actually... there's a lot of weird domestic terrorist activities that happens. And it's kind of similar to Nigeria, where half of the country... or like a third of the country is just infested with like basically their own version of ISIS. You just got these little Muslim cells that take over certain parts of the country, and like the official governments have to fight them and shit like that. The American military, when we used to run the Philippines, we used to fight these Muslims in the Philippines, right? Because like they were causing problems, called the Moros. Yeah, Boko Haram. That's what Nigeria has to deal with.
This is the best thing I ever did, bro.
Welcome in a new day and a new help with the Human Development Facts. Today on Saturday, 16th of May 2026. Clean water is very simple, basic rights, eat money, gas, and still struggle to get every day. We, the HF...
Anyway, we'll come back to this, I guess, and let's go back to watching this.
For his own role in the home foreclosure, and actually goes as far as agreeing to apologize and make amends with Bill.
I need to go back and I need to forgive Bill Joyner.
Again, put a pin in this. He then continues his Dear Kelly promo. Andrew finally touches on the contents of the legal complaint that was filed.
So in the complaint, which is also linked below, they describe Dear Kelly as a film that corroborates the false, nonsensical, and mentally disturbed story of defendant Kelly Scott Johnson. They claim that we spent 2 years stalking, surveilling, video recording, and audio recording Mr. Joyner, his family, his home residence, and his place of business. And that we traveled to California, where I actually lived at the time, specifically to create recordings intended to harass and intimidate Mr. Joyner, his spouse.
The Muslim LARP is a real moneymaker? It is, dude. It is.
And his minor children. While it first appeared that Callahan was simply reporting on the story of Kelly Johnson, it is clear that at some point the two
there are a bunch of Muslim kids who absolutely worship Sneeko.
Came quite close, and Callahan has taken on Johnson's crusade against Mr. Joyner as his own.
Andrew, in response, files an anti-SLAPP motion, which I'll let him explain.
So SLAPP stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation, and mostly exists to protect journalists from frivolous lawsuits that are typically leveraged by powerful people with deep pockets who are trying to keep reporters quiet about something by burying them in legal and court fees until they basically get fatigued.
Oh no, the Jeremy could never do the Muslim LARP because he can't either not eat pork or not drink. That's impossible for him.
By expenses and agree to settle outside of court and sign some kind of NDA that guarantees permanent silence.
However, he got the ruling back.
Then a few months later came the ruling. Our judge ruled in favor of Joyner, dismissing our motion and arguing that Dear Kelly was not protected speech because Kelly's story is not a matter of public interest, meaning because Kelly and Bill are both private individuals and their prior disputes surrounding the foreclosure of Kelly's home had already been resolved, my film wasn't journalistically valuable because their dispute with the house was no longer ongoing and so doesn't concern the public.
Let's pause to recap just one more time. First, this motion was rejected due to Bill Joyner's status as a private figure. Legally, a private figure is someone who is neither in public office, i.e. a high-ranking government official, a public figure like a celebrity, someone involved in a large news story or a person of public interest, or a limited-purpose public figure, which is a person involved in a large story who would otherwise be a private figure. This is important because Andrew's argument against Joyner being a private figure is that he's connected to a larger story that's relevant to the country.
The film, even though it's focused on Kelly as an individual who himself isn't like a politician or an important figure necessarily, his story connects to broader national events and movements that have permanently reshaped the landscape of our country.
I mean, I don't know. You could say that about everybody, really. Who isn't... Like anybody who goes to any sort of convention, any sort of, maybe even like a big concert could like technically fall into that category.
Absolutely.
If I go to a Taylor Swift concert, does that now mean that I'm a public figure?
That happened before, remember?
Well, technically I might be a public figure. Hold on, I'm actually not clear about that. Am I a public figure? because I'm anonymous, right? Like, you guys don't even know what my real name is. You guys don't even know if I'm really black. I could just be LARPing. I could have just been LARPing as a black dude from the South this whole time. You guys have no idea. I don't know. Am I a public figure? Possibly. Probably.
Absolutely. Thank you, Charlie. Good seeing you again. Thank you.
This is not really a convincing argument at all. But he says that the reason this anti-slap motion was dropped was because the judge is really old.
I don't know if the judge ever watched Dear Kelly or if she even knows how to use a computer, and I mean that respectfully. Judge Marshall was born in 1936, around 15 years before cable TV became a household fixture, and may have had, honestly, genuine difficulty navigating the technology.
Kind of a red herring and distracts from the legitimacy of the decision. So, that's the story so far from Andrew's side. Earlier, he said that this case all started with the Dear Kelly film. Well, let me burst the bubble a little bit. Andrew said that we'll get a better idea of how ridiculous this lawsuit is if we watch the film.
Watching Dear Kelly in its entirety will give you more context as to just how ridiculous this lawsuit is, and probably answer whatever other questions you might have about the project.
So I did. And I have to say, I came to a very different conclusion. The documentary opens up with Kelly Johnson in front of a Planned Parenthood protesting the site, since he's pro-life, and he believes that Planned Parenthood is selling baby parts. Not even a minute into this documentary, Kelly starts yelling about Bill Joyner, saying Bill has stolen his house from him.
Save the kids! Save my house! For Bill Joyner!
After this, Andrew Callahan splices in a short video clip of Kelly pointing a gun at the camera, saying,
I got First Amendment rights, and I got Second Amendment rights! Boom! And don't forget it! Don't tread on me!
After going in and harassing the front desk, the receptionist threatens trespass and Kelly walks out, comparing the abortion industry to Bill Joyner, since both are cowards hiding behind doors and P.O. boxes. Andrew then overlays footage of the private residence of Bill Joyner as Kelly rambles about where he lives.
P.O. box, just like you hide behind the gates of
Notice that we're not even through the intro, and Bill Joyner is mentioned multiple times in the introduction and is even doxxed. After this opener, Andrew states that the purpose of this documentary is this.
This is a documentary about a guy named Kelly Johnson, spoken patriot who hates the Democrat Party, but not as much as he hates a man named Bill Joyner, who you don't know about yet, but you're gonna learn a lot about later.
So the point is to investigate Kelly Johnson's life and why he hates Bill Joyner. If you recall before,
but I will tell you that this film only briefly focuses on the pre-political dispute between Kelly and Bill Joyner.
Andrew claims that the film only briefly focuses on the pre-political
I can already see where this is going.
Dispute between Kelly and Bill Joyner, and you'll see how ridiculous this is as time goes on. Although this technically isn't contradictory with what he said before, if you combine this statement with Andrew's opening, that Bill Joyner was someone that he's never talked to.
You know what he reminds me of? I never realized it before. It's always been on the tip of my tongue, but I can never piece it together. What this guy reminds me of. He reminds me of Napoleon Dynamite. Like, actually. It's like damn near... What let me say? Like, dude, it's like he's a spitting image. What the fuck? Show it to me. There you go. It's like it's a spitting image, bro. Yes, specifically TJ Miller in Napoleon Dynamite. Like, that's actually... I don't know if that's the look that Andrew's been going for his whole career, or if this is just his phenotype. But I just feel it, like the vibe is there.
That Joyner serves a small role in this documentary, unless you watched it yourself. In fact, I'm not the only one who noticed this. Streamer
Napoleon Dynamite is an amazing movie, by the way.
Todd Logic reviewed the film and noticed this style playing as well.
Okay, so what is... Okay, it seems like...
Logic cameo?
Bill Joyner's a pretty fundamental facet of the story then, if we're mentioning him right at the start of this. The way Andrew presented it made it seem like it was a small little part of a broader narrative, but it seems pretty central to the premise, no?
Andrew explains that he met Kelly in April of 2021 at a White Lives Matter rally in Huntington Beach. He seemed to be the sole Trump supporter there, defending his pro-life position. Andrew cuts to a montage of Kelly showing off his gadgets, including a hammer, a crowbar, and a Magnum revolver.
That's a girl's name. And so in that regard, there is the Second Amendment, and right here, and right here, and right here. So just don't forget that.
Andrew then asks Kelly for the most painful piece of truth that has hurt him. Kelly explains that he's had his home stolen by Bill Joyner, and Andrew highlights this answer as what he was looking for in a documentary, since he believes that many QAnoners were downwardly mobile, older conservative figures who likely faced some sort of traumatic experience around the time Trump was elected into office. These three pillars are, as he explained in his Doomscroll interview.
One of the things that I really appreciated about the early part of the film is that you propose, I think you call it Andrew's theory of radicalization.
Yeah.
What is Andrew's theory of radicalization?
Well, I mean, okay, so I said this and I thought I was like kind of a genius when I thought about it, but then, so my theory was that the three core needs are security, significance, and connection.
Right.
Turns out there's actually a guy named Maslow who said something very similar,
It's called the hierarchy of needs.
Right,
I think it's
right.
like the first like course you take at college. So
And
everyone's
just
like,
for
this
people,
guy's biting
who haven't
Maslow.
heard of that, what?
Andrew treats this like he's reinventing the wheel in the documentary, when in reality, he's just butchering the concept of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At this event, Kelly continues to yell about Bill Joyner, doxing him one more time for good measure, with no lead-up.
He falsified a trustee's deed to himself with 7 false representations on it and stole my home. His name is Bill Joyner. He lives in and he's demonic also.
Again,
man, does he like dox this dude every opportunity he gets?
This is not censored for the documentary. After the event, Andrew interviews...
Wait, really? Really?
He's demonic also.
Again, this is not censored for the documentary.
So wait, hold up. He actually, Andrew left that shit in? Is he retarded? Bro, you can't do that, dude. You can't just let this dude dox this guy.
After the event, Andrew interviews Kelly about the story behind Bill Joyner. Kelly was originally a bankruptcy lawyer who had his own law practice. As times got tougher and he lost the practice, he got deep into debt. He explains that in late 2016, he received an email from Bill Joyner telling him that he could apply for a loan after a 5-minute phone call between the values of $35,000 to $3 million. Kelly initially asked him for $100,000. He also mentions that he was 4 months late for a payment, and because of that, he was sent a default notice, and he was eventually evicted as Bill Joyner had foreclosed on his house. To Andrew's credit, he states up front that this action was not theft from Bill Joyner.
What Kelly continuously refers to as a theft was actually just a foreclosure.
The thing is...
Okay, so like, what's the problem then? This dude couldn't pay what he was supposed to pay, and he ended up losing his property because he couldn't pay what he... That's very normal. That happens all the time. That's not theft. I don't understand what's going on here. Maybe you might think that the dude was kind of shisty, but the deal itself was very clear cut.
Kelly having been a bankruptcy lawyer, there's very little reason why he shouldn't have seen this deal that Bill Joyner initially offered him as too good to be true. A couple of months after this event, Kelly's ex-wife took custody of the kids and divorced him, and he became homeless. After Andrew explains that this sort of story was somewhat commonplace among January 6ers, he plays a huge compilation of Kelly...
I mean... You know, actually, now that I think about it, maybe not this specific story, but I can understand because there were a lot of groypers at Jan 6th who actually, no, now that I think about it, a lot of the groypers at Jan 6 were, well, no, some of them were mentally ill. There was that one Riley girl who was obsessed with Nick. She's something. So no, definitely was something wrong with a lot of the people who were at Jan 6th. A lot of them did have issues, definitely.
With his family in their old home, his wedding, and his kids. This compilation feels extremely charged, as if to say, look at how good life was before.
Why are we putting innocent kids online? I guess you have to ask Andrew since he put it in his documentary.
Bill Joyner. Right after letting Kelly have a tirade of Bill ruining his life,
Oh yeah, Baked Alaska, definitely. Baked Alaska 100% fits that mold.
The compilation just feels like it's hammering in what the villainous Bill took away from it. They also showed that this home had fish, dogs, stingrays, rats, turtles, rabbits, goats, and a pig. Again, this is a suburban house with a small backyard. These farm animals have no place to graze here, which shows that even before all of this, Kelly was a bit of a crazy guy. Then gives a small biography of Kelly, a guy who got straight A's and lived originally in a trailer park, moved down to California after going to law school, and seemingly was living the American dream. After this montage of Kelly, overlaid with emotional music and happy family memories, he states that the mission of the rest of this film is to help Kelly move on from Bill Joyner, who he's been harassing for nearly a decade at this point.
And so I became struck with a genuine desire to help Kelly move on, help him process his resentments, and most importantly, move on from Bill Joyner.
Again, the earlier comments about this being a small part of it is just seeming less and less likely. Plan A, to get Kelly to wean off of Bill, was to try talking to his kids and see how they could help him. What's clear in talking to his 2 oldest children is that Kelly is a relatively immature person. His son says that he often calls Kelly his son because he feels like he's the dad at times.
You call him son? Son, every now and then, yeah. How come? I just gotta he'll go off on these little tangents, get pretty passionate about stuff. I'm like, hey, it's okay, calm down.
His daughter says he's...
Bro, imagine, dude. Imagine your son has to son you because you're such a fucking man-child.
Basically high all the time.
My dad is high 24/7, and he does stuff. His normal is being high.
They mentioned that Bill Joyner...
Oh, okay, so he's a junkie, too. Okay.
Basically became Kelly...
He's a fiend.
His obsession, to the point that he stopped working. He also cuts to a montage of Kelly going around a commercial area...
Oh, he's a neat, too! Wow!
...by Bill Joyner's house, with Bill hiding behind P.O. boxes, passing charged flyers with Bill's location to strangers.
Can access him because he's hiding. There's a guy that lives over here that rips people off financially.
And he's a schizo who's casually doxing this dude every
Bill's
fucking
location to
day.
strangers. Can access him because he's hiding.
Let's see. Bill Joyner stole our home. No doubt this shit has all of Bill Joyner's personal information on it. Wait, you said this has been going on for a decade, didn't it? So wait, this dude has been harassing this nigga for a fucking decade? It's actually amazing. Bill Joyner is actually a very, I don't know, gracious guy. He has all this money, and you got this crazy motherfucker who's been going at him for a decade, and he just lets him continue to exist when he could just use his money to fuck him into the earth.
There's a guy that lives over here that rips people off financially. I didn't know if you knew about him. If not, you should know about him to stay away from him. His name's Bill Joyner.
After a party segment, Andrew...
Divorced boomer neat who gets high every day. Man, what a fucking combo.
Andrew finds out that Kelly Johnson had never even met Bill Joyner. Andrew's genius plan was...
Neat means not in education, in employment, or training, right? That's what a neat is.
Then to get the guy who was obsessed with Bill Joyner, not all there, and was waving his firearms all around to have a man-to-man with Bill Joyner.
Technically, the average streamer is a neat, right? Average streamer, I include myself in that now, I guess. The average streamer is just a panhandling neat.
I figured that if I could sit Kelly down with Bill, maybe they could just have a...
The only, the only good thing that streamers do is that they still pay taxes, right?
Man-to-man, straightforward dialogue, and that would take the edge off of it.
Does that seem like a good solution? Either...
Hold on, let me hear that again.
Arms all around to have a man-to-man with Bill Joyner.
I figured that if I could sit Kelly down...
Look at this. This is the same angle as the Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden shit we were just watching. He does this thing all the time. It's like his signature technique.
With Bill, maybe they could just have a man-to-man, straightforward dialogue, and that would take the edge off of it.
Does that seem like...
Yes, Review Tech USA is also a neat, like me.
Good solution, either way.
DSP is a neat. The Kino Casino bros, they're neats. We're all neats.
This becomes the next segment of the documentary, Finding Bill Joyner. First, Andrew attempts to send him an email. At some point in this sending, he writes this:
You're paying taxes on super berries. Don't you know it's tax-free? I mean, you can think that if you want to. IRS is going to catch up eventually.
Joke email threatening Bill, but never sends it.
Hello, Bill. We've been watching you.
I mean, if you don't pay taxes, you don't pay your taxes, then you fucking die before the IRS can get you. Then yeah, technically it is tax-free.
While you sleep. Sincerely, Kelly's Army. All right, so new times, new Roman.
Andrew also sends food to his office. Obviously, Joyner doesn't respond to any of these emails, but Andrew doesn't give up. His next plan is to confront him face-to-face in his office.
Yeah, Joe Rogan, he actually has a job outside of, running a podcast. So no, he's not a neat. He has an actual, a regular job.
He somehow gets to Bill's office and doesn't find him. He even tries squatting down to see if he can see him through the door.
What the fuck are you doing, bro? What is he doing? Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, they're probably all working from home, man.
His next idea is to sign up to Bill Joyner's country club. So
I was skeptical. I was kind of skeptical. I think this Bill Joyner guy, I think he might actually have a point.
He can attempt to meet him during a Chinese New Year celebration. He tries to show a child a picture of Bill, and the child says that he's never seen the guy.
Have you seen this guy before?
I don't think so.
Not being able to find Bill, Andrew concocts Plan D to show Kelly Bill Joyner in real life from afar, or as I joked about on my stream, within shooting distance. Given Kelly's vapid obsession with Bill, possession of guns, being not all there, you name it, really.
Let me just say, this crazy dude who's convinced this guy has been ruining his life and has spent the last decade of his life seething about this guy. He has guns. He swears that this dude is the most evil person on earth. Let me just bring this guy within shooting distance of this dude with his fucking revolver and shit. I'm sure nothing bad is gonna happen.
Which is that maybe Kelly didn't actually need to sit down with him for mediation, and it would be enough to just physically see him in the flesh, even from afar, to realize that Bill is no more than a mortal man.
I don't know what the...
What? What is that fucking logic, dude? What is that logic, Andrew?
Logic behind this was, but it already felt like a strange stalking scheme before this. But it gets worse. Andrew reveals how the plan is put into action, and...
Nigga became an IRL. He became an IP2 streamer while he was making the documentary.
It involves him ordering ghillie suits for him and Kelly, and they both planned on trying to see him from afar in his house from the hills behind it.
I ordered Kelly and I some ghillie suits online.
What are you doing, dude? What is this guy doing? What the fuck is wrong with this guy, dude? He's actually retarded. I'm gonna get this crazy boomer with guns who thinks this guy's the most evil guy. I'm gonna bring him within shooting distance of Bill Joyner while we're wearing ghillie suits. Are you out of your fucking mind? Holy shit.
And hatched a plan to get a covert visual ID on Bill from as close to his house as legally possible.
Bill, truth and
What?
justice.
Wait. Did he actually say that?
Visual ID on Bill from as close to his house as legally possible.
From as close to his house as legally possible. Right? Like just skirting the edge of the law.
Bill?
Man, I wonder why you got sued.
Truth.
I wonder why Bill Joyner is taking your ass to court, you dumb fuck.
Justice is heading your way.
In this process, Kelly starts going on unhinged.
Shit, I hope you made a lot of money. I hope the money you made off that documentary was worth it, Andrew.
Monologues on how he's going to find Bill Joyner. And then he explains that in a different era, Bill would have been killed for what he did to him and others.
This was the Old West. He'd be dead right now because someone would have shot him. In the Old West, they wouldn't have tolerated this.
They continue to go to different vantage points, but they're unable to see him. With all of their options exhausted, an hour into this hour-and-a-half documentary, Andrew starts investigating Kelly's life before Bill Joyner, since he finds out Kelly had lied about his disbarment from practicing law, coinciding with his foreclosure, when it had actually happened years prior to that. Andrew then talks to an attorney in LA to explain Kelly's previous record in law. It's then revealed that Kelly was a vexatious litigant, specifically against Bill Joyner. He was trying to blackmail an NFL player, and that Bill Joyner offered Kelly $75,000 to not put up.
Wow, so he was Vickers maxing too. Vexatious litigant. Always suing this guy. Literally wouldn't just get off of him. Just a pit bull when it came to Bill Joyner. It keeps getting worse.
Then revealed that Kelly was a vexatious litigant, specifically against Bill Joyner. He was trying to blackmail an NFL player, and that Bill Joyner offered Kelly $75,000 to not put up flyers about where he lived and how he was supposedly stealing homes. Andrew also spoke to Kelly's ex-wife, who revealed that Kelly was addicted to spending, and that he wasn't willing to downsize and sell his home after losing his law practice, something that very easily could have gotten him out of his debt situation. The rest of the film really deals with Kelly's attempt to reconcile with his family, and then his dive back into MAGA politics. It's certainly interesting, and the message I took away from it is that it's really hard for people to change. Kelly's always seemed like someone who's very proud of who they are, and he is singularly focused on getting money and notoriety. At the same time, while Andrew doesn't endorse and even at times frames Bill Joyner as a victim of Kelly's harassment, it's also clear that Andrew doesn't want to discourage Kelly from
Sees Cat, thank you for resubscribing, buddy.
Engaging in this harassment, since he seems to have a deep sympathy for him, and Andrew even indulges in it to some degree, as you saw with the ghillie suits. Andrew himself is known to be a progressive leftist, and throughout the film, he frames Bill Joyner as a part of the predatory lending class. The best way I could put the framing of this documentary is to recall another progressive leftist, Michael Brooks, who had the famous saying, "Be ruthless of systems and kind to individuals." Andrew, in a lot of ways, seems to almost assume that the problem is the system, which gives rise to people like Kelly and Bill. But in doing so, he has what seems to be a clear bias coming into the film, one that never really gets
Reardon Steele, thank you for the full send.
Fully shaken off. That Bill
be heckin' kind of Reno
is a part of this evil class. Because of that, the film ends with three
this is such a weird thing, because this is obviously his fault. This is obviously that boomer's fault, everything that happened to him. It's literally, it so easily could have been prevented, right? Even after his firm went down, there's still so many things he could have done in order to prevent all this shit. And that's the reason why his family, his ex-wife, his kids, why they all treat him the way that they do, right? He is not a victim of circumstance in any way.
Claiming that Bill was threatening to sue Andrew if they released this film, but he was willing to release it anyways. This is Andrew's side, but Bill Joyner in his legal complaints paints a very different story about Kelly. Before we get into Joyner's complaints, we need to explain how they're structured. There's essentially two parts to this complaint. First, there's a fact sheet explaining Johnson's lengthy history with Bill Joyner, which gives context to the complaints. Second, there's a section that elaborates on the complaints themselves. Let's focus on the history first. In 2007, Kelly Johnson approaches Bill Joyner looking for a second loan on his house. In the documentary, Andrew frames this as Bill offering Kelly a loan of up to $3 million after a 5-minute phone call in 2016. Andrew never corrects this. If the first fact around the Kelly Bill story is completely false, we're off to a horrible start when it comes to a defamation case. Bill's legal team states that Johnson came to Mr. Joyner searching for a second loan on his residence because he couldn't get traditional financing. The house was appraised at $1.75 million at the time. Joyner, through his family trust, lent him $150,000 with a monthly payment of $1,500.
Nigga, that's it? That's it? 1,500, that's it?
Based on a loan application where Kelly claimed he made no less than $25,000 a month. However, it turned out Kelly lied about his income and wasn't making anywhere close to that amount monthly. Remember, this is a man who was a practicing attorney at the time, specifically a bankruptcy attorney, someone who is professionally qualified to understand what a second mortgage is and the ramifications of lying about your income on a loan application. In 2011, Kelly defaulted. This is 4 years, not 4 months after the loan was issued, as Andrew relays in the documentary. Joyner's legal team says that he stopped making—
Wait, hold on. Let me hear that again. What'd he say?
On a loan application. In 2011, Kelly defaulted. This is 4 years, not 4 months after the loan was issued, as Andrew relays in the documentary.
Oh, wow. So he actually just fucking lied.
Joyner's legal team says—
So basically all of this is downstream of Andrew just taking the side of a lolcow in a feud where the lolcow was obviously the actual problem causer, the main source of the issue.
That he stopped making payments, and Joyner recorded a notice of default in June of 2011 after 6 months of missed payments. At this point, if Joyner was the evil lender who lent money to people he knew could never pay back the principal amount and interest, he would have foreclosed then. Instead, according to the complaint, Joyner enters—
This is actually a great example of like not touching the poo. Now I understand that Andrew's content, his style of content is about, it's very Gonzalo-esque, in a way. He likes, not Gonzalo, Gonzo. I said Gonzalo. I was thinking about Coach Red Pill because, he's always coming back and forth in my mind every once in a while. I can never forget Gonzalo Lira. But no, it's very gonzo journalism, what Andrew is doing. So he does get hands-on. But there are certain people who you really shouldn't associate yourself with, because those niggas will drag you down into the dirt with them. And this is where the don't touch the poo rule on the Kiwi farms comes from. You really don't want to get too close to lolcows. Josh himself has actually broken this rule, and he keeps suffering consequences whenever he does, as is seen with the shit that happened with Chris Chan.
Into multiple forbearance agreements, or reductions of interest payments, with Kelly, which is why a notice of trustee sale doesn't even get published until April of 2014.
Actually, bringing up Gonzalo Lira, he's also a good example of what happens when you touch the poo. When you get too deep in, when you don't know when to just fucking break free and just call it quits. He should have called it quits in Ukraine. He would be alive right now.
Is 3 years of a lender not foreclosing on a defaulted loan. More than enough time for Kelly to fork up some cash for Joyner. So already, according to past legal records, which are continuously cited in this complaint, Joyner wasn't this shady loan shark-esque figure he's depicted as in the documentary. Rather, Kelly went to Joyner looking for money. Kelly then lied about his income so he could qualify for the loan, and Bill Joyner waited nearly 4 years with no payment, trying to work out some kind of deal so that Kelly could more easily pay back the money.
This guy's a bum, dude. This guy's a fucking bum.
Please NY files 2 back-to-back bankruptcy cases timed to the eve of the scheduled foreclosure dates. And I want to read you what the federal bankruptcy court said about that, because this is not Bill Joyner's characterization. This is a judge saying this. The bankruptcy court found the successive filings were part of a scheme to hinder—
Yeah, that is kind of crazy. There's a Coach Red Pill statue. There's a coach statue now. It's crazy.
Delay or default.
Niggas of the sector got statues dedicated to their honors in countries now. It's amazing.
Broad creditors. Fast forward to March of 2015. Kelly's family and Bill Joyner signed a settlement and release agreement. In it, per the complaint, Kelly Johnson agreed in writing that the foreclosure was
Biologist,
not
thank you for the sub.
Respect. The Johnsons admitted their defaults and acknowledged what they owed. The deal was simple: reinstate the loan by June 8, 2015, or the foreclosure proceeds. Kelly didn't reinstate. He accepted the foreclosure. Or did he? On June 9th, 2015, Joyner forecloses, exactly as the settlement that Kelly signed allowed him to do. And what does Kelly do on the day before the sale? He files a lawsuit, a wrongful foreclosure action. And when the Johnsons refuse to leave the house they no longer own, Joyner has to file an unlawful detainer action, which he wins on summary judgment in September of 2015. What follows from 2015 to 2017 is honestly hard to read out loud without it sounding like a joke. Kelly appeals the eviction judgment. He gets a stay on the condition that he pays fair rental value while he stays in the house. He doesn't pay. The stay gets lifted. He appeals the lifting of the stay. Then he files bankruptcy a third time on the eve of the October 2016 lockout, which the complaint...
You know, he's still less than Vickers. Vickers filed bankruptcy, I'm pretty sure it was 4 times. 4 times for Vickers, right?
That was done too.
And he got rejected literally every single time. They wouldn't let him do it. Vickers kept trying to file for bankruptcy. They're like, no, Matthew, you're gonna have to pay. The IRS, Uncle Sam wants his cut. You're gonna have to pay your HOA fees. You're gonna have to pay all of these credit card companies. You're gonna have to pay all of these banks you own, Matthew. You're not getting away with it. I'm sorry.
Block their eviction.
All $800,000 that you owe. Is it 800,000? I think that's too much. It's like 300,000, right? Like he owes, right? All these people. You're gonna have to pay that, Matthew Vickers. Sorry.
And remain in the home rent-free. He gets one more stay in January of 2017, where the court explicitly says no further stays will be granted. He appeals that too. The first appeal is eventually affirmed in full against Kelly. The second is dismissed as moot. The third is dismissed because he didn't even bother prosecuting it. In February of 2017...
movie? I don't know about a movie. I do know that the book that he claimed to have wrote but he never released was Wilshire Boulevard. And apparently Nick Rekieta got a copy and that he never showed anybody. So, you know.
After roughly 6 years of living in a house that he had stopped paying for, the sheriff finally evicts the Johnsons. After the Johnsons blew through multiple court orders, the bankruptcy court struck their answer entirely and entered default against them, writing that the non-compliance occurred because of neglect, obstinacy, and anger at Joyner, and describing the flouting and
Godwinson got it too.
Disregard of 4 separate.
Godwinson apparently claimed that it wasn't even like it was actually another book. Like Coach straight up just stole another book and then he pretended like he wrote it. Apparently it was, I think it was like a foreign language book. Maybe it was like a Spanish language book and he just like took it and made it, translated it into English because it wasn't translated into English yet. And he pretended like it was this book. I think that's what happened.
And very explicit oral and written warnings given by the court. The court then entered a non-dischargeable judgment against the Johnsons for $364,424.11. The complaint states that despite having...
Oh, wow. That's actually about as much. The bankruptcy court thereafter entered a non-dischargeable judgment against the Johnsons in the amount of over $300,000. That's about what? I think that's actually exactly how much in depth Matthew Vickers is.
Every legal right to collect that.
Hold on, actually, let me look it up. Let me actually look that up. Let me see. Let's see, Vickers. This is actually a really good video. I wasn't expecting this.
There are people who will time he was in this drama like it wasn't a who gets away with not giving the IRS their cut. No, nigga, only thing you're getting is a federal lien slapped on you. And unlike that little shit from the banks or the California government, that thing ain't expiring. Uncle Sam's gonna get it from you, living like this the whole time he was in this drama like it wasn't a problem. Dude took a high-interest business loan in early 2022 to keep the business afloat while he was LARPing as a shock jock and feuding with his daughter's baby daddy. When the IRS filed a federal tax lien on this guy in September of 2022, he was knee-deep in internet drama, was buying PlayStation 5s for A-logs, was taking frequent trips to Disneyland, was the owner of a Disney Vacation Club timeshare, which he also didn't pay fees on, because of course he didn't.
That's still the craziest thing to me. He didn't even pay his timeshare. He didn't even pay off his Disney timeshare. Like, bro, what the fuck?
Worst of all was being a pay pig for COG.
That's actually the worst. That's the worst of them all.
Of course he didn't. And worst of all was being a pay
piggy for COG. For Clog. He was giving Clog money. Giving jobless Johnnies of fucking shekels. You should be ashamed of yourself, Matthew.
Pig for Carl, his attempts to file for bankruptcy were rejected. Big Brain Vickers made another fatal error. Attempts to file. Vickers probably thought bankruptcy was going to help. It didn't, because all his attempts to file for bankruptcy were rejected. Big Brain Vickers made another fatal error by not paying his HOA fees for years. Yeah, Vickers signed onto an agreement with a homeowners association in order to move into his home in his gated neighborhood. And for whatever fucking reason, he just stopped paying the fees around 2013. I guess he just assumed he could get away with that.
Oh, hey, 15,000, I mean. That's exactly how much Johnson was supposed to be paying Joyner.
Unfortunately,
a lot of parallels between Johnson and Vickers.
It came to bite him in the ass because when
I wonder if Johnson's ex-wife accused him of rape. That would really complete the circle.
Tried to file for,
and he has his daughter. His daughter has an ex that he despises too.
Chapter 13 bankruptcy for the third time in 2018 because he tried doing it once.
Okay, so I was wrong. He actually didn't file for bankruptcy 4 times. He filed for bankruptcy 3 times, and they all failed. So he's actually on par with Johnson.
In 2013 and again in 2017, this final bankruptcy filing attempt got cucked by Vickers' HOA filing a formal objection because Vickers owed them $30,000 in fees he hadn't even attempted to pay in almost half a decade. So before Ethan Ralph had ever fucked his daughter, Vickers had already fucked himself and the rest of his family by drowning.
Hold on, let me see.
Cars. Just borrow Vickers access to a credit card because he basically treats that shit like a substitute form of income. Vickers has literally burned through over a dozen credit cards, just borrowing money non-stop.
Ray, look at this, dude. Some people just shouldn't own credit cards, man. They really shouldn't. They really shouldn't. There's no point. Like, his credit is garbage, man. There's like niggas right now, niggas in the ghetto who haven't paid shit, somehow have credit scores that look better than Matthew Vickers.
Years. This motherfucker is over 300,000.
Okay, so wait, let me see. No, Johnson actually has Vickers beat by like 20K. Okay, so I guess Johnson wins. Well, maybe not. If Johnson has if Johnson's daughter has like a baby daddy that Johnson can't stand, right? Then maybe he'll like have one over on Vickers. Right now, Vickers is winning in who like has the worst life because he has Ralph. He has Ralph as the baby daddy of his daughter.
$364,000 judgment. Mr. Joyner has never taken any steps to enforce that judgment. So even after all of these wacky hijinks that Johnson pulled, Bill Joyner doesn't even try to collect on $350,000 that he is legally owed. For a supposedly rich asshole who looks to frivolously sue the little guy, Andrew Callahan, this action doesn't seem even remotely in character. Meanwhile, Kelly's law career is imploding for reasons that have nothing to do with Bill Joyner. The state bar brought him up on charges in 2013, and in findings Kelly himself stipulated to, found 21 counts of professional misconduct across 7 different clients. In one case, while representing a bankruptcy client, Kelly told the client that money from the sale of the client's house wasn't part of the bankruptcy estate, and then talked that client into loaning Kelly $22,500 of it. The client got held in contempt of court because Kelly told him that he didn't need to show up to a hearing. The bankruptcy judge, who, per the client, was disgusted, sanctioned Kelly $15,000. Kelly never repaid the client, never paid the sanctions, never met the conditions of his suspension, and so the California Supreme Court disbarred him. Remember in the film when Andrew catches Kelly lying about his disbarment coinciding—
I kept calling this dude Johnson. It was actually Kelly.
—with the foreclosure? This is what he was lying about. His disbarment wasn't collateral damage from Bill Joyner. It was Kelly doing to his own—
Okay, so Bill Joyner has an amazing— holy shit, Andrew's about to get raped. Andrew is about to get raped, dude. Like, holy shit, dude.
Clients, what he was claiming Bill did to him. You really cannot make this up. Keep in mind, Up to this point, Andrew could have corrected the record. When he met with that LA attorney around the end of the documentary, they were referring to the same records being mentioned in this complaint. Either Andrew was not smart enough to ask the LA attorney about this, or he purposefully left all of this information out of his documentary. If you have the full picture of who Kelly is, it's pretty clear that he's his own worst enemy, not Bill Joyner. This whole theory about foreclosures being the driver of January 6er rage may paint one picture according to the statistics.
Yeah, he just wanted to push his pet theory. That's what it is. He had this theory and he wanted to use this pet retard who honestly is very entertaining to watch and listen to. He wanted to use that as content while also pushing his pet leftist theory. That's what this was about. And, you know, I guess he got fucked up in the end. Everybody listens to that one quote. They listen to that quote, no bad targets, only bad... they say no bad tactics, only bad targets. What they don't understand is, hold on, let me see. That the origin of that is Movie Bob. The origin of that quote is Movie Bob Chipman. Everybody thinks that must have came from some Marxist general or some Marxist philosopher. No, it came from this guy. This dude right here. This is the guy who came up with that shit. It all started with him. He's the first guy to say, no bad tactics, only bad targets. Everybody who ever repeats that shit or goes along with that philosophy is listening to this Nintendo-obsessed retard right here. You should probably think things through a little bit more before you do dumb shit.
Shooting in multiple countries with 3 separate camera crews while also hosting...
Oh, you guys didn't know that? You guys didn't know the no bad tactics, only bad target shit didn't come from Movie Bob? It does. Believe it or not, it does.
Ticketed live shows here in the USA, Mexico, and Canada. Of course, on a core level, documentary making is my sole passion and purpose, and I would do all this stuff for free. But in this world...
Oh, wait, hold up. We're watching his video again.
But in the case of Kelly Johnson, what we see here is a man who is willing to lie and defraud people to make an easy buck. We're going to return to the history section of this complaint later when it's relevant, but let's circle back to the specific complaints made by Joyner's team. The complaints are as follows. While there are 9 complaints, you can really split these complaints into 2 different buckets. Bucket 1 is conduct, physical stuff that Andrew's crew allegedly did. Bucket 2 is speech, what the film says about Bill Joyner. Let's start with the conduct claims. California Civil Code Section 17088 is the anti-paparazzi statute, invasion of privacy to capture a physical impression. The complaint alleges that defendants entered the property directly behind Joyner's house, concealed in ghillie suits, and, quoting here, positioned themselves to obtain a direct line of sight into Mr. Joyner's dwelling and record the
guy who played a 12-minute video of Zelda music when Nintendo Power stopped publishing new issues came up with a vouch staple. Yes.
Occupants inside.
Which technically means that Movie Bob has actually contributed more to modern leftist discourse than the majority of figures on the left.
And
I would actually argue that the no bad tactics, only bad targets quip makes Movie Bob retroactively a bigger deal for the left than anything Hassan Piker has ever fucking done. Hassan has never contributed anything that has done more damage. That quote and that ideology in general has done a lot of damage, right? Because Movie Bob's brain is very fucking twisted from years of being basically just he was raped. He was raped from a very young age from Nintendo. Well, he's always been kind of an atheist, but what it is that his secularized mentality, rather than just remaining secular, he filled the vacuum in his soul with Mario. Mario became his new messiah, and Nintendo became the new Holy Spirit. Hold on, let me see. Who is God? Who is the Son? And who's the Father? Who's the Son? And who's the Holy Spirit? When it comes to I guess it would be like Nintendo is God. The Father is Miyamoto, and the Son would be Mario. That's his holy trinity that Movie Bob lives his life by. So that means that he was always going to be very twisted, because from a very young age, his brain and soul and mind and everything else was corrupted by consumerism and man-child tendencies. So he was always going to be trapped in this matrix of his own creation and other shit like that. So you combine that with modern shit-lib politics and you get a monstrosity of a man-child of a man who is trapped in some cursed timeline that he's never going to get out of. And he produces shit like No Bad Tactics, No Bad Targets, which seems like it just came out of a anarchist cookbook from the early 1900s or some shit like that.
Andrew claims that there's no way this could have happened because he didn't ever find Bill.
Now, anybody who's watched Dear Kelly knows how off-base and ridiculous that assessment is. Not only did we never trespass or capture a single recording of Bill.
However, anyone with at least 3 brain cells can—
See, now you never hear about Sonic fanboys ever doing shit like this. Sonic fags will do a lot of cringy shit. You rarely hear about them doing the abominations you hear out of some of the worst Nintendo fanboys. You know, I'm just saying.
Easily see the problem here. Andrew did have footage of Kelly's home, and it's clear that the whole point of this segment, trying to find Bill Joyner, was to see if they could find someone inside of his house from yards away in the hills. Andrew's lawyer—
Like, you look at all of the degeneracy that comes out of the Smash community compared out of the degeneracy that comes out of any Sega community, like Sonic or Yakuza or the Persona or anything like that.
And a letter quoted in the complaint made a similar defense, describing this as pantomimed surveillance. That's a fascinating word choice.
I mean, Chris Chan is special because he's like a one-off case.
Because the statute—
And also, Chris Chan never got to true horror cow status until he raped his mom.
Joyner is suing under.
And really, you could blame that on him being trans. You could blame that on him thinking that he's trans and also being talked into it by who was it? Who was the bitch? Who was the bitch who was the one who tried to gaslight Chris into fucking his mom to begin with? Who was that? Isabella Janke, right?
Explicitly says that it is not a defense that any particular image was or was not ultimately captured or sold.
Also, hold up. Sonichu, that's half Pokemon. So really, you could just say it's the Nintendo half that's doing most of the worst damage, right? The Sega shit is there for the autism. The actual horror cow shit, like raping your mom and whatnot, that came from the Nintendo half.
A couple of trespass claims. The complaint alleges the Channel 5 crew got inside Bill's gated community by recruiting the grandson of a resident to name drop himself at the guard shack, while the crew, quote, concealed their cameras and other recording equipment as they passed through the access point. It further alleges that the grandson knew his grandfather wouldn't approve, so he asked the defendants to hide his involvement. When the
Yeah, in truth, none of it is Chris's fault. It's all because of the Magic-Chan demon.
grandfather found out, he removed his own grandson from the access list. None of that is in the documentary.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. Obviously, Chris, autism or no, raping your mom isn't good. You know, just have to put that out there. Hey guys, don't go out there and rape your moms. Don't do that. That's not a cool thing to do.
Always,
like, come on, be better.
See, is Andrew stating he's a legal distance away from Bill's property.
From as close to his house as
No mom cheeks.
Unfortunately,
no mom
we missed
cheeks.
the organized scheme to get into a gated community under false pretenses using someone's grandkid as a skeleton key.
Bill Joyner, we're coming out to get you.
They also claim the office confrontation was similarly set up. Andrew's team were able to access an unauthorized area under false pretenses in order to get to the door of Bill's office. We do never see how Andrew is able to make it into the elevator of Bill's office, so this would make sense to some degree. Bill claims that due to these disruptions and the harassment entailed from them, he had to buy a security system in his house, and that the campaign to find him caused him emotional distress. While at first, this sounds somewhat hysterical, it becomes a lot less so once you realize the context. Let's rewind back to Kelly's history with Bill to make this easier to understand. In October of—
Here's the thing, even if he is being fake hysterical about all this shit involving Kelly and Andrew, the case is still really good. This is an amazing case, right? This is a slam dunk of a case, right? Andrew has no idea what the fuck he got himself into.
2017, Joyner gets a civil harassment restraining order.
See, when I heard he was being sued, I thought it was going to be some bullshit about like he was exposing somebody. I thought it was going to be he exposed somebody for something, and I didn't expect some shit like this. I didn't expect something on this scale of him fucking up. He made a lot of decisions, like deliberately, back to back in a very short window. All because of like one lol cow. Because that's what Kelly is. Kelly is a fucking lol cow.
Requiring Kelly to stay 500 feet away.
He made a lol cow documentary about a fucking QAnon nigga. And he ended up taking the QAnon lol cow nigga side. And then he was surprised he got fucked in the end. What did you think, bro? What did you think was gonna happen?
From him and his family. Kelly appeals it, and the Court of Appeals affirms it in full against Kelly. The following was summarized by judges in this long-settled case, not Bill's legal team. The court described flyers accusing Joyner of being a financial predator, described Kelly twice sneaking into Joyner's private community to post them, and described security footage of Kelly, quote, walking up to and around Joyner's house, attempting to look over the gates and into the house in the middle of the night. Even after the temporary restraining order was issued, Kelly came back and videotaped Joyner's back fence, pausing at the access points. The court concluded the totality of his conduct would cause a reasonable person non-trivial distress and mental
this is crazy
anguish that should not have to be endured. During this time period, Kelly sent many different emails to Bill with the following statements quoted. "You will pay in a big way, Bill. I guarantee it. I wanted to make sure that you saw my message below, as your attorneys have claimed that you are scared, and you should be. You should be very concerned about the many repercussions you are facing for what you have done. We have nothing to lose. How about you, Bill?"
Yeah, he's fucked.
I am surprised that Bill Joyner continues to jeopardize his livelihood and personal freedom by continuing to try to steal our
this ain't good,
through
bro.
verifiable fraudulent recorded
Sorry,
documents.
Andrew.
He will have his day, and so will
Imagine being Andrew's lawyer. Imagine being Andrew's lawyer right now. Like, bro, what the fuck? Well, he's probably having a good time. Here's the thing, his lawyer is probably still pretty chill because he's making a lot of money because Andrew absolutely just has to shell out all this cash. This is why, the reason why this nigga is working so hard, why he's putting out so much content, why he's running GoFundMes for $2 million fucking dollars. I still can't believe that. $2 million. Oh, help fight frivolous lawsuit. I don't know, bro. I'm watching this video. I'm watching this video from Himpleton, which is excellent content, by the way. This is a very, very good video, Himpleton. I was not expecting this. I just watched this shit one off because this shit right here, this video was kind of, it's kind of dry, the interview between Nick Fuentes and Hunter Biden. And I just ended up going down this rabbit hole. And I don't know, bro, it's not looking good for you. This is not looking good for you.
More. As you heard at the beginning of this video, Kelly keeps suing. A 2016 unfair competition case against Joyner, Joyner's wife, and Joyner's attorneys. Judgment against Kelly in 2017. A 2019 lawsuit that adds the completely uninvolved couple who bought the house as defendants. Joyner, and again, this
video should have way more views, honestly. 3,000 views for this shit is criminal.
This detail is doing a lot of quiet work, agreed to pay the couple's legal bills.
I would like this video. I like this video of, I wasn't, I gotta be very careful with my channels these days, so,
himself. That case gets dismissed.
I'll tell you the other guy who isn't me and who I have no relationship with. I'll tell him to like the video later and he'll subscribe to you, Himpleton.
And the court formally declares Kelly Johnson a vexatious litigant, meaning he's barred from filing lawsuits in California without a judge's advance permission. Kelly responds by filing 3 more appeals without permission, all summarily dismissed. And then, in 2022, files yet another lawsuit using his own daughter, Kaylee, as the plaintiff. The court found the daughter's name was a ruse to dodge the vexatious litigant order and completely tossed
Bro,
it.
that's not gonna
when
fucking
Bill Joyner
work.
claims that the stunts that Andrew pulled caused him extreme mental distress, this makes perfect sense. It eerily mirrors Kelly's conduct in 2017, where the court already ruled in Joyner's favor. Andrew emboldening this behavior would naturally make Bill uncomfortable. I don't know what Andrew was thinking. Either he made the Finding Bill Joyner segment of his documentary through sheer and total negligence, or he has some sort of death wish and decided to get sued in court willingly. Now, bucket 2, defamation and false light. These complaints contain 3 sub-complaints that go as follows. That Mr. Joyner obtained title to the Johnson property through fraudulent means, including by falsifying a trustee's deed and causing fraudulent recorded documents to be filed. That Mr. Joyner stole the Johnson family home. That Mr. Joyner's conduct in connection with the Johnson property constitutes constituted criminal violations of the law. In the documentary, it's pretty clear that Andrew does not believe Kelly's theory
Yeah, let me
that
side
Bill
with the
Joyner obtained the
schizo.
Johnson's
That's
property
basically what
through
he decided.
fraudulent-
He decided, you know what I need to do, bro? I need to side with this fucking schizo. This guy, this insane motherfucker, I need to take his side in this story. Surely nothing's gonna happen. Surely nothing will happen to me.
However, this complaint is not necessarily talking about what happened in the documentary. The complaint states that in November 2022, in Portland, Oregon, Andrew Callahan went on a live show promising the crowd that
after we get that home back from Bill Joyner, you're gonna fuck Bill Joyner!
the crowd then chants in response.
Fuck Bill Joyner!
Andrew continues to say,
Nobody should steal a home, it's not right.
an audience member then asks a clarifying question, and in response, Callahan states,
We know some things about Bill Joyner for sure. Can you tell us anything? He didn't actually steal a home, if that's what you're asking. But he gave an unfair loan, I think. We'll figure that out.
He gave an unfair loan, I think. What, have you been thinking about it recently, Andrew? Has anything clarified? Anything come through to you, bro?
We've staked out his corporate office. We've gone to psychotic lengths to identify and find him. But yeah, no bill yet. We'll get him.
Additionally, during this time, Andrew Callahan posted a video.
Wow, dude. This gonna be crazy. Oh, man.
Titled Patriotism, Tattoos, and Being a Shaman. Callahan states in the video description, special thanks.
Man, I would love to be Bill Joyner's lawyer right now. I would love to be on be part of Bill Joyner's legal team. I'm gonna get paid a fat bag for a slam dunk case, dude.
To Bert and Kelly J. Patriot, aka Kelly.
Oh, don't forget that judge. She's old. That old ass bitch probably has Alzheimer's and shit. That's the reason why. That's the reason why the case is going the way it is, because that she's a boomer. These damn boomers are fucking holding Andrew back. They're ruining his career.
Johnson for making this possible. They're great people and excellent sources. Check them out. The legal team seems to be arguing that from these facts, we can deduce the 4 conditions for defamation. 1. A false statement purporting to be a fact. 2. Publication or communication of that statement to a third person. 3. Fault amounting to at least negligence. 4. Damages or some harm caused to the reputation of the person. Specifically here, they are alleging defamation per se, since they are accusing Joyner of a crime, who, as we discussed before, is a private figure. In the case of defamation per se, this makes it so that there doesn't need to be as strict of proof of damages to personal reputation, and has additionally received hits to his own reputation due to the harassment he has received from Kelly and the documentary. In the case of a private figure, the fault simply needs to be negligence on the side of Andrew, and not proof of intention, although it does seem like he basically intentionally accused him of a crime in Portland, which had led to this fiasco. In either case, the status of Bill Joyner makes it so that he's in a very good position to win this defamation case if my understanding of the law is solid, and he has good evidence to back up these claims. Not only this, the case has not gone into discovery, and there are plenty of defamatory statements Kelly has made in the documentary that were never corrected by Andrew.
Wait, what?
There are plenty of evidence to back up these claims. Not only this, the case has not gone into discovery. And
what? But wait, he said,
yeah. On its face, it probably seems ridiculous to imagine me tapping phone lines at any time. And just maybe, if appointed by Jimmy Carter in the early 70s deposition, which we are currently gaining access to and are going to post on this channel in the coming days. During the deposition, they accused me of deleting and moving audited our company in a painstaking year-long discovery process where forensic investigators audited our company's servers and
Wait, I thought the case hadn't gone to discovery. I thought it hadn't gone to discovery. Is he talking about, oh, there were 2 lawsuits. Okay.
There are plenty of defamatory statements Kelly has made in the documentary that were
this is textbook defamation. This shit is so easy, dude.
Never corrected by Andrew.
That's a layup, bro.
Such as Kelly yelling.
It's gonna be nothing but net.
That Bill is a domestic terrorist.
He's a financial predator and a domestic terrorist.
Or that he's defrauded others than himself. Maybe these claims will come out after discovery. Only time will tell. Yesterday, July 20th, Andrew Callahan released an update to the lawsuit. Unfortunately, Bill Joyner felt antagonized by the initial lawsuit announcement, and I can certainly understand why.
Fuck Bill Joyner.
That's not gonna happen.
What's up, guys?
Andrew could have presented this calmly and objectively, but I suppose that wouldn't have raised him nearly as much as his emotionally charged video featuring Crip Mac calling Joyner a bastard motherfucker. Either way, given Bill's original complaint and his history with Kelly, I doubt the judge will look very kindly at Andrew's initial video. Additionally, Bill Joyner reports getting numerous death threats of physical harm against them and their children,
of course,
including some colorful ones like, "Are you going after Channel 5? I hope you and your family have 24/7 armed security, and hell awaits you patiently." However, Andrew does not mention any of this. He does not tell his fans to stop threatening Bill or reaching out to him. He simply frames the amendment to Joyner's complaint as
trying to spin our fundraiser as more performative, sensationalist drivel, designed not to fundraise, but to intimidate Mr. Joyner into dropping his case against Callahan.
The rest of Andrew's video is just teasing his newest videos and projects. He's also starting a new All Gas No Breaks website for other grassroots documentarians to get their start. So, my editor is submitting this video as a potential Channel 5 classic. Let's hope that he doesn't pull a Bill Joyner and shut down the little guy. AKA the fine folks over at Himpleton Inc. Hi, I'm Himpleton. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. But here's what the Constitution doesn't say. You can put on a ghillie suit, crawl up a hillside behind a man's house, and call it journalism. Have you been named in a 9-count civil complaint? Did you accidentally tell a crowd in Portland, Oregon that you're gonna, quote, get him? Did your camera crew sneak past a guard shack using someone's grandson like a hotel key? I believe that until proven guilty, every documentarian, streamer, and vexatious litigant in this country is innocent. That's why I fight for you. Well, not for you, per se. I'm not a lawyer. I just read court documents on the internet. But before you file that anti-slap motion, before you blame the judge for being old, before you launch that GoFundMe, better call Himpleton.
Himpleton is not a licensed attorney in California, Oregon, or anywhere. Himpleton cannot get your house back from Bill Joyner. No refunds.
In the beginning of this video, Andrew claimed that he would rather be boiled alive in a brazen bowl than lose this lawsuit.
I'd rather enter a brazen bull torture device or be buried alive in a roach-infested pine box than I would agree to any kind of polite negotiations with people like Bill Joyner and his legal team.
Okay. All right, bro. All right, keep that energy, bro. Keep that energy, dog.
However,
we gonna see.
After
we're gonna see how you feel a year from now.
All of the facts, Andrew's claim that this is a frivolous lawsuit is not so clear.
Oh, the brazen bull. It's always going to be a new bull. We already got a new bull, right? We had the Milo bull. It's like he said he would love, Quartering said he would love to go out with Milo, right? It's like that's what he said, right? Milo's part of the Bullverse.
Clear cut.
In the complaint, which is also linked below, they describe Dear Kelly as a film that corroborates the false, nonsensical, and mentally disturbed story of defendant Kelly Scott Johnson.
While the film doesn't fully corroborate Kelly's story, it does corroborate much of it due to the sheer fact that Andrew never actually presents the publicly available facts around the original second mortgage that Kelly took out of Bill Joyner's company.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely Carl Jobs versus Billy Mitchell 2.0. This is the sequel, right?
Back in 2007, and how
every masterpiece has to have his cheap copy.
Bill repeatedly tried to make foreclosure the last possible option for Bill to settle on. Further, Andrew indulged, engaged in, and furthered Kelly's delusions with his antics throughout the documentary.
They claim that we spent 2 years stalking, surveilling, video recording, and audio recording Mr.
It actually has a lot of the same beats because just like with Carl Jobs, he's not being exactly transparent about why the lawsuit is happening. We had to go to Himpleton. If it wasn't for Himpleton here, we wouldn't have known. We wouldn't have known what the actual story was. We would have just looked at this shit over here and be like, wow, this Bill Joyner guy, he sounds like an asshole. He sounds like a jerk.
Joyner, his family, his home residence, and his place of business.
While I'm not sure if Andrew had stalked Bill for 2 years, repeatedly sending him emails, trespassing on unauthorized areas in or near his property using deceit, while indulging someone to tag along who already previously had a restraining order from Bill in the past for doing the same exact thing almost a decade prior, sounds
Oh, he had a restraining order. I wasn't even paying attention at that point. Yeah, he's
not to mention
he's cooked.
All of this,
this is a very stat case. Like just the way that Himpleton is describing it, this is a very stat case here. And this is coming from a dude who's not a lawyer. So God forbid how Bill Joyner's actual lawyers are going to explain this case in court. Dude is going to get demolished.
Schemes Andrew attempted to meet Bill, whether it's the country club or the trip to his office.
And that we traveled to California, where I actually lived at the time, specifically to create recordings intended to harass and intimidate Mr. Joyner, his spouse, and his minor children.
Again, this complaint is tied to the fact that they literally had footage of Bill's house in the documentary, and they were hoping to, at the very least, see Bill or anyone else in the house on camera, which...
Yeah, that's a good point, old man Kung Fu. Yeah, there are too many YouTube lawyers who have kind of besmirched the... They've besmirched the reputation of the YouTube lawyer these days, right? I trust legal advice coming from non-YouTube lawyers now these days, low-key.
Could include his children.
Well, not entirely. You got some good ones out there, you know, like Sean, but still.
First appeared that Callahan was simply reporting on the story of Kelly Johnson. It is clear that...
Never forget, Ethan Ralph and Low Tier God have more in-court victories than Nick Rekieta does.
At some point, the two became quite close, and Callahan has taken on Johnson's crusade against Mr. Joyner as his own.
This is the most defensible position, but in a sense, it really isn't. Andrew, despite all the facts of the matter, clearly likes Kelly as a person, and at multiple times indulges in his deranged fantasies. He took Kelly's quest to find Bill from 2017 and made it his own, knowingly or not. That's all for now. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to give it a like and comment your thoughts on whether you agree on our analysis. If you feel so inclined, feel free to join
I'll like it on the other account I can't tell you guys about.
Members, where you get exclusive content like behind the scenes calls and streams.
You guys should go like it. You guys 100% should go and like this video of Himpleton. Fuck it, we'll like it here too. Fuck it.
Can't remain public for a wide variety.
I'll like it on 2 accounts. I'll like it on all of the socks.
Of reasons. Plus, you get credited at the end of the video, which is always fun. I'm about to show the beautiful people who already support the channel through their membership.
So yeah, okay. So Andrew seems to be on some bullshit, and I don't know. This ain't looking good, bro. So hopefully $2 million is gonna be enough. $2 million is gonna... Who the fuck is this? James Roger, $10,000. Who's this fucking pay piggy right here? Who's this guy? $10,000, man. That's crazy. Just people out there with all the disposable income in the world.
Most other competitors in this industry, they have...
All right, so he's shilling
right now.
My list too.
There you go. See, so we got that in common.
So a different question that I have that kind of weaves everything together. How do you think like October 7th and the subsequent like pro-Palestine movement and the online...
Nigga, nobody cares about that shit.
I was also canceled by the left.
No, I know. They came along. They came along because some of the more egregious things that you said is edgelording. They came along. And whether you call it canceling or saying like, what the fuck? This is what I call it. What the fuck?
No, that's not what happened. See, this is pointless. This is point. Yeah, why can't I get a 10,000 donation either, Turkle? Yeah, there's no point even watching this. I actually don't even want to. I went from having a distaste for Nick Fuentes to developing a distaste for Hunter Biden to developing a distaste for Andrew, right? Like now I hate every nigga in this frame. Every nigga in this frame is diabolical to me. They all fucking suck. So I can't even hate watch it. There's too much hate on the screen for me to even hate watch this shit efficiently anymore. Hold on, let's see. What is Sneeko doing? We were looking at Sneeko. I guess this is the new format I'm doing on stream these days.
I don't have much anymore. You know?
Oh, this video isn't available? Oh shit, did they boot him? Did he end it? Did he end the stream? Already? You know what I realized, dude? I realized that I don't know, I feel like a lot of people actually don't stream as long as I try to. I try to at least stream like 4.5 hours, maybe 5. And I don't even think that's that much. But then again, I know streamers who, oh, he's still going. Okay. Okay, they canned it on Kick. On YouTube, I mean.
So this dictator, this process.
Wait, this what?
Wants to ever said that word.
But we are all doing good together. That's why tonight to show just
apparently Jang was right. He's announcing his 4th term.
How much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings. I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a 4th term as president of the...
Well, Jang got it right. There we go. So
Thank you. I'm gonna do it.
All right, so now
he literally couldn't do it even if he wanted to. He's too fucking old. Like, Trump has said openly, like, you know, hey, somebody else is gonna run after me. This is a joke. Obviously, this is a joke. He's literally too old to run for president for another 4 years, unless he's planning on dying in office like FDR. But then again, FDR had a condition, so. Anyway, Trump looks old. Trump is old, bro. Trump is literally the oldest president we have ever had, ever. How old is Donald Trump? I forget. It's like 78, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, it's 80. I was actually being too generous. He's 80. See, Trump is a boomer-ass boomer. We always call people boomers, right? We like to say the word boomer for anybody who's even fucking 40. But Trump is what an actual boomer is. He is the greatest generation, came back from fighting World War II, and they started fucking, and then they made a bunch of babies. Like, there was a giant population increase because they couldn't stop fucking after the war was over. And Donald Trump is part of that generation, right? He is an actual bona fide, authentic boomer. He's old as fuck. He is dust. So he cannot run. By the end of his next term, right? If he were to win in 2028, he would be like 86 years old. You can't be president when you're pushing 90. That's impossible. Shit's ridiculous. What do you think will be the cutoff age for president, Mikey? This right here, 80. Honestly, hold on. How old is Joe Biden? He's like 75, right? No, he's 83. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Joe Biden was previously the oldest president, right? But Donald Trump won, and he managed to just barely age him out. I think Trump will actually be the oldest president on his 81st birthday. On his 81st birthday, he will be the oldest president. I think Joe Biden was he 79 or 80 when he left office? Either way, right? We've had some actual boomers running the country. It's crazy how we completely skipped Gen X, right? Because, hold on, let's see. Is JD Vance a millennial? He is, right? Yes, he is a millennial. So we have completely skipped. Hold on, is Rubio a millennial? Okay, so he's Gen X. So if Marco Rubio manages to win the nomination for 2028, we will get possibly our only Gen X president ever. If he loses to JD Vance, then that means nomination. If JD Vance wins the presidency in 2028, if he manages to do it, I'm not saying he will. I'm not even saying he'll get the nomination, but we will have completely skipped Gen X from the presidency of the United States. And I just think that shit is hilarious. I think that shit is hilarious that we completely skipped Gen X. Boomers didn't give Gen X nothing. They refuse. We won't give you motherfuckers anything. You don't even get to be president. We're going to skip the entire generation. Going to go straight to the millennials and the Zoomers. We'll have a Zoomer in office before we have a Gen X nigga. We'll have a Gen X nigga who's like president when he becomes 90 or something like that. Anyway, that's about all for today. I'll probably stream tomorrow too. I still have some other shit, right? Because I don't really care. I don't care to get through the rest of that fucking interview. It's too dry. It's actually too boring. Actually too boring, that interview. And also, I don't want to watch any more of Andrew's content because I've never really liked his interviews. Like, they're funny, right? Like, they can be kind of funny, his interviews and shit like that. Like, I enjoyed the stuff he did in COVID. But I think it was after that one fat bitch, that one busted ex of his, accused him of some weird sex shit. I think that was when things started going weird for him. He started moving differently after he got Me Too'd. Maybe that's what happened. Anyway, I appreciate you guys for showing up. I'll probably stream tomorrow because fuck it, why not? I need to start streaming more often anyway. Appreciate you guys showing up, and I'll see you later. Thanks for the full send. I will find that Nick Fuentes Super Bowl stream, and we will watch it. I will find a way to find it. That shit was hilarious. We will watch that on stream. Maybe not tomorrow, but one day before this month is over, we'll watch it.